Volume 5, Chapter 200 Phantom Spider. Behind the hidden door, Jacob discovered another room that was actually the same as the one in the temple. However, there wasn't anything inside besides a stone bed. This made Jacob somewhat disappointed. But still, he was more interested in the walls of this room because if it was the same as the temple, then one of the walls should be a hoax. If not, he would be very disappointed, and all his preparation to hide this place would go in vain. Jacob slashed the left wall without wasting time since the temple's secret room's left wall was hollow. However, even after destroying a huge chunk of it, there was nothing but solid stones, which made Jacob frown, so he tried the other walls. But after half an hour, the empty, clean room was now filled with stone rubble, and he discovered nothing. Those walls were all like normal walls, and his expression was dark. Yet he still didn't give up, and his eyes landed on the stone bed. Jacob grabbed the stone bed and tried to remove it from its position when his lips curled up because the bed was completely stuck in its place. The bed in the temple was completely mobile, yet this one is fixed, he thought as his eyes turned sharp. He made a fist, punched in the center of the bed like a hammer, and completely destroyed it like it was made of soft clay. Jacob's eyes narrowed at this moment because the stone bed was actually hollow from the inside, and the moment it broke, a gray metallic cylinder appeared. This cylinder was a foot long and 6 inches wide. Jacob picked it up and instantly felt something moving within the cylinder. A cover to seal something. Intrigued, he shakes it, and just as he thinks there is something inside it, there is no sign of sealing on the cylinder or lid. It was smooth like an ingot. Furthermore, when all the things here were decaying, this cylinder was completely fine without any tract of decomposition. Jacob hesitated for a moment before he decided to cut it open. However, he was astonished when his basic rare-grade Titan iron sword didn't even leave a scratch on the cylinder. This blade could cut into stones like butter, but this cylinder wasn't even scratched. So he used his strength this time as he slashed on top of the cylinder with the full power he could muster without fluid acceleration, which was 800 tons. However, when both metals collided, they only made some sparks before his blade bounced back, which shocked him. The cylinder was still fine without any scratch whatsoever, while the Titan's sword was now slightly chipped. Just what kind of metal is used to make this thing, and what is stored inside? I probably need a laser or ever stronger metal than Titan iron to cut it open. Jacob mused with a grim expression. Nevertheless, since it was hidden inside this bed and this cylinder was even tougher than Titan iron, this meant whatever was inside was a treasure. So he stowed it away and decided to deal with it after leaving this place. Then his focus turned to the floor beneath the bed. There was a black lever, and Jacob twisted it without hesitation. It was clearly stuck, which meant it hadn't been used for a long time, but Jacob managed to twist it without breaking it. Click. A sound of something behind opening rang in the room, and the next moment the entire room suddenly trembled before, with a snap, a trap door broke free from the floor right where the lever was. Jacob then pulled open the trap door, which was actually made of thick metal like a treasury door, and under it was an iron ladder that was quite rusty. He couldn't see the bottom at all as there was no light whatsoever, not even those magic torches. So Jacob took out a flashlight and flashed it into the dark passage. There were walls around, and it was made like an underground tunnel, and the bottom was still unclear. Still, there was nothing out of the ordinary, so Jacob decided to take the rusty ladder and slowly started to descend. The tunnel was over 100 meters deep, and Jacob finally saw the solid ground. The ladder and tunnel ended 10 meters above the ground, and Jacob had to jump down. When he landed at the end of the tunnel, he flashed the flashlight and saw he was in an underground dusty cobweb corridor. This should be some kind of escape route or hidden passage that led towards some hidden chamber, Jacob presumed. A few meters behind him was a wall, and the only open way was ahead of him. So he walked toward it while he was vigilant of his surroundings. Although this corridor looked normal, there might be traps hidden for intruders if they hadn't gone rotten with time, so he had to be careful. After walking for a few tens of meters, a cross path appeared which made him frown. Don't tell me it is another fucking maze. Vexed, he chose to go right. However, he only moved a few meters into the pathway when he heard movement in front of him which startled him. A shotgun appeared in his hand and flashed his flashlight ahead, but then the movement suddenly stopped. But there was no one ahead either. It was completely empty passage. Yet Jacob knew he had heard some movement, so he turned around and went toward the left passage to see if he could draw this person out. Jacob pretended that he didn't notice anything and just changed his mind. He suddenly thought of Livia, who had been transported into the catacomb maze. So this might turn out to be the case. But if the person turned out to be like Livia was a whole other case. In the deep darkness of the right corridor, on the ceiling, which looked completely fine, crimson eyes suddenly appeared on it, and those eyes that could see as clear as day were coldly looking at Jacob's retreating figure. Even in the light, those eyes remain invisible, and Jacob doesn't notice anything despite looking right into it. At this moment, those eyes started to creep toward Jacob. Jacob again heard vague movement, which made it quite clear that something was really there and now following him. But the movement was so vague that he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Furthermore, the other party had no heartbeat whatsoever, and he could only hear it moving, which meant it was most likely a dark being. But he knew the party was still oblivious to the fact that he had already discovered its tracks, and now Jacob was at an advantage. Jacob suddenly entered 1x acceleration as his hearing increased, and he was finally able to pinpoint the exact location of his stalker. On the ceiling and multiple legs, something came into Jacob's mind. The next moment thereafter, CT-408 sniper rifle appeared in his hand, and in that instant he took an accurate shot where that thing was crawling. SHHHH. A strange, eerily cry suddenly rang in the silent vicinity as 8 crimson eyes filled with bloodlust surfaced on the ceiling. Also, a 2-meter-wide black body with 12 long legs in red strips also came to light. Jacob's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw this creature. Only a rare Tier-9 phantom spider, and here I thought it was some undead. The phantom spiders were predators who were stealthy with their camouflage ability in darkness, as well as their deadly poison and web. These creatures were relatively rare in the rare plains because they lived in cold areas where the sun couldn't reach. Jacob never expected to encounter one in this place. But he wasn't worried anymore since it was just a magic beast. There was a hole in that phantom spider's cephalothorax as the green matter was coming out, which was clearly the bullet hole. The phantom spider's eyes were filled with viciousness as it lunged toward Jacob with its menacing mouth opened and suddenly sprayed a gray liquid. Jacob was completely relaxed as he dodged instantly, stowed away his sniper rifle, and took out Livia's long sword. He didn't want to waste ammo on this thing when he could cut it down easily. The phantom spider was shocked when Jacob suddenly vanished from his spot, and it was busy twisting his massive body when it felt weight over its large stomach. But before it could react, a sharp blade flashed past its ugly head and cleaved it. Jacob then looked at the massive listless body of the phantom spider and frowned. It's not eatable. No more importantly, how did it survive in this place? Don't tell me. Jacob's eyes winded as he felt his skin crawling when he looked deep into the corridor, and he was dumbfounded because multiple glowing crimson eyes were madly heading toward him. Chapter 200. And one the end of the corridor Jacob grimly watched over 10 phantom spiders crawling toward him as he remembered a piece of important information about the phantom spiders. They were predators who lived in colonies and also used cannibalism to sustain themselves when there was no prey. The weak phantom spiders would become nutrition for strong phantom spiders, and the vicious cycle would continue. The queen phantom spider was the same as she ate her children to make even more of them like an endless food supply. Jacob never thought there would be a colony of phantom spiders in this underground passage, and they were probably here for a long time. Now that a fresh prey like him had appeared, it would naturally draw these spiders toward him like a beacon in darkness. Lastly, Jacob knew the phantom spider queen had to be an extraordinary being, and she was probably hiding while controlling these phantom spiders to exhaust him before striking. However, Jacob wasn't going to fight them head-on either since he knew those spiders might be a part of a large army, so fleeing this place was probably for the best. Besides, a phantom spider had a poison magic core which had no use to him, so fighting them was even more meaningless. So Jacob swiftly turned around and fled toward this passage's exit. Those phantom spiders were quite fast, but not as fast as Jacob, who was in his 2x acceleration already. Now he could only hope that the other passage wasn't a spider nest, or he would have no choice but to either retreat back to the hidden ladder or fight his way out of these passages. Jacob quickly reached the split corridor, and those spiders were still quite far, so he quickly took the other passage and vanished into it without making any noises. Although those spiders have excellent night vision and their hearing sense might be best among in rare tier. But as long as Jacob could draw some distance and then keep his tracks hidden, those spiders won't be able to tail him. However, Jacob had only covered over 100 meters distance when his heart churned because ahead of him were pairs of crimson eyes that were viciously staring at him. Just great, those damn spiders colonize both passages, Jacob cursed in his heart, but this time he didn't stop. With the long sword in his hand, he entered 3x acceleration. He wanted to charge his way out of this place now. Although it would consume his energy much faster, it was far better than waiting for those spiders to overwhelm him. He wanted to take advantage of his speed and escape this spider nest. As for why he was risking going deeper into the spider nest to escape them, it was pretty simple. Seeing Jacob coming in their way, those spiders shot poison spray and web balls at him. But Jacob nimbly dodges everything and swiftly passes those spiders, throwing them in disarray. However, Jacob had just entered a few meters deep into the passage when spider webs blocked his way, and many phantom spiders were eyeing him with bloodlust. Now he was surrounded from front and back. But Jacob suddenly smiled coldly. A spider nest won't be a spider nest without webs, and all the webs are extremely combustible. The next moment, a grenade appeared in his hand, and he quickly took out the pin and threw it deep into the passage, and then instantly turned around. Although this would cause a commotion, he knew this was the only way he could advance. Furthermore, he was deep underground and could only hope those dark beings won't get alert by this grenade's explosion. Even if they did, they won't be able to find the location unless they could dig hundreds of meters. As for these spiders, they would be too busy dealing with fire, and he could easily take advantage of this situation and escape their nest. Those spiders naturally had no idea what just Jacob threw as they all chased after him to stop him from escaping. After 10 seconds, boom! An explosion rang in the corridor, raising dust clouding before blood-curdling shrieks started to ring in the corridor. Jacob instantly turned around, and when he saw the passage was now lit in bright light, he knew the entire nest was probably ignited. He ran toward it without hesitation while skillfully dodging the spider and even cutting them if they got in his way. Now the place was crawling with those mad phantom spiders as they rushed toward him as if they had completely lost their sanity. Jacob had to admit these spiders were simply too many and probably here for a long time. So he took out another grenade and threw it backward, while he entered the sea of flame as all those spiders also started to catch fire because of the hairy respectors on their legs. Everyone was thrown into disarray as the second grenade also blasted amid those spiders chasing after him. The spider web of phantom spiders was as thick as a rope and would be burning for a long time. The temperature of the place instantly rose, turning it into a furnace. At this moment, a cloak suddenly appeared on Jacob, made out of steel threads and highly flame-resistant. Jacob quickly saw the end of the aflame passage, which was another cross path, but the right corridor was not ignited in a fire. Furthermore, he noticed that those spiders, despite burning in flames, were not approaching that dark corridor, which made him somewhat vigilant. Still, he took that path as he wanted to get out of this burning spider nest, and he almost went deaf because of those shrills. Jacob didn't know if he had managed to get the Spider Queen, but he didn't want to stay to find out. But he was astonished when those spiders didn't follow him in this passage, so he quickly stopped the fluid acceleration and slowed down his speed. Those spiders were avoiding something here and would rather burn than head this way. This was enough of a reason for Jacob to be even more careful. He quickly took out a piece of meat and ate it while, with silent feet, he slowly walked deep into the corridor. The shrills of spiders were getting vague, and the burning corridor was also not turned into a small light spot. Just what kind of place is this? Jacob was more curious as he walked while replenishing his energy. Soon he reached another turn, and now it was complete silence and dark, just like before. Jacob decided to rest for a bit since there was no one, and he wasn't sure what would be waiting for him at the end of this passage. After 3 hours, Jacob starts walking again with his torch. He could see vaguely in the dark if he heightened his senses, but it was far from night vision. However, Jacob's eyes contracted when he saw the same gloomy light at another turn ahead, and he knew it was the light from the magic torch since it was all over the place. Could it be those spiders had gotten rid of all the torches in that area? Then what about this corridor? Jacob stowed his flashlight away and equipped his sniper rifle and sword as he slowly approached the turn. Jacob slowly peered while taking cover in the dimly lit corridor. His eyes narrowed when he saw an open space at the end of this dim corridor. Without making any sounds, he approached the end of the corridor and stopped at the entrance while carefully examining the spacious room in front of him. It was a 20x20 room painted in dark yellow, and in the center of this room was something that made Jacob's heart race. A golden crown embedded in gems was mysteriously hovering in the center of a black altar. Furthermore, a stone head with soft facial features was placed right in the middle of the altar and below the crown. Don't tell me. Jacob instantly looked around, and finally his eyes landed on the black symbols engraved on the wall straight ahead, while the other walls were filled with murals, including the ceiling. I reached the place of another condition. Jacob's eyes shone in ecstasy. But his heart suddenly palpitated when his eyes landed on a figure who was almost invisible under the dim light and lying on the west corner. It was a 6-meter creature with dark yellow scales all over its body, and its head was like a T-Rex with a pair of red horns, while 2 red bat wings were folded over his spine, and a long crocodile tail filled with sharp red spikes. Its sharp claws were resting under its head. The eyes of this creature were closed as if it was dead, but when a powerful breath escaped its nostrils, almost turning into a low roar, it was quite evident that it was alive and only asleep. Jacob almost forgot to breathe as a fabled creature came into his mind. A wyvern. Chapter 202 New Titan Sniper. A wyvern. Jacob felt his scalp tingle in trepidation as he slowly backed away and only stopped after he was completely out of the entrance's view. Jacob finally understood why those spiders didn't dare to wander on this path. It was because of that sleeping wyvern. His expression was as grim as it could get while he mused, what a wyvern doing in this place? Weren't they in just folklore or shouldn't exist in rare plains, right? Could it be this thing is the guardian of this place? It's most likely the case. A wry smile appeared on his cold face. How could it be so easy to complete a trial? Moreover, from the wyvern color, it should be a fire wyvern. From folklore, wyvern belong to the branch of the mythical dragon race, and their scale color represents their element. Even in my world, wyvern is as famous as dragons, and they consider it a lower evolution of a fully grown dragon. I wonder if this is true in this place as well. Damn, I never thought I would miss that damn book so much. Only it could confirm if this thing is even wyvern or not. Jacob calmed himself after a while as his eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Let's forget about the wyvern or whatever that thing is. Since it is sleeping, then it means it is oblivious to my presence yet. I have to figure out what condition this is. Since I can't understand the runes written there, I have to guess before taking any action. A crown hovering above a statue head, probably of a female. A crown can easily synonym with a king's dignity since without a crown there is no true king, but that female head could also be seen as a maiden. The remaining conditions are destroy the dignity of the king and give the maiden hope. If I destroyed that crown, would it result in the completion of the first or second condition? Or what if that crown is supposed to go over that statue's head? The more Jacob mulled over it, the more he felt he was missing something, and he knew that the riddle on the wall was what he was missing. Then there was still that sleeping disaster which would definitely not remain sleeping if someone tried to approach the crown or clear the condition. What to do? Try assassinating that sleeping thing. Killing intent flashed past Jacob's eyes as he knew it was a rare chance to sneak attack that wyvern, and once it was gone, he could try to study those murals since they were also there for a reason. But what if my bullet didn't pierce through that wyvern's skull? It would only antagonize it, and it might go on a rampage, and I would be like a trapped rat in these corridors unless I can outrun it. Jacob's mind raced as he contemplated his options. Or I can draw those dark beings into this passage by explosions and let them fight with this wyvern. But if this weren't a wyvern and only some weak creature, then I would have to deal with those high-level dark beings, which would be even more difficult. They might have already discovered the position of another condition, and if they find a way to clear both of them, then all my effort will go down the drain. Jacob inhaled sharply before resolution shimmered in his icy cold eyes. Well, without risk there is no reward. Let's see if I can slay a wyvern or not with this new Titan sniper. The next moment, Jacob approached the corridor again, and when he was only a meter away from the space, he stopped. He flipped his hand, and a 3-meter-long, three-legged sniper stand appeared in his hands. The legs of this sniper stand were 1.1 meters thick each. Without making a sound, he set it right where the entrance was, and the wyvern was in clear view. But its footing was still shallow, and Jacob didn't want to take the risk of digging because of the sleeping wyvern, so he had to do with it. The next moment, a 2-meter-long sniper body appeared, which was pitch black with a dark gray trigger and sniper grip. The sniper's body was even larger than him and as wide as him. It literally looked like a freaking cannon. He then carefully set the rifle body on top of the stand and then locked it with those locks, and only when it was completely affixed did he take out the barrel. The barrel was 5 meters in size and as thick as the barrel of a tank but far more refined. He then carefully assembled the barrel before taking out the final part, a multi-hole muzzle 2 meters long. This new sniper rifle had cost Jacob his entire fortune. He even had to sell the Star Watches to create this beast. This rifle was far deadlier than the old Titan sniper rifle he created in the common plains. Furthermore, he can't shoot a bullet from it while holding it because of the terrifying recoil. That's why he needed that stand, which was also made with Titan iron. He had made it to hunt extraordinary Tierminus 6 beings from a far distance, but he never thought he would stumble into dark ruins. Now this wyvern was blocking his way, so he had no choice but to take out this Titan rifle, and since it was sleeping, Jacob was even more confident in killing it with a single shot from this close. Jacob didn't need to set the scoop as he stood behind the large sniper rifle, held the grip, and took the shooting stance while he eyed the sleeping prey without breathing. After adjusting it a little and when the muzzle perfectly aligned with the wyvern's closed eyes, a large black magazine filled with 10 bullets appeared in Jacob's other hand. The bullet was completely black because it was made with Titan iron and a special gunpowder crafted by Jacob. The bullet size was 40 caliber, which was literally a cannon bullet. He only had 5 more such bullets except those in the magazine, and each bullet cost him 500 million in gold coins. Jacob then slowly attacked the magazine and loaded the bullet with a cold click. At this moment, Jacob's heartbeat started to climb at an insane rate. 1x, 3x, 6x acceleration. At this moment, his skin was bead red and veins bulged all over his body. Even his eyes went bloodshot. But his breath was as calm as a lake. The next moment, Jacob's finger on the trigger moved. The wyvern, who seemed to be in a deep slumber, suddenly opened its reptile eyes and instantly locked on the muzzle. It felt its life was threatened all of a sudden. It had opened its eyes just at the right time because Jacob had pulled the trigger, and despite entering 6x acceleration, he felt his shoulder bone break and the stand just barely able to do its job. However, his eyes didn't leave the target. The wyvern couldn't even react and the bullet was already upon him. Splash! With wide-open eyes filled with confusion and daze, it felt a thunderous pain in its head before that pain faded as well as the light in its sights. There was a huge hole in its skull and crimson blood was gushing out of it with its brain matter. Boomum! A sonic boom suddenly rang at this moment. Despite the suppression, it nearly blasted half of the corridor. Jacob was barely able to hold his ground because of the 6x acceleration. Despite the trickling blood from the corner of his lips, a hint of a smile was apparent on his face as he looked at the dead wyvern, which he slew in one headshot. But when he looked at the hole in the skull, and that instantly fast bullet failed to blast its head off or pierce through its skull, he felt chills. Because this means the scales on this guy's body were far more resistible and harder than he had imagined, and that bullet was able to kill it because of its speed and rare Titan iron. Or if he had used a common Titan bullet, he might only put a scratch on its head. Nevertheless, since the creature was dead, it no longer mattered. Jacob then focused on calming down his heart rate, but that broken shoulder was making it hard for him to focus as he was on the verge of entering 7x acceleration. Then he had no choice but to take out the only 100 milliliter vial of rare Titan tears he had managed to create with the reaming Titan iron. He then consumed 10 ml as he finally felt warm energy start to fill his body, and the pain started to subdue. After an hour, he finally calmed down and his shoulder was more than half mended. He then ate the reaming meat he had of Croc's snake and was able to move. He first disassembled the Titan rifle and stowed it away. The entire rifle covered too much area of his pendant. Then he finally moved toward the wyvern with burning eyes as if he was looking at a feast. Chapter 203 Clues and Final Decision. Approaching the corpse of wyvern, Jacob couldn't help but feel a lingering oppressive aura from the carcass. Despite knowing it was dead, Jacob still felt his fine hair standing because of that oppressive aura. This thing had to be an extraordinary Tier 6 at least, Jacob presumed as he looked at the shining scales as his eyes shimmered with ecstasy. Whatever its rank might be, just its skin is priceless in rare plains. No, the entire body of a wyvern should be a treasure, even blood. Without wasting any time, Jacob sprang into action and turned around the body upside down, revealing the red stomach of the wyvern. He knew if he wanted to cut it open, the only way was from the softest part of the body. He wasn't confident in cutting it with any of his blades, especially from its scaly skin, which was thought enough not to blow up by a bullet fired from Titan iron. Jacob then made a cut with full strength around its neck cavity as he took out an empty water gallon and filled it with the creature's fiery blood. He was shocked when he felt the blood temperature, which was almost at a boiling point. Jacob had read about the magic beast's blood used in alchemy, and if the magic beast were an extraordinary tier, then the blood would be more precious. Many alchemists would pay a high price for such a creature's blood. Not to mention if this was a fire wyvern, then that makes its blood even more precious and rare. Jacob filled 3 such gallons, which were previously filled with water. After storing the gallons, he gutted the creature and carefully removed the skin, which was probably the most precious and perfect material to make armor. It took him 12 hours to fully dismember the wyvern, and he stored marble-like meat, lungs, heart, and anything eatable to his pendant. Even its giant head wasn't spared since those teeth and skull were also precious materials to make blades. The space was filled with the potent smell of blood, but Jacob was completely unfazed. With ecstasy, Jacob was holding a crystal red orb that was as big as his fist, and it was glowing in 9 bright white spots like a crystal ball with real stars in it. It was a 9-star fire element core and was at the peak of 9 stars at that. Jacob could feel terrifying fiery energy concentrated in this orb, and even while holding it, he could feel this vibrant energy wanting to burn his skin. Those common tier species won't be able to touch this magic core. Now, there was no doubt that he had managed to kill an extraordinary Tier 6 with a single headshot. After admiring the magic core, he stowed it away. Although it won't dissipate like a 1 or 2-star magic core in minutes, it would still lose all its element energy if it is left alone in the open for a long. Now, he was done with the dismembering, and the floor was filled with blood and gore and arteries of wyvern. He finally turned his focus on the real prize. Jacob approached the hovering crown and statue head in the center. He paid much attention to the stone head, which was skillfully carved, and it was no doubt the face of a beautiful woman. However, now that he looked closely at the head, he saw there was a deep cut over her lips. Or it might be because the head was attacked by a sharp object like a knife at some time. But seeing the perfectly fine condition of the rest of the head, he doubted that someone with the intent to destroy it would only leave after leaving a small cut over the lips. He stopped a meter away from the altar, didn't dare to touch anything, and only observed it from each side. Jacob knew he lacked the crucial clue written on that wall, and if he triggered something without an understanding of this place, he might not get another chance at this. So after examining the crown and the status head, he moved toward the murals, which were the only thing that could shed some light on which condition it was. P alpha P D alpha Nanujan SOM on the left wall, there are 3 scenes recorded. The first one was a chariot drawn by horses, and a person pointing his spear toward an army of men could be seen. The most noteworthy thing was that the person pointing its spear was actually wearing the same crown hovering in the room. This would make him the owner of that crown, the king. The next scene has recorded as a banquet, and the king is standing over a high platform while holding a wine glass, this time instead of a spear. In the last scene, the king sits over his throne while a radiating sun and dark moon are inscribed on the left and right. Jacob frowned and thought, although I'm not an expert at this, it is quite clear that the king has won some battle, and the banquet is probably a celebration banquet. Lastly, he was shown ruling over everything. Sun and moon mostly symbolize the life and death cycle in most ancient cultures, but I can't be sure about this world. Jacob was quite familiar with anything that symbolized life and death because of his mad search to prolong his life. He had seen many ancient records which were remotely related to immortality. He then walked toward the other wall, which also had 3 scenes. In the first scene, someone was kneeling before the king on his throne. In the second, there was still the same scene, but 8 spear-holding persons were added to it, as well as king was showing, pointing his finger at the kneeling figure. In the last scene, which was the most interesting of all in here, a black-dressed woman appeared beside the king's throne, and her hand was precisely attached to the king's crown. If the other wall shows the glorying of the king, then this wall shows some kind of memorial of the throne room. Jacob frowned because there was no record of what happened afterward. Now there are 3 key figures, the king, the kneeling figure, and that woman grabbing the crown. If I assume the kneeling figure is the maiden, then that stone head should be her since there are weaponized guards and the king is pointing his finger at her. But the woman grabbing the crown is also more than qualified enough to be head because of her bold action of grabbing the crown, as that head could be her as well. Yet, I can't imagine her being the maiden since a maiden represents someone who is pure and without any malice. So how could she grab the king's crown? Jacob then looked toward the ceiling to find some more clues about what happened after she grabbed the crown. He knew he was quite close to getting the clear picture. However, he was disappointed because there was another battle scene on the ceiling. But this time, Jacob was shocked that the king was fighting in the same chariot. There were skeletons figures recorded on the enemy side while a black sun was behind the enemy side and a white moon was on the king's army side. Don't tell me those skeletons represent dark beings. Jacob couldn't help but feel it was highly possible, because dark being existed as long as the living and they are enemies of any living beings. So it shouldn't be a surprise to find dark beings hundreds of thousands of years in the past. But the end result of this battle was also not shown, which made Jacob grimace to no end. The only thing left was the riddle on the wall, which Jacob had no clue how to solve. Should I try to put the crown on the statue's head? Jacob gravely looked at the crown again, but what if the whole place crushes down the moment I do it or even touch it? Or I got some ancient curse by touching it, even poisoning is not out of option. Should I try destroying it? There is only a 1% chance that nothing will happen. No matter what he thought about, he couldn't decide what to do since every path led to a dangerous outcome. In contrast, getting rid of a living wyvern was way easier. Jacob then again looked at the wall with the kneeling figure and woman touching the crown. He knew the answer was in this mural, and he just needed to figure it out. After looking for a while, Jacob suddenly jolted as his eyes grew shaper and shaper while his eyes were affixed to the hand touching the crown. She touched the crown, then she got beheaded. Then it is more likely that I need to destroy the crown without touching it or removing it from its place. I'm 60% sure that this is about destroying dignity, not giving anyone hope. The woman's action could also be seen as destroying the king's dignity, but she got destroyed in the end. Chapter 204, The Start of Mayhem, Part 1. In the east wing of the ruined castle, there was another courtyard like the one Jacob discovered. At this moment, inside the worship room with a broken statue of a priest's skeleton. 5 black-clad figures were looking at a hologram map projected of the star watch of a 1.9-meter-tall person. Team leader, are you sure this place is abandoned and no dark beings are patrolling this area? Skull no. Aminus 500 and ones whispered in a grave tone. After he revealed the Killer Skull Society's ability to hold those dark beings back for 10 years in the secret trial space in the castle, the other Freedom Lords had no choice but to comply with their demands since it was a matter of countless lives and their entire heritage. So with Skull no. Ammonus 501, a team of 5, was formed to infiltrate the castle through a secret passage the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord had discovered by accident, which led straight inside the outer castle. This team's job was to reach the secret room and then figure out how to clear the condition there in 10 years, or they will naturally die horribly from the enraged dark beings. However, this task was much easier said than done because they needed to reach that place in one piece before they could use the secret trump card of Killer Skull Society. But more importantly, they needed to draw the attention of the Lich King and the White Minister. At least they needed to draw away the Lich King from the secret room, or these 5 won't be enough, and they would die before they could even step inside that room. That's why the Dark Annihilation Army will launch an all-out attack. Even Freedom Lords will participate in it, so Lich King had no choice but to leave the castle since Lich Minister and 2 Dark Knights weren't enough to hold back more than one Freedom Lord. Meanwhile, these 5 had to figure out how to reach their destination before the dark beings could determine their true motives. These 5 were highly proficient in stealth arts, and the team leader was a mysterious existence from the Ice Nation called the Maroon Assassin, selected by the Golden Sword Freedom Lord himself. Maroon Assassin's face was hidden behind a metal mask, and his eyes were also hidden behind an obscure lens in his mask. He coldly replied, hearing No 501's question in his harsh voice, "Are you questioning Lord Golden Sword's words and my ability?" No 501 felt a chill run down his spine as if a hunter stared at him and quickly replied briskly, "Team leader, I'm just concerned that's all because if we fail, we won't get another chance. Please forgive me if I offended you." Maroon Assassin coldly stated, "If you're afraid of death, then hand over the item and the usage method and then scram. We'll do it on our own. You are only here because of the person behind you, and if you slow us down, I'll be the first one to get rid of you." The other 3 remain stoic without saying anything since they are all terrifying figures, while No 501 is only an extraordinary Tyrmanus 2 among them. He was only here because the item and its usage matter were only known to him, so they can't get rid of them either for now, but this didn't mean they would let this guy push them around. This mission was critical, and they were under strict orders to eliminate any threat. They were even allowed to kill 501 if he appeared to be a nuisance, and then bring back that item without exposing this passage. However, if he cooperated, they were not allowed to touch him, and they knew better than their fates were also dependent on this, or they didn't mind killing him and then confiscating the item. "Please do your thing, team leader. I'll keep my mouth shut." No 501 didn't speak anymore, but a hint of viciousness flashed past his eyes. "HMPH, once I get into that room, I'll let you know what real arrogance is." Maroon Assassin then didn't pay any attention to him either and kept looking at the scanning hologram map. After 10 minutes, a miniature map appeared with lots of blue dots. Maroon Assassin coldly looked at the 4 and said, "All these blue dots are undead, and as you can see, there are over hundreds of them in 500 meters around us. Our mission is to distract them all while causing a massive commotion before the army attack starts and draw Lich King out. I want you 4 to set up explosives in these areas where there is no undead. Remember this map well. I'll be going deeper to set explosive where the sane zombies are. We only had one chance, so I don't want any of you to mess up, or I'll be the first one to come after you. Is that clear?" The 4 gravely nodded under Maroon Assassin's piercing gaze. Back to the secret underground room after deciding to try destroying the crown, Jacob didn't take immediate action and first sat down to replenish his energy. He didn't want any misshape to happen if something went wrong. He also ate the wyvern meat, which was as hard as rubber, but he felt like an energy blast had gone ablaze in his body when he consumed it. Just eating half a pound gave Jacob as much energy as the entire vial of rare Titan tears he currently had, or even more. Furthermore, there was a strange heat energy in that meat, which would have burned his organs without his powerful digesting ability. So this is the meat of a peak extraordinary species. Jacob wiped a slight blood from the corner of his lips as they curled up. Despite feeling like his body was on fire, he was feeling full of vitality and strength. He knew he didn't have to worry about consuming his energy and then won't be able to replenish it for a while now, which simply means he could go wild if he wanted to. Jacob then started to use that excess energy to practice the next level of fluid acceleration. He wasn't in a hurry anymore. This place was still safe, and even if someone discovered it, those spiders would be the first ones to notice if any of them still hadn't burned yet. After meditating for an entire day, Jacob finally opened his eyes, which were filled with fiery vitality and coldness as he looked at the hovering crown. He stood up, and a long silver sword appeared in his hand as he made his way toward the crown. He stopped a meter away from the crown, and his heartbeat started to rise while he tightly gripped the sword's hilt. Jacob wanted to finish it with a single blow because he was afraid that something might happen if he couldn't destroy the crown in a single blow. Furthermore, he was going to destroy the head underneath as well, just to be saved. Because there was another possibility that this head should be the queen, and a queen could also be considered a king's dignity. So he just wanted to make sure he won't leave any room for error. Lastly, if he was wrong, he could only run and find the last condition. He didn't know what would happen if someone destroyed a conditioned place without knowing what to do, but he was certain that it might never be restored or those dark beings won't be waiting for 400 years to clear the already found condition. With 6x acceleration, Jacob held the sword with both hands and held it high in a slashing position before he hacked the blade down as it vibrated through the air and turned into a silver streak. Boom. A piercing sound suddenly reverberated in the entire corridor before the eerie sound of glass shattering by a sharp object rang. The moment Jacob's sword landed on the crown, he was shocked because the hovering crown remained infected for a moment as cracks started to appear on it, and like glass it shattered, and his sword landed on the statue head below. However, the moment the sword touched the stone statue, it bounded back, sending Jacob flying toward the mural wall. Jacob was barely able to avoid the powerful impact and landed on his feet. He looked at the statue's head with astonishment while his hands felt numb. But his eyes dilated when he saw the broken pieces of crown suddenly trembling on the ground, and the next moment thereafter they turned into gold dust. The gold dust seemed attracted by a mysterious force and started gathering around the statue's head. Under Jacob's baffled eyes, the gold dust started to take shape around the head of the statue. When the shape was finished, he was even more amazed because the gold dust was shaped into the same crown he had just destroyed, and now it started to congeal. Chapter 205 The Start of Mayhem. Part 2. Jacob looked at the statue's head with uncertainty in his eyes because of the newly congealed golden crown resting over its head. But he didn't have the time to mull over it because of the sudden tremor, and the entire underground foundation started to shake, just like what happened when he cleared the first condition. Suddenly, Jacob's attention was drawn by the cracking sound toward the right, which was the wall with the riddle. Under his astonished eyes, a passage cracked open, and he could see old stone stairs going downward. How convenient. His lips curled up, but before taking the passage, he quickly tried to grab the crown over the statue's head. Since the condition was clear, then it won't be dangerous anymore. Since this crown was reformed, then this means it probably had some other uses, just like the flower he got after he cleared the first condition. However, to Jacob's surprise, the moment he tried picking up the crown, the statue's head got lifted with it as if both of them were now attacked together. Well, what the hell? Jacob didn't mind as he stowed away the crown's statue head. The tremor was getting violent as the cracks started to appear around the room. Jacob knew he didn't have time, so he flashed toward the newly opened passage. He was still in 6x acceleration, so his speed was akin to an extraordinary Tier -3. The entire Dark Ruins was experiencing violent tremors at this moment. Inside the secret underground room where the throne and the headless kneeling figure were, the White Minister was trembling while prostrating on the floor in front of the Lich King, who was emitting an ice-chilling ghostly aura as a dark blue flame was ignited over his menacing helmet. "Tell me, White Minister, this tremor is not what I think it is." The dark blue flame suddenly rose as Lich King questioned with a hint of madness in his voice. White Minister trembled violently despite the tremor fading away. He was afraid of dying right now because he knew the Lich King was completely enraged right now, and immeasurable bloodlust was leaking from his very being. Before White Minister could answer, right at this moment, boom, boom, boom. Explosions started to ring above the castle, and they were so high-pitched the voice could be heard deep down there. "Those livestocks don't know their place," the Lich King furiously roared, which was more like an eerie shrill filled with mad wrath. The Lich King vanished from his position, giving White Minister a new lease on life. "I need to figure out this damn riddle, or I won't be able to live if another shackle was broken by those hateful ants," White Minister mumbled as blue flames within his eyes flickered madly. At this moment, somewhere in the outer castle, the team of 5 was hiding in an empty room. With a hoarse voice, one of them asked, "What was that tremor just now?" "A shackle had been broken," Maroon Assassin stated in a foreboding voice. "What? Could it be we are already too late?" Skull No. Aminus 501 palely questioned. "I don't know, but there is a 90% chance of its being the same shackle within the palace. Furthermore, our time bombs were also gone off at a very terrible time. And if I'm not wrong, the lords might abandon the attack plan after finding out the shackle was broken. There is no meaning in sacrificing our manpower anymore," the Maroon Assassin stated grimly. "Then what about us?" A female voice sounded with a hint of nervousness. "Since the shackle is broken, there is no need to stay here any longer and we are on our own to retreat now," Maroon Assassin coldly stated. "But we are already this deep into the castle and the areas we blow up too close to the hidden passage, and if the lords are not coming to distract the Lich King, then we will be sitting ducks for him to slaughter." Skull No. Aminus 501 ruefully stated. However, at this moment the maroon assassin suddenly said something which sent everyone into the abyss of despair. Heh, this is indeed the case. If all 5 of us go back, that's why you guys should just stay here forever. The next moment, before the other 4 could react, Maroon Assassin's hand suddenly surrounded by the wind before turning into a windy blade and flashing past those 4 throats. In the outermost area of the Dark Runes, the Dark Annihilation army was garrisoning this place while the potent smell of blood and blood scattered around. Large piles of Dark Beings' corpses were in the west of these camps. There were also natives of Freedom Plains corpses, which were also piled in the rear of the army camps, as some soldiers were burning them on High Command's order. It was evident that there was a huge fight not long ago in this place. The Dark Annihilation army had earned itself this foothold in Dark Ruins after scarifying over 10,000 troops. However, they also killed over 10,000 Dark Beings under Lick Minister's command, so the exchange was equal. At this moment in a huge camp, 10 people clad in armor were sitting around a table with grim expressions. The Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, as well as another giant figure who wore crimson armor with spiky shoulder guards and long black dreadlock hair and a menacing mask, was also present in this place. It was the Crimson War Freedom Lord. The Golden Sword's Freedom Lord gravely spoke. As everyone might already have guessed, I'm afraid another shackle had been broken a few minutes ago. Since it was broken before we could start the operation, then it would be safe to assume that the Dark Beings had broken the shackle in the castle. This means the stealth team is now on their own, and will need to turn our focus to finding the other shackle. The advantage we had before is now gone, so I don't need to tell everyone what is at stake here, right? A masked person with blue fur on his hands suddenly spoke with a hint of panic. Then what about the item in 501's possession? If he abandons them, then doesn't it mean that item will also be lost if they won't able to come out? This person was another Skull, the commander of Skull Kingdom's army unit, no, Aminus 502. He never expected their plan would go into smoke even before it started, which was a massive blow to their future plans. Furthermore, the item that Skull No. Aminus 501 was carrying was even more precious and one of the Killer Skull Society's trump cards in Rare Plains, and losing it would definitely make no. Azero went berserk. Is your measly item more important than our current predicament where all of our lives are at stake? A golden elf berated coldly. Measly item. How about you throw your life points into the gutter and then try saying the same? No, Aminus 502 retorted without holding back. Bastard, you dare to profane holy water. Supreme Lord, please let me kill this profaner. The golden elf instantly stood up while his hand was tightly on the sword hilt around his belt. The holy water was the most sacred object of golden elves, and just one drop of it could cure any illness or curse and increase someone's lifespan by 10 years. P alpha pedi alpha nanuyan som, that's why it was known as life potion by everyone. But elves won't give to anyone no matter what the price, as they consider it a blessing granted to them by the World Tree of Myths. Even Golden Sword's Freedom Lords went icy, but he knew this wasn't the time to dispute, and that item was really equivalent to 10 drops of holy water, so no. Aminus 502 anger and panic were justifiable. Enough with your retard talks. At this moment, the Crimson War Freedom Lord's icy voice boomed into everyone's ears, almost deafening them. Everyone looked toward the giant with a hint of fear. Many feared giants and they were killing machines if they went on a rampage, so no one wanted to offend them. And this person was probably the strongest giant because he was called the First Freedom Lord for this exact reason, strength. You have something to add, First Lord? Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's eyes shifted to the giant as he didn't dare to mess with this guy. It's simple, I'm going to kill that Lick bastard Lick King, and I need you to hold back those underlings. Can you do that? The Crimson War Freedom Lord coolly stated as if it was a trifling matter while looking at the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord. However, before Golden Sword's Freedom Lord could reply, a terrifying aura suddenly descent before they heard eerie roars and powerful footsteps marching. The ground was rumbling. Lick King's wrathful voice rang in the entire Dark Ruins at this moment. Cunning livestock, forfeit your lives. Chapter 206, the last hurdle. After Jacob entered the underground staircase, the passage behind started to crumble, and it only stopped when there was nothing left. However, for some reason, the staircase passage was completely fine, and when he was a few meters deep, he received another message in his star watch from an unknown source. You have received the irony of the king. Jacob scoffed inwardly, first the blessing of the priest and now the irony of the king. What a peculiar way to tell you have succeeded. Jacob then stopped paying attention to the star watch and headed deep within the passage. After walking 50 meters down the stairs, he finally saw a touch ahead. The passage was 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, and made with large stone bricks. As Jacob moved down, he finally saw the end after heading 200 meters deep underground. It was another wall, and he assumed that this wall should be just like the hoax wall in the secret rooms. So he took out his sword and tried to open a small hole to see what was on the other side instead of just barging. However, when he tried piercing his sword, he found that it was probably a real wall, not a hoax. Still, he used his strength to dig a small hole, and after piercing 1 meter deep into the wall, his sword finally managed to reach the other side. Jacob then looked through the hole, and he only saw a wall like the passage he was already in, nothing else. So he decided to make the hole bigger, and when he was finally able to see the other side, he was astonished because there was another staircase going downward. Now where am I? Jacob thoughtfully looked at the staircase, which led downward as well as going upward. He was probably in the middle of a hidden passage built behind this stairway. Since there was no one or any movement, he made a hole big enough for himself to crawl out of it. But he avoids making any noises because this place might as well be some cellar in the innermost castle, and outside might be extraordinary dark beings. Jacob silently landed on the stairway, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to head down to see if there was some kind of hidden storage room. He might get some unexpected loot, like in the temple's secret room. The passage was just like the one he had appeared from. There were torches around to make it visible. Without making any noise, he headed down, and when he was on his 100th step, he finally saw an opening. But that opening reminded him of the corridor opening which led toward the secret room with the crown. Don't tell me this passage opened right toward another condition. Jacob didn't dare to believe it, but still, he felt anticipation. But he also remembered the wyvern sleeping in that place, so he didn't dare to make noises even more and slowly crept toward the opening. When Jacob was only 10 meters away from the opening, he stopped because he could hear slow footsteps ahead, and his expression turned grave. There is someone else there. Jacob didn't dare to move forward, afraid that the other party would see him. But after the footsteps moved for 5 or 6 seconds, they were stopped and no longer moved. Jacob also increased his hearing, but he couldn't hear any heartbeat or breathing, which made him even more vigilant. Since there was no more movement and no shadow ahead, he descended 2 more steps to see what was inside and the person. Jacob then squatted and lowered his head like a sneaking thief to see a barely visible room. However, it was enough to make Jacob almost swear with joy, because the space ahead looked exactly like 2 spaces he couldn't be more familiar with. This place was slightly bigger than the crown room, and in the center of this room was a large stone throne, and a stone statue sat on this throne. In front of this stone throne was another headless statue kneeling. Jacob's eyes instantly landed on the runes inscribed on the walls right ahead and some of the visible murals. Jacob knew he had really appeared right where the last condition was, but what made him apprehensive was the ragged cloaked tall figure standing right behind the throne and looking at the runes without moving. A dark being. Jacob didn't need to think about the identity because this place was likely to be the place that was under dark beings' monitoring. So that cloaked figure should be as strong as the Lich minister he saw that day. The only good news was the Lich King wasn't anywhere to be seen. But Jacob's expression fell when he thought about the huge hole in the middle of the stairway, and if Lich King or any dark being came back, it would be over for him. There would be no place for him to hide at that time since he would be under the siege of hundreds of dark beings. He shuddered just thinking about it. I need to get rid of that guy before dealing with this place as soon as possible. Jacob's eyes were filled with decisiveness. Since he is standing there like a statue, I won't get another chance to sneak up on him. Jacob knew he had to react quickly since he could get exposed at any moment. He crept toward the room, and without arousing White Minister's attention, Jacob entered the room as his heart rate and breathing were extremely low. The White Minister was only 15 meters away from him, but Jacob felt like it was 15 miles as he took tiny steps toward the White Minister, who seemed to be deep in thought while looking at the riddle. After the 2 conditions were broken, White Minister wanted to solve this riddle quickly, or he knew it would be his turn when the Lich King returned after venting on the Freedom Plains army. So Jacob's presence goes completely unnoticed by White Minister, whose mind was solely focused on figuring out how to live until Chapter 207 Fighting White Minister, Part 1. White Minister suddenly sensed something amiss as the flames within his empty sockets flickered fiercely before a dark translucent barrier appeared right above his clocked head. Swish. The very next moment, a powerful gust of sharp wind hail as a long silver blade stuck on the dark barrier, but it didn't manage to break through it. Indigenous ant, White Minister hollered as his skeleton finger shimmered in a dark glow before he waved his hand right toward the attack, creating a dark arc. Jacob was shocked by his sneak attack being blocked by this dark energy and was completely caught off guard as he was still in midair. Because he had jump attacked the White Minister since he was standing right behind the throne, going from any side would have easily exposed him. If he had taken his time by setting up the Titan rifle, he would have been exposed by the slightest sound, and his decision to sneak up on the White Minister was completely right. He also had no other gun that could kill an extraordinary dark being. But he never thought White Minister would react so quickly, and before his sword could hack into his skull, he blocked it. He was in 6x acceleration right now, which means his previous attack had probably 3 kiloton, but this energy barrier was able to block it. Jacob didn't have time to mull over it as the dark energy blade was already upon him, and he quickly used the silver sword to block it. But the power behind it was tremendous, probably close to 5 kiloton, and Jacob was sent flying toward the mural as the silver blood also lost a chunk of it. White Minister finally turned toward Jacob, who quickly stabilized himself while leaving a small crater on the mural wall. White Minister looked at Jacob's cold amber eyes behind his mask as the flames in his eyes flickered sinisterly. Jacob felt his skin crawling as he looked at those blue flame eyes and couldn't help but utter, "What nasty thing are you?" White Minister scoffed in the language of the living. "With this meager power you dare to sneak attack me. No, you place ant and turn into life crystal." Jacob felt his heart palpitate when a crimson blade sword with a bone hilt magically appeared in the White Minister's hand. The very next moment the crimson blade started to shimmer in dark sheen, and White Minister took a step forward, turning into a dark blur. Jacob knew he was in danger as the fine hair on his neck stood, and without hesitation he entered 7x acceleration. Thereafter he moved his sword to the left side just in time before the crimson sword was about to slice off his head, but he still took a heavy blow and like a rag doll was sent flying toward the entrance wall. "Oh. Did you block it?" Your power seemed to spike all of a sudden. White Minister was standing right where Jacob was while holding his crimson sword as he looked at Jacob with a hint of dark interest, as if he was looking at an interesting ant. On the other hand, Jacob coughs blood as he pulls himself out of the wall rubble. He looked at White Minister with killing intent and a hint of fear. That attack had jumbled his organs and his right arm was fractured. It was his first time getting injured like this and falling into such a disadvantageous situation. As he stood up, he felt the sense of death suddenly envelop him, and without even thinking his heart rate jumped into 8x accretion, and he used the short sword to block the crimson blade glowing in a dark sheen, which was inches away from piercing his heart. Thereby, he barely managed to block another fatal blow, but the force behind this attack was even stronger than before. It almost created a large hole in the wall and his ribs were also crushed. Furthermore, the short Titan sword was now filled with cracks because of the last blow. But it was the least of Jacob's worries as the mask on his face fell, and he vomited a huge amount of blood with pieces of his bones mixed within. Lastly, his heart rate was completely going out of his control as it was on the verge of cross 9x acceleration. White Minister's flaming eyes burned brightly within the dusk cloud like a sinter ghost, as if he could see Jacob clearly. "You again blocked it and your power spiked again almost at the extraordinary tier -5. I had never seen or heard of such an ability holder among you living ants, nor did you match any of the threats in our database." White Minister uttered with a hint of interest and had no intention of killing him instantly anymore as if he was a specimen. White Minister coldly uttered, "Tell me, little ant, what kind of ability you have. If it intrigued me, I should let you be reborn as a dark being." With an ashen face, Jacob coldly looked at White Minister with indignation. "I guess I become arrogant after achieving continuous successions and finally bite more than I can chew." But did this ass bones really think he had won? As his heart rate entered 9x acceleration, Jacob felt a warm current in his body as he felt his entire body was burning. Despite his condition, there was no pain, only the feeling of burning. He suddenly said with his lips curled upward, "Ass bones, I shall thank you for giving me a wake-up call. As a token of my appreciation, you can have this gift." White Minister's eyes flicked with disdain as he saw Jacob moving his only hand, which wasn't broken, toward his face and couldn't help but mock. "Heh, it seemed I had inflicted some damage on your brain. But no worries after I." However, his speech came to an abrupt halt as the flames in his empty sockets enlarged when a pitch-black weapon in Jacob's hand, and a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. But before White Minister could react, Jacob had pulled the trigger with this mocking sneer on his ashen face as he was saying, "You are dead." Chapter 208 Fighting White Minister, Part 2. The moment Jacob pulled the trigger without the holder or barrel, he endured the full force behind the Titan sniper in his current state. The moment the bullet left the prime barrel, Jacob's entire arm shattered, but just in the nick of time, he managed to stow the gun away into the infinity pendant before his entire arm tore off and the shock wave killed him. As for what happened to the gun after storing it in the infinity pendant like this, he had two theories about it. The first, it would remain the same as it was stored like everything else, and the next time he brought it out, it would appear the same, and he had to deal with the reaming recoil like a time stop. Second, the infinity pendant could not stop time, and the recoil will still happen in the pendant space, which would destroy all the things stored in his storage space, which was completely fine with him, or the infinity pendant would fully suppress the recoil as if nothing happened. Whichever happens, it won't affect the mad thrill in Jacob's eyes as he looked at the White Minister, who had his dark barrier in front of him which was yet to fade. But in this barrier was a huge hole on the top, showing only the jaw bones of White Minister as the rest of the head was missing, and only 3 flames were hovering in its place. 2 of the flames were light blue, the eyes of the White Minister, while the last one between these 2 flames was a purple flame wrapping a black crystal. However, 1/5 of this dark crystal was missing. Soon, the purple dead flame burned brightly before emerald crystals suddenly appeared around the broken core. Jacob's ecstatic expression turned dark and pale as he saw those emerald crystals start to turn into emerald mist, which was compelling toward the broken core. "Don't even think about it," Jacob cursed as he moved his other hand, which still did not completely mingle as an automatic assault rifle appeared in his hand. This also means the recoil didn't happen. But Jacob had far more pressing matters to deal with. He had to stop this terrifying bastard who clearly wanted to repair his core and revive with those emerald crystals. He had heard about the ability of dark beings to revive as long as their dead flames weren't extinguished, but he had never heard of a dark being who could still be revived after someone damaged the cores so severely. The only relief was White Minister seemed to be completely vulnerable in this state, as he didn't seem to move despite those 2 flames flickering in aghast. White Minister had never thought that Jacob would have storage space, and on top of that he had a weapon that could damage his 9-star dark core, much less blow his face off. If he had known, he would never have stopped for chit-chat and killed Jacob right there and then when he had the chance, but now it was too late. Jacob was already in 10x acceleration as he felt like his entire body was melting, and he looked just like a skeleton warrior with skin and veins attached to him right now. But this acceleration also healed half of his right arm, and without even caring about it, Jacob pulled the trigger of the automatic assault rifle as a torrent of bullets landed on the dark core one after another. He knew that as long as he disrupted the process, the White Minister would surely die because if not, he was dead. After 20 or so bullets, the core couldn't take it anymore, and dead flames suddenly burned brightly before the cracks started to appear all over the dark core. Jacob felt a terrifying force all of a sudden, this suborned motherfucker. He quickly switched the rifle with the Titan Tears vial, and without even opening the lid, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Buamam. Jacob was barely able to take out a protective shield when the dark core finally exploded and enveloped Jacob completely. The entire secret room shook because of it, and the voice was even louder. Despite being in the eyes of the explosion, Jacob was still conscious as he felt a warm current in his stomach and even sharp pain. His acceleration was infinitely close to 11x. Because of it, the Titan Tears quickly changed into vitality and gave him some power to collect himself. Furthermore, Jacob didn't want to fall unconscious right in this place, or he would be as good as dead, and the beings on the upper floor might already hear that explosion. He was terrified of the Lich King coming down and ending him. Jacob knew after he barely managed to kill the White Minister that he was no match for frontal confrontation with an extraordinary Terminus 6 being. The Wyvern was just a lucky break, nothing else. With extreme difficulty, he cleared the rubble on himself, and the only relief was that the underground room hadn't come down yet. He could finally crawl out of the rubble, as the entire entrance was blocked because of the explosion. Jacob looked at the center of the secret room and was relieved when he saw the statues survived even after that explosion. He then took out meat blocks he had prepared of wyvern and swallowed them one after another. Color started to return to his bony face as his wounds were mending rapidly. Even his shattered arm started to mend slowly. But instead of being happy, Jacob was in a hurry. Even his fluid acceleration was ignored by him, and he was barely keeping it at 10x while carefully looking at the kneeling, headless statue. At this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps with his enhanced hearing, and he knew the dark beings had heard the explosion and they were coming in mass and madly. "Please work, damn it." Grounding his teeth, he took out the crowned statue's head and tried placing it on the headless statue with trepidation. He knew if this didn't work, then he would have to deal with hundreds of extraordinary dark beings. Chapter 209 End of Dark Ruins. In the south of the Dark Ruins, there was a huge crater like a deep pit as it continued to shake, and sonic booms and glowing shock waves appeared deep within. Inside this crater, Lich King was brandishing his ghostly sword in crimson energy as he menacingly slashed at the giant, leaving afterimages. The giant was none other than Crimson War Freedom Lord, but right now, he looked ragged rather than majestic as half of his armor was cracked, deep wounds of swords could be seen over his body, and blood was gushing out. He was on the receiving end of Lich King's fatal attacks, which seemed to have no end, and he was barely able to block them with his towering red spear. Lich King, on the other hand, was without any injury. There wasn't a scratch of his armor as dark blue flames were raging over his helmet. It's only been 10 minutes since the Dark Beings had launched an all-out attack on the Dark Annihilation Army, and Crimson War Freedom Lord arrogantly faced off with the Lich King and lured him into this place where the armies won't be affected because of their clash. However, Crimson War Freedom Lord bitterly found that he had overestimated himself, and now he was thinking about how to save his life. As for defeating the Lich King, it was a dream that he had awakened from, and he knew only if all the Freedom Lords worked together would they have any chance of getting rid of this appalling enemy. Here I thought the proud giant lord would at least pose some challenge, but you are just like those ants. I guess a thrall will be forever a thrall. Lich King coldly scoffed as the crimson energy around this sword suddenly gushed out, forming a 10-meter-long crimson blade. Crimson War Freedom Lord's bloodshot eyes were filled with madness as he heard those belittled and disdainful words. Metallic energy suddenly gushed out from his body as he entirely turned into iron. His spear also started to release humming sounds, and he roared while he thrust it toward the crimson blade with fury, "Don't look down on giants. Die." A huge explosion reverberated within the vicinity as the ground shook like an earthquake, raising dust clouds and debris. Within the crater, Lich King was pushed back a few meters before he stabilized himself, while the crimson energy blade was only half gone. On the other hand, Crimson War Freedom Lord was sent flying like a broken kit and smashed into the wall behind, creating a huge pit. HMPH, this dance is over. Lich King coldly declared, a ghastly aura like a raging tilde wave soared from his body, and the energy blade suddenly made an eerie sound before it increased and widened. But before Lich King could finish preparing for his last attack and finish Crimson War Freedom Lord off, the flame over his helmet suddenly flickered madly. What? My connection with White Minister is broken, which could not mean he is dead. No, the shackle. Without even thinking twice, the energy blade suddenly vanished and he promptly jumped toward the sky. He suddenly roared and let loose a high-pitched voice. He was commanding the dark beings in the castle to hurry over to the underground room and do anything to get rid of the intruder while he was on his way. But he was only halfway toward the castle when the ground started to shake, rocking the entire dark ruins. At this moment, a static voice rang all over the dark ruins. Trial Dark Ruins has been cleared by the Life faction. All the participants will be sent out effective immediately. NOOO. Lich King shrilled madly, creating a crimson shock wave as everything around him turned to dust. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, who was in a stalemate with Lich Minister, was gobsmacked by this announcement. What? Life faction completed the trial. How is that possible? Lich Minister felt his body tremble, and the protective barrier around him suddenly got affected by his emotions and was destabilized for a moment. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord snapped out of his stupor as his eyes shimmered in ecstasy, and the dual golden swords in his hand shimmered in golden hue before he launched a torrent of attack on Lich Minister, taking full advantage of the other party's distraction. He was simply too thrilled and wanted to get rid of this guy before they were sent out. The morals of the Dark Annihilation Army also skyrocketed as they all cheered and madly launched powerful attacks on those dark beings. Underground room, Jacob looked at the statue of a crowned woman with twinkling eyes. The moment he put the crowned head on top of the headless statue, like a magnet, it instantly connected with the headless status. Not only that, but the next moment, a golden light suddenly enveloped the throne statue and the entire altar. When the light vanished, the kneeling statue was nowhere to be seen because she had somehow replaced the statue of the king on the throne, and now she was majestically sitting on it like a queen. Jacob didn't know what to do next as the dark beings were getting closer and closer. But at this moment, he heard a voice. Trial Dark Ruins has been cleared by the Life faction. All the participants will be sent out effective immediately. The next moment, a dark hole suddenly condensed behind the throne. Jacob looked at it with relief. He knew it was the passage out of this damn place since he had appeared here the same way. He was about to take it when his eyes suddenly landed on a shining object lying a few meters away from the passage. If his vision hadn't been enhanced, he would have easily missed it. It was a black ring with red patterns on it, and now that he thinks about it, he had seen this ring on White Minister's finger, so without hesitation, he quickly picked it up. Without waiting any longer, he jumped into the dark hole, and after Jacob entered the dark hole, it shrunk before vanishing. Chapter 210 Rewards of Rare Plains Trial, Part 1. Jacob found himself in the same black passage as he moved forward, and there was nothing around. But he didn't have time to mull over anything because his heart rate was about to break the 10x limit, and he knew his body wouldn't be able to take it. Just with the 10x acceleration, he was beet red, and he could feel his veins would explode if the blood circulation increased any future, and he will die. If not for the 5 pounds of meat he consumed, he would have been long dead, and his injuries were almost mended because of it. But he knew he wasn't out of the woods yet. So he quickly sat down and had a pound more before he started to completely focus on calming his heart down. But it was far easier said than done since 10x acceleration was his current body limit, and he had yet to master even 7x acceleration fully, so it was too hard. Still, because of the excessive energy and his wound being healed, he was able to completely focus on calming his heart down as smoke was rising from his body. Time passed slowly as he calmed his heart rate little by little, and after an unknown time he was able to exit the 10x acceleration and then 9x. 8x, 7x. When Jacob finally reached the 6x, it was starting to go even faster, and from 5x it only took him half a minute to exit the fluid acceleration completely. At this moment Jacob opened his eyes and he was startled because he found himself sitting in a 10x10 white space and he wasn't moving forward at all. Where am I and when did I get here? Jacob was vigilant. He had completely lost the concept of time because he was completely focused on exiting the fluid acceleration. Furthermore, he had completely recovered, his physical condition was optimal, and his physical appearance had returned. At this moment the static voice rang, "Faceless Ancient, congratulations, you have completed all the trial conditions of Rare Plains Trial Dark Ruins." The next moment, Jacob's star watch suddenly vibrated, and he received another message from an unknown source. "You have received the gratitude of the maiden." Could it be this voice belonged to Zodiac Will? Jacob felt his heart turn cold, but he didn't let it show since it might not be a good thing. Because even Immortality was afraid of Zodiac Will, and there had to be a reason for it, so he didn't dare to be careless in front of this terrifying existence akin to gods. The static voice rang again, "Faceless Ancient belonged to the Life faction. The life being of other planes will now be freely given access to the rare planes as long as they aren't above the power cap until the next trial establishment. The dark being of other planes will have their previous access voided and return to 10,000 being per decade. The protection barrier will now be lifted from life plane, and dead plane be removed until the next trial establishment. Faceless Ancient, as the champion of Rare Plains trial, your star privilege has been increased from Type 0 to Type -1. You have level -1 authority over the Rare Plains until the next trial establishment. Faceless Ancient, as the champion of Rare Plains trials, you have one-time right to activate the life zone for 500 years by forfeiting half of your accumulated reward. Please choose whether you want to activate the life zone. Like hell, I will. Jacob scoffed since he would be insane to give away half of his reward for those he didn't even know, especially after having a close shave with death at the end. He answered without even thinking, "I will not use this one-time right." Faceless Ancient, you have voided your one-time right. Your rewards are as follows, for completing the condition. Destroy the dignity of king, you are rewarded with 10,000 Zodiac credit. For completing the condition, give the maiden hope, you are rewarded with 10,000 Zodiac credit. For completing the condition. Salvage the priest with blood flower by staining his tears with blood, you are rewarded with 10,000 Zodiac credit. Total reward, 30,000 Zodiac credit. For clearing 2 conditions, the total reward has been doubled. Total reward, 60,000 Zodiac credit. For clearing 3 conditions, the total reward has been doubled. Total reward, 120,000 Zodiac credits. Soul Champion reward, 30,000 Zodiac credit and 1 free Type -1 advanced weapon from the Rare Plains shop. Final reward, 150,000 Zodiac credit and 1 free Type -1 advanced weapon. The rewards have been transferred to your Type -1 Zodiac account. Jacob's eyes glow like the sun as he hears the collective information on his reward, which is really lavish. Just the 150,000 ZC were enough to make him the richest in the entire Rare Plains. Not to mention his Type -1 Zodiac account had been automatically upgraded to Type -1 with this star privilege. He guessed this star privilege had to be connected with the star network, and anything related to star network was no joke. As for the Type -1 Zodiac account, it simply meant he would be given a 2% discount on any purchases from the star network or anywhere, as a matter of fact, as long as he used ZC. His previous privilege Type 0 could give him a 1% discount. Lastly, the level -1 authority over Rare Plains. He didn't care at all since Rare Plains were just like a stop in his journey, and once he was prepared, he'll leave. He was interested in this Rare Plains shop. Immortality also mentioned that a champion could buy anything available on a plane through this shop, and the delivery would be instant. So he quickly asked, "What is this Rare Plains shop?" He feigned ignorance since it would be suspicious if he knew about this shop's functions. He knew it could also be seen as he had contact with higher planes, or this voice did not belong to the actual Zodiac Will and was only an AI. Because this was just a mere Rare Plains trial, it would be absurd if the mighty Zodiac Will was personally present. Chapter 211 Rewards of Rare Plains Trial, Part 2. In reply, the static voice stated, "The Rare Plains shop is only available for one-time use only for the champion/S of a trial. In Rare Plains shop, everything will be available as long as it exists in the Rare Plains. The next moment thereafter, a virtual projection appeared in front of Jacob. In the top left corner were his star ID name and his current balance, which was 150,000 and 3 ZC combined with the 3 ZC he previously had. Below was a list, and Jacob's eyes constricted because the very first thing on the list was under the category of level -1 rare authority, and there were only 3 items. 1. Rare storage ring size 10 cubic meters description. A special ring with 10 cubic meters of space embedded within and stored any non-living object in the embedded space. Price 10,000 ZC2. Life Zone Scroll Rare Plains description. Create a 20x20 life zone anywhere in the rare plains and no dark being will be able to enter. Limitation, only usable in rare plains. Duration 10 years. Price 50,000 ZC3. Life limit breaker 1 level. Description, break the power level limit on the rare plane by 1 level for every life being. While active, any living being with the same level can enter the rare planes. Duration 500 years. Price 150,000 ZC. AN. The second and third items will have reverse descriptions for the champion of dark beings. Seeing the storage ring description, lighting struck in his head. Don't tell me the ring I picked up was also this rare storage ring. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was the case because White Minister had taken his sword out of thin air. Before, he thought it was just a type of magic, but now that he discovered the storage ring's existence, he no longer thought that way. When he combined the sudden emergence of the emerald crystals at the end, he knew the ring he got was most likely the storage ring. A tingle of regret flashed past his eyes when he thought about the bone-hilt sword of White Minister, which he forgot to pick up in a hurry. But that sword was likely buried under that rubble, so even if he had remembered, he wouldn't take a chance with a mere sword. Jacob then took out the black ring with red patterns from his pendant. He was no longer afraid of hiding this storage ability, since his pendant could also be taken as a storage pendant. He was about to ask whether this ring was a storage ring. When he remembered something crucial, he didn't even ask who he was speaking with all this time. Wouldn't the other party think he knew who it was beforehand? He quickly corrected his mistake with an embarrassing smile. Forgive my rudeness, but how should I address you? The static voice replied without any emotions. You may call me Star Administrator Artificial Intelligence of Rare Plains, SAAI in short. So it is an AI. Jacob was relieved since this also meant this wasn't the Zodiac will. He then pointed toward the black ring and asked, SAAI, what is this object? SAAI replied emotionlessly, 1 ZC for appraisal. Jacob cocked an eyebrow since he didn't expect it to work, but the price of 1 billion gold coins was not a small sum either. Still, 1 ZC was not a big deal, so he nodded, all right, appraise it. The 1 ZC from his current balance vanished before a white ray suddenly shone over the black ring in Jacob's hand, startling him for a moment. It started to scan the ring before it vanished after a quick scan. SAAI's emotionless voice rang again, a rare storage ring. Jacob's lips curled up when he heard the answer and he was ecstatic. How should I open it? He asked quickly since this ring had to have a wealth of that terrifying dark being. Magic energy is needed to open a rare storage ring, SAAI revealed. Jacob's face instantly fell the moment he heard that since he had no magic energy to speak of, all the happiness of gaining the White Minister's wealth vanished in smoke. He then suddenly thought of something as he asked with cold eyes, what if I destroy it? Will the items inside also be destroyed? Yes, any item below type -1 will be destroyed if a rare storage ring explodes. It was a simple answer which made Jacob grimace. Nevertheless, he would have magic power eventually, so he stowed it away. Then he thought of something and took out 3 items, a gray tatter cover book, a parchment made of beast skin, and a gray metallic cylinder. These were things he had found in the dark ruins, and he was planning to examine them when he learned the rune language. But now that he could get the answer without wasting time, he was more than happy to use that option. Especially the gray metallic cylinder. I want to appraise these 3 items. Jacob declared his intention while placing them on the white floor. SAAI didn't immediately reply this time but first scanned the objects in front of Jacob, which made him frown slightly, but he didn't speak. After the white scanning light was gone, SAAI's emotionless voice rang again. The book and parchment will cost you 500 ZC each, and the cylinder will cost 10,000 ZC. Do you want to continue with the appraisal? Jacob's eyes widened slightly when he heard the ridiculous price, especially the cylinder. Just what the hell is this cylinder which will cost me 10,000 ZC just to appraise? These 2 things are also quite expensive since a storage ring only cost me 1 ZC. It seemed the appraisal price depended on the rarity. Well, I'll ask that damn book once I leave here. It will surely know what this cylinder is. However, before he could say anything, SAAI spoke again. You also have the option to sell items for ZC. Jacob's expression changed ever so slightly and he asked, how much will I get for these 3 items? 20,000 ZC for the book and parchment and 1 million ZC for the cylinder. SAAI emotionlessly replied. 1 million for this cylinder. Now Jacob was sure that this thing was really precious, and those two items were as precious as a storage ring. He would be a fool to let go of such items without knowing if they were helpful for him or not, so he quickly stowed them away. Jacob thought for a moment before he questioned, "How much does the rune language cost?" It is a far better option to buy the rune language instead of wasting 1000 ZC on appraisal. I'm planning to learn these damn languages anyway. He sighed in aggravation when he thought about how his lack of language haunted him in dark ruins, so he wasn't planning on experiencing it anymore. As for the other two items, he didn't even think of buying them since they had no use for him. The Life Zone scroll could only protect him from dark beings, not both, and it only works in rare planes, so it was a waste of ZC. Lastly, the life limit breaker was even more worthless in his eyes since it had no use for him at all. Instead of SAAI, the list in front of Jacob suddenly changed, which made Jacob astonished because a language section appeared and there were 7 languages on the list. 1. Rune language type 0 price 10 ZC2. Rune language type -1 type 0 included price 1000 ZC3. Magic Rune Encyclopedia type 0 price 25,000 ZC4. Magic Rune Encyclopedia type -1 type 0 included price 50,000 ZC5. Philosopher's Language type 0 price 100 ZC6. Philosopher Language type -1 type 0 included prince 10,000 ZC7. Language of Dead description. Language spoken by dark beings price 100 ZC. Jacob was flabbergasted when he saw the prices of rune and philosopher's languages, which were simply off the charts for someone like him who had only 150,000 ZC. The feeling of being rich also vanished at this moment, and he understood just how poor he was. He didn't buy anything, nor dared to look for anything anymore because he knew he needed almost everything in that shop, so he decided to look for what he required the most. Only then will he think about buying another else if he left with ZC, that is. Jacob took a deep breath and said, "I want to buy magic cores." This was the real purpose of him coming here and clearing the dark ruins, the reaming magic cores for the last level of Cursed Heart Emergence. Jacob had already collected 3-star magic cores of all 4 elements from zombie hunting, and he also had a 9-star fire core which was simply a fluke. He was only missing 3 9-star cores and all the 4-star magic cores. At this moment, the virtual projection changed, and the list of magic cores appeared in front of Jacob. Chapter 212 Magic Cores Acquired. At this moment, the virtual projection changed, and the list of magic cores appeared in front of Jacob. There were all kinds of element cores ranging from 1 star to 9 star, and the rarer the element, the more they cost. At the top of the list were light and dark magic cores, which started from 500 ZC for a 1-star magic core and went all the way to the 9-star magic core, costing 50,000 ZC. Seeing all those prices, his eyes shimmered before he took out multiple magic cores he had collected while hunting, some of which were of the basic elements. They were extras. "I want to sell all these magic cores," Jacob stated. Thereafter, SAAI started to scan the magic cores one after another. After a minute, SAAI's emotionless voice rang, 23,500 ZC for all the magic cores. "Will you accept the trade?" Jacob found this price fair since there were 22 magic cores, all of which were between 1 star and 3 star, and only 6 were of rare elements like poison. So he didn't hesitate and sold them, increasing his balance from 150,002 ZC to 173,502 ZC. Afterward, a black hole appeared below the magic cores and gobbled them before vanishing in front of Jacob's astonished eyes. Jacob inhaled sharply as he thought, just what kind of technology this place had. Keeping his thought, he started to buy the magic cores without hesitation. Thereupon, SAAI's voice rang after Jacob was done with his selection. 3 9-star magic cores of water, earth, and wind elements, total cost, 30,000 ZC. 4 8-star magic cores of fire, water, earth, and wind elements, total cost, 36,000 ZC. 4 7-star magic cores of fire, water, earth, and wind elements, total cost, 32,000 ZC. 4 6-star magic cores of fire, water, earth, and wind elements, total cost, 28,000 ZC. 4 5-star magic cores of fire, water, earth, and wind elements, total cost, 24,000 ZC. 4 4-star magic cores of fire, water, earth, and wind elements, total cost, 20,000 ZC. After deducting the 2% discount, the final cost is 166,600 ZC. Will you continue? Jacob's expression was somewhat dark as he heard the final price because he was still planning to buy the languages and needed a new star watch. Should I exclude 4 and 5-star magic cores and collect them myself? No, it would take unknown time to track all 4 element magic cores myself, and after the protection was lifted, it would be mayhem out there. My strength is not enough. It would be over if I encountered someone like that dark being and more than one. Surprise attacks won't work every single time, especially if there are multiple enemies. Jacob thought grimly before he inhaled deeply and nodded while saying, I will continue. 166,600 ZC instantly vanished from his balanced states, leaving him with only 69,2 ZC. Thereafter, another black hole appeared in front of Jacob before colorful and glimmering cores started to pour out one after another. With shimmering eyes, Jacob collects all the 23 magic cores with a hint of excitement in his eyes. A feeling of relief washed over him when he saw all the magic cores in his pendant. He had taken another step closer to immortality. Jacob also felt extremely calm as all his greed for those things in the store also quelled, and peace returned to his mind. Nothing is compared to immortality. I can get as many of these toys as long as I have everlasting life and even more, Jacob thought with a peaceful expression. The next moment he took off his star watch and Livia's, his almost destroyed Titan swords and the silver sword. He even took off ragged armor as well as the extra ones in his storage, and he wore his usual dark attire. He wasn't done. He took out half of Fire Wyvern's scaly hide, 2 gallons of Fire Wiener blood, and lastly the Titan rifle, which was completely tranquil, and there was no recoil to speak of despite Jacob being ready to receive it. This made Jacob somewhat happy. He almost emptied all the pendant space as he only kept what he deemed important and took out anything extra or something he could make again, like the Titan rifle and swords. Tell me which of these things can be sold and how much will I get? He emotionlessly said while looking at the pile of things in front. He knew this was his only chance to get whatever he needed from this place, or he had to complete another trial to get such a chance again. So he stopped hesitating and decided to sell these things which were expendable. Especially the Titan rifle, which he had high hope that he would get a high price for it. He had spent over 600 ZC previously, including bullets, to make it, and he could do it again. Furthermore, he didn't forget about his free weapon, so he didn't need those swords for now, and they were not enough for him anyway. SAAI scan every item one by one before stating, Intermediate Type 0 Star Watches price. 200 ZC broken swords made with basic Type -1 materials price. 25 broken set of armor, 2 complete sets of male and female armor set price. 43 ZC infant fire wyvern hide, incomplete price. 21,000 ZC 2 gallons of infant fire wiener blood price. 100,200 ZC basic Type -2 projectile weapon and components price. 1 million basic Type -2 bullets prices. 5,000 per bullet, total bullets 13 total price. 65 0 ZC. Finale price 1,186,468 ZC. Will you accept this trade? Now we're talking, Jacob's lips curled up. He expected nothing less from his creation. In contrast, the revelation about the wyvern being only an infant made him astonished and bitter. I accept, he said without hesitation. He now knows that the gun business was as profitable as he remembered it to be, and he knew what he needed to do after getting out of there as well. All the things vanished before Jacob, but his eyes were fixed on the new balance, which was 1,193,370 ZC. Without hesitation, he first commanded to change the list into star watches, and he bought the first one on the list, which was an advanced Type -1 star watch with a price tag of 100,000. He knew these watches had many valuable functions, and in Zodiac Plains, if one didn't have a star watch, then they were as good as beasts. Furthermore, he needed a high-level star watch to gain access to the Alliance shop's magic-related features, so he knew it was worth the price. A black star watch with like a wristband appeared as it looked extremely ordinary, like a typical rubble wristband. But when Jacob wore it and activated it, it suddenly covered his arm like a liquid substance, and it was as thin as paper and looked just like black skin. Jacob was astonished when try moving his arm. He was even more surprised as he felt no resistance at all. It was like he was really wearing a thin layer of skin over his arm. Afterward, it got active. All the backup data in his account and his old star watch were downloaded within a few seconds as it shone over his arm. Jacob found many functions. He could even activate it while wearing clothes over it through the projection screen function, just like the projection list in front of him. Jacob decided to get familiar with it after he left here since there were some extremely unbelievable functions on it. He then opened the language list again and bought the Type -1 rune language, Type -1 magic rune encyclopedia, Type -1 philosopher language, and even the language of dead since it would come in handy if he ever decided to infiltrate the undead army again. This purchase cost him 61,100 ZC, and he received virtual copies of these languages in his Star Watch, which were bonded to his Star ID. He can't sell them or send them to anyone else, or it would be akin to a felony. As for physically spreading it, there was no warning about it. Even if there was any, Jacob wasn't planning to share it with anyone. Then Jacob opened the weapon list, which was divided into mech weapons and magic weapons, which made his eyes shine. He didn't even look in the mech weapons section as he was only interested in magic weapons in the Type-1 category now. Since his Titan rifle was a basic Type-2 weapon, it should fall into the mech weapon category. However, he knew there should be intermediate and advanced ranks above it. This means Type-2 weapons had firepower like Titan's sniper and were even more terrifying. This will also make those weapons unusable for Jacob. He didn't know how they measure a weapons rank here, but he was pretty sure that the weapons he had never dared to publicize in his old world were common, like vegetables here. So he wasn't afraid of standing out because of his creations anymore. He even wanted to learn more about this world's weapon technology, especially this magic weapon technology. Chapter 213 news spread when the magic weapon list appeared. Jacob was astonished as he saw all kinds of cold weapons with magic states. Magic weapon, Grey King Sword Advanced Type-1 Magic Qualities. 9-star mana channeling of all basic and rare elements. Cost 500,000 ZC Magic Weapon Spider Edge Knife Advanced Type-1 Magic Qualities. 9-star mana channeling of all basic and rare elements. Cost 300,000 ZC Magic Weapon All Element Staff Advanced Type-1 Magic Qualities. 9-star mana channeling of all basic and rare elements. Cost 700,000 ZCP Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanuyon SOM Projectile Magic Weapon Fire Spitting Gun Advanced Type-1 Magic Qualities Condense Fire Element Magic Bullets up to 9-star. Cost 900,000 ZC Artificial Fire Magic Bullets for Fire Spitting Gun 1-star to 9-star Quality 1-star Fire Magic Bullet Cost 100 ZC per bullet 2-star Fire Magic Bullet Cost 500 ZC per bullet 9-star Fire Magic Bullet Cost 10,000 ZC per bullet. Jacob was flabbergasted when he saw a gun among the magic weapons, and when he saw the details he was even more astonished. I have no clue that there was this type of gun out there which could condense magic bullets. Furthermore, this advanced Type-1 gun had only a specific element that it could channel, unlike those cold weapons, which can channel every rare element. So to speak, magic weapons are also made with specific elements as well as they are all-rounded. But for projectile weapons like guns, it seemed all-rounded element magic quality couldn't be achieved in Type-1 rank. I need to learn more about these things, especially magic, and get familiar with the technology. This shop is my best shot at achieving this without getting myself affiliated with anyone. Jacob's eyes shone as he started looking for a suitable weapon for himself. He didn't have the magic power to condense magic bullets nor the capital to buy artificial bullets, so he didn't go for any projectile weapon. The cold weapons were his best shot since they could also be used without magic power, and when he had the magic power, he could fully bring out their potential. He had already seen and experienced just how deadly a magic weapon being used with magic power is in his fight with White Minister. There were even magic resistance armors in this shop which also drew his attention, but he was confident in making something like that with the wyvern hide he kept for himself. In the end, Jacob stopped at a point as his eyes shimmered while looking at the item on the list. Magic Weapon, Doom Assassin Short Swords Pair, Advanced Type-1, Magic Qualities, 9-star mana channeling of all basic and rare elements. Mild stealth effect if used with Dark Element. Cost, 1,500,000 ZC Sheaths Cost, 20,000 ZC. Jacob looked at the pair of short swords with dark gray blades and black hilts with a crystal skull at their bottoms. Without hesitation, he said, I want to use my free weapon chance on Doom Assassin Short Swords. You have active 1 free Type-1 advanced weapon privilege, SAAIs emotionlessly declared. Thereafter a pair of exquisite short swords were delivered. Jacob took the sword, and he was astonished because they were not light but heavy, probably over 1 ton. The dark gray blades were 1 meter long and 2 inches wide as a strange pattern was engraved on the blades giving the feeling of icy sharpness. Once I'm done modifying the hilt, they'll be perfect for using my deceptive sword style. No wonder that guy could send me flying and his strikes were so heavy. His sword should also be quite heavy and on the same rank as this pair. A hint of regret flashed past Jacob's eyes when he understood just how precious that sword would have been. He could have sold it for a steep price if he had just picked it up. Nevertheless, this feeling was only fleeting as he stowed away the pair of new swords. Jacob then closed the weapon list without hesitation since he didn't need to spend his money on the magic weapons which he couldn't use, and he could make mech weapons. He would like to spend his money on the things he was in grave need of. The first thing he bought was a Type-1 Universal Magic Manual, which had every basic and rare element detail about magic and magic spells, costing him 250,000 ZC. But Jacob didn't feel the pinch, since he knew such a manual might not be available outside or even cost more. Then Jacob also bought a manual related to magic weapon crafting for 100,000 ZC and 2 encyclopedias called Universal Magical Materials Type-1, and universal beings living and dead type -1. So he won't be ignorant about what he was dealing with, and unknowingly charges right into his death like in the Dark Ruins. All these things were virtual, so his pendant space was still empty. So after he was done with the knowledge, he started to search for materials for his next big project and new Titan sniper. The Titan iron in this shop was of the highest quality. One couldn't be found in the rare plains, and it was much cheaper than from the outside, not to mention an immense amount. There were other materials he wasn't familiar with, but they were even more expensive than advanced type -1 Titan iron, like ice crystal steel, which cost 100 ZC for 1 gram, or bloodstone ore, which cost 500 ZC for 1 gram. In comparison, the Titan iron was 20 ZC for 1 gram only. Jacob thought for a moment before he bought 20 kg of Titan iron and a small quantity of ice crystal steel. Lastly, he bought something he knew he wouldn't find anywhere, or others might not even sell it to him if they knew what kind of things they were. In the end, Jacob was only left with 590 ZC, but he had this satisfied look in his eyes as he said, "I'm done." SAAI's emotionless voice rang. Faceless Ancient has decided to leave the champion's space on the date XXX and time XXX. The next moment a dark hole appeared, which was the size of a door, and Jacob knew it was his cue. So he didn't dwindle and entered the passage, as he couldn't be more familiar with it already. After he left, the dark hole closed. SAAI's static voice rang again. Information of the Type -1 Plane Soul Champion has been released to the Life Faction mainframe. Far away from the rare plane, two giant black flames suddenly ignited inside a mysterious space filled with crimson mist. They gave feelings of maliciousness and terror, and a dark projection appeared suddenly thereafter. A ghostly being been kneeling as it said in its spooky voice, "The rare plane's trial had been clear, my liege, and somehow the Life Faction had claimed the victory by clearing the trial in less than a year." The black fire flickered brightly as the crimson mist around started to churn. A corporeal voice with a mixture of male and female sounded, "Appoint a new overseer and get rid of the old one. Send 7,000 extraordinary zombies, 1,000 half-lick, 1,000 half-white, 500 lick, and 500 white." The ghostly being was shocked as it hesitantly said, "My liege, won't it be meaningless now that those ants can freely enter there in mass? The next trial is about to descend, and we could use those 10,000 soldiers to create an advantage. Therefore, we should just abandon those useless fools." As the black fire slowly started to die with the crimson mist, the voice said, "It would only make those pests stronger if we weren't there to keep them in check, and the same goes the other way around. This force will be enough to occupy them, and those pests won't dare to shift their focus because the trial is about to descend." The ghostly being remained silent for a moment before respectfully saying, "I shall do as you bid." My liege, in another palace, inside a large bright room filled with gentle light, an otherworldly beauty was sitting around a table as she looked at the three small projection in front of her with a peaceful expression. "I assumed you three had received the news already," the woman impassively said in her melodious voice. "Yes, I was just contacted by the overseer, and it is out of everyone's expectation." A man in blue robes in one of the projections sighed. "Indeed, who would have thought those idiots would be able to clear a trial in the span of over 7 short months? If I didn't know them better, I would have thought they were playing us for fools." A burly man in red armor chuckled. "Heh, it is quite clear whoever was behind it. Those 4 idiots have no idea about it since the champion didn't use the life zone protection nor the limit breaker. So we can assume he had no belonging to the rare planes." A gentle-looking male sneered coldly. The woman impassively said, "From my resources, it appeared that person had killed an extraordinary tier -6 white to claim the final shackle. That person might be of some help to our trial here if it could clear the rare planes trial in less than a year. That's why I want to use our 3 organization authority to buy its information from the SAAI." Chapter 214 Preparation of Ritual in the middle of a tropical forest. A black hole suddenly manifested before it started to grow bigger and only stabilized when it was the size of a person. Thereby, a black-clad person wearing a hood walked out before the black hole vanished. Jacob couldn't help but take a deep breath as he somewhat enjoyed the fresh scent of nature. He didn't know where he was, but it sure wasn't the gloomy dark woodlands. He then tapped 2 times over his wrist before a projection materialized. It was his new Star Watch with a projection feature. But it was only one of its minor functions. Jacob had already made himself familiar with this Star Watch while he was still in the dark space. It can not only send messages but also receive calls and video calls. There was even something like a projection call in this thing. Not only that, but this watch also had a radar and mapping function, and a powerful one at that. This Star Watch's most astonishing function was its magic detection ability. As long as Jacob activated it, then it didn't matter if someone was living or dead. As long as they were in a 10-mile radius and had magic, they will appear as colored dots within a virtual map. The limit of this feature was 9 star. Jacob had never thought the Star Watch could do this, and just this feature alone makes it indispensable for Jacob. Jacob activated the magic detection feature, and a virtual square map projection appeared, but it was empty, and a loaded icon appeared with a 1-minute timer. It's scanning the surrounding area. Jacob was astonished as he patiently waited. A minute passed before a green 3D map appeared, and Jacob could easily see terrains and zoom anywhere he wanted. There was nothing with magic in a 10-mile radius around him, so after fiddling with the map, he closed it since this feature was more useful in places like dark ruins. Then Jacob activated another map, which was actually the entire map of the rare plains which he had bought for 10 ZC from SAAI. Furthermore, this map was not an ordinary map, but a GPS map connected to the star network. P alpha pedi alpha Nanuyan SOM. This means as long as he had a star watch on, he could easily determine his position and use it for navigation or set up routes on this map. Strangely, the GPS was not available in the Star Watch. Even Jacob's advanced Type-1 Star Watch didn't have one. Upon asking, SAAI revealed the GPS map was only available to someone like Jacob with Type-1 star privilege, and it was none shareable. Jacob quickly determined where he was on the map, and he frowned because somehow he had appeared on the outskirts of the Magic Beast Forest, which was in Rare Wilderness and was also the central region of the Rare Plains. From here, the Freedom Plains and Wild Nation were 1 year of travel away. Well, it's not like I need something from that place anyway. It might be a good thing since I was planning to travel far away from that place. Since the barrier is lifted, those two factions are bound to fight tooth and nail with each other. Especially the dark beings who seem to have an advantage over the rare planes before. However, now that the living being from the other planes can enter infinity and dark beings' number has become limited, things might turn worse for dark beings. They will definitely be curious about who cleared the trial, and those bigwigs would also know about the benefits that came with clearing the trial. So I need to keep a low profile until there is no threat remaining for me in rare plains. Jacob's eyes shimmered coldly. Without wasting any more time, Jacob headed north to find some secluded place. The Magic Beast Forest was insanely large as both Freedom Plains and Wild Nation combined or even larger. Jacob didn't want to pick a fight with magic beasts in this place since he was in their territory, not until he needed to. After hours of carefully searching, Jacob finally found a location that was actually a small waterfall. However, with his current strength, the water pressure was nothing to him, and he cut open a cave right behind the waterfall with his new swords. He knew what he was about to do. He needed absolute secrecy and couldn't be careless. So he made a large enough cave to create the ritual array formation and blocked the entrance again with stones. After he was done, Jacob didn't spring into action immediately but rested as he ate more wyvern meat. He wanted to be in optimal condition before he started the ritual. He slept for an unknown time before he woke up as he felt refreshed and energetic, and all his fatigue from the dark ruins was behind him. Jacob's eyes turned sharp as he said, "Cursed immortality." It had been months since he summoned Cursed Immortality, and he never thought he would be able to survive without its guidance. But he did, and now he knew too much relaying will only do him more harm than good. Still, this didn't mean he won't use his assets just because of his ego. Cursed Immortality manifested and a string of familiar laughter appeared. "Ha ha ha, you sure take your sweet time to summon me. I started to feel rather lonely." Jacob pursed his lips. "Cut the nonsense and tell me why can't I summon you in the dark ruins? Are you afraid to be detected, or places like dark ruins can completely block you off?" Jacob was quite interested in this topic since it was related to Zodiac Will. "Aren't you had enough fun while in dark ruins? Why don't you ask that AI? She might be able to answer you." Jacob's lips curled up. "So you weren't blocked but afraid, got it. Now on to main business. Tell me how much space I need to set up the ritual array formation." Chapter 215, Cursed Heart Emergence. Part 1. Jacob's lips curled up. "So you weren't blocked but afraid, got it. Now on to main business. Tell me how much space I need to set up the ritual array formation." Immortica clearly didn't mind Jacob's jeering words, nor did it refute them, as it replied like usual, "Heh, afraid or not, you'll know in the future, and trust me, I'll be there when you figure it out. Anyhow, as you said, on the main business. Since you have already collected all 36 element cores, all you need to do is to correctly arrange those cores exactly as the diagram in the scripture. This room should be enough. You can also draw an outline before setting them up, and then all you need to do is to sit in the core of the array formation. It will automatically trigger the moment your cursed mark is detected. The cursed mark is actually the key to activating this ritual formation. Without it, it's nothing but a drawing. A fair warning though, there are 4 phases of the final level: activation, spread, incorporate, and finally, cursed heart condensing. You won't feel pain in the first and second phases. But when the incorporate phase starts, you will feel an unimaginable pain far worse than you felt when you complete the second level. You have to endure the pain while remaining conscious because the moment you lose your consciousness, the ritual will stop, and all the element cores will turn into dust after creating a terrifying explosion. Afterward, you have to collect the cores all over again if you manage to survive that it. As for the last phase, it will all depend on yourself whether you can cross it. Ha ha ha. Jacob felt a chill run down his spine when reading the part about the pain and explosion and the subtle fourth phase. He had this feeling before that he won't be getting out of it without pain and could only sigh and succumb to his fate. Thanks for the heads up. Jacob sneered coldly before he turned the page. First phase of body transformation. Cursed heart emergence first stage, cursed heart emergence. 3 levels first level, formation of immortal mark inside the modify heart complete. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark complete. Third level. Cursed mark into cursed heart description 1. Collect 4 primary elements fire, water, earth, wind element cores magic core from 1 star to 9 star. Fire 9 out of 9. Water 9 out of 9. Earth 9 out of 9. Wind 9 out of 9. Description 2. After collecting all 36 element core, create the following ritual array formation. Decryption 3 sat in the middle of this ritual array formation. Completion of this stage will cause agelessness of heart. Jacob opened the ritual array formation diagram, which was in the shape of a large pentagram, and within this pentagram were triangular points. All he had to do was to arrange the cores as described according to the diagram. There were even magic core elements and levels described on each point, so there wasn't any room for error. Jacob quickly sprang into action as he first drew the outline of the diagram on the cave floor and then carefully started to place the element orbs, one after another. The dark cave was lit in colorful lights at this moment as a thick element aura filled the air. With shimmering eyes, Jacob looked at the empty center within the colorful cores, and he knew the moment he sat there, the ritual would start. "This is it, right?" Jacob questioned sternly. "Yes, there is no error. Now hurry up before those low-level element cores run out of element power and oh, don't die, I don't want to be in this cave," Immortality wrote. HMPH, Jacob sneered coldly before his clothes started to vanish from his body. He was now completely naked, and only the infinity pendant remained around his neck. Jacob then approached the center of the ritual array formation and sat down. The very next moment thereafter, Jacob felt a throb in his heart, and the magic cores suddenly started to glow brightly. Colorful lines started to condense from the magic cores, and one by one, those magic cores connected with the magic cores one after another. When the formation was completed, the entire cave was glowing. However, Jacob's expression was rigid because the moment the formation was active, he felt like he was stuck in his spot as he couldn't move despite trying. The circle where Jacob was sitting started to light in all kinds of light at this moment before those multiple lights started to eclipse each other until nothing but the black color was left. Jacob felt palpitation in his heart as he clearly felt a dark coldness start to seep into his body and slowly cover every inch of his immobilized body. His calm heart suddenly started to race, and he had no control over it whatsoever. Thereafter, Jacob clearly feels the coldness in his body start to gather within his heart as the formation shines brightly. Soon, Jacob's entire body felt icy. He even imagined himself being frozen slowly. But he didn't lose focus since he knew this was just the beginning. Within Jacob's body, a dark infinity symbol was shining in a dark sheen as it was slowly getting inkier. Most importantly, it was spreading, covering Jacob's crimson heart in its inky black color from the inside out. The more the cured mark spread, the colder Jacob felt. He had never thought when Immortality said the first and second phases were not painful, it meant they were even worse than pain. Because if this coldness kept increasing, he might lose his mind before he could endure any pain. But the strange thing was there was no sign of freezing, and Jacob could also see this, so he told himself that it was merely an illusion and endured. However, when an hour passed, Jacob felt like he was sitting at the bottom of an icy lake and he couldn't even move. His breathing was heavy and he couldn't feel his body or heart at this moment, but everything changed when the third phase started. Chapter 216 Cursed Heart Emergence. Part 2. Jacob's skin was as pale as a corpse. He had lost all the feeling in his body as he was barely conscious, and his vision was blurry. He never thought he would succumb to the freaking cold of all things, and he had this feeling that this wasn't even really cold. It was the strange energy seeping from the ritual array formation. Right at this moment, when Jacob was almost on his limit, a warm current suddenly spread from his heart. If he could look at his heart right now, he would be shocked because his heart had turned inky black. A strange crimson sheen started to emerge over his heart, and with every beat, this crimson sheen was covering his blood vessels. Jacob was completely indulged in the warmth spreading in his body, and his pale skin regained a rosy luster. However, Jacob abruptly opened his eyes when he felt the temperature rising. His eyes dilated when he saw himself engulfed in a crimson sheen. Before he could figure out what was happening, his eyes suddenly went wide, so wide they were almost on the verge of breaking out of their sockets. At this moment, Jacob's black heart slowly started to twist, and Jacob could feel every moment of it as he wanted to scream, but his body was utterly immobilized except for his eyes. The ritual array formation suddenly started to turn crimson from colorful and strange glyphs surfaced within the formation. It was the start of the third phase. But Jacob didn't even notice the huge change in the formation because his eyes were completely bloodshot. He could feel his heart kept twisting. The strangest thing was there was no blood or anything but just pain, a pure unimaginable pain. I can't take it, I can't take it. No. No, I need to remain conscious or it will be over. I will not be going to die again. Never. Jacob started a mental war with himself. A part of him wanted to give up because of the pain and a part of him wanted to fight. Jacob didn't know how much time had passed, but for him it was forever, but the pain was only increasing, not lessening. In reality, only 10 seconds had passed since his heart started to twist. At this moment, his heart didn't look hard at all as it was completely twisted and still wasn't done. Furthermore, the pretzel of the heart didn't affect any other function of his body as everything was working like nothing was happening. Even his blood flow wasn't disrupted. As his heart continued to twist, Jacob was on the verge of instantly, but he didn't lose consciousness as he had already decided to remain conscious at the expense of his sanity. If it was what he had to pay for immortality, he will pay it. As more and more crimson energy poured into his heart, it continued to twist further and faster without breaking or damaging. The heart continued to twist and compress until nothing was left of it but a twisted 1-meter-long thread, completely detached from his blood vessels. The only thing keeping Jacob alive was the crimson energy that was keeping his nervous system running. Jacob didn't even feel anything anymore as his eyes were completely blank despite being wide open as he was staring at the void. The black thread, which was also Jacob's former heart, suddenly started to bend and took the shape of 8, which was the shape of the infinity symbol. The moment the infinity symbol was complete, a dark mist was released from it before it started to mend the symbol, before nothing but a smooth infinity symbol was left without any flaws. The infinity symbol was as large and wide as his heart, and it remained in his heart's place just like any normal heart. The very next moment, all those detached blood vessels started to magically connect to the black infinity symbol under Crimson Energy's guidance, only after another. The final phase had started, but Jacob was still staring at the void with a blank look on his face, despite the pain already being over. Suddenly, the crimson formation started to change color again and slowly turned black, and the glyphs also began to change. This time, those glyphs didn't provide any energy, but they slowly started to move toward Jacob like ants and crept over his body. There were 36 black glyphs that were moving over Jacob's body and slowly making their way toward his chest, toward his heart. As the glyphs were leaving their place, the formation also started to dim down from point to point, leaving nothing but the dust of magic cores behind. At this moment, clarity returned to Jacob's eyes. He was in a daze because he wasn't sitting in a dark cave, but he found himself sitting around a large table filled with all kinds of delicious foods. 3 boys were sitting on his left side while a gorgeous woman was on his right side. "Why are you not eating? Is there something wrong?" the beautiful woman asked in a gentle tone filled with love and concern. Jacob snapped out of his daze as he turned his cold eyes toward the woman and shock surfaced as he blurted, "Who are you? What are you talking about?" "I'm your wife," the woman replied with concern. "Do you need me to call the doctor? You're not behaving like yourself." Jacob couldn't help but look at the woman with uncertainty and called with doubt, "Hope, did your brain finally give up after you used it for all that research? You even forget about your dear wife?" Hope pursed her lips. "Hee hee, Dad is acting silly." A little boy around the age of 3 or 4 laughed frivolously. Hope couldn't help but giggle before he lovingly chided the boy, "Little Zany, don't be disrespectful or your grumpy dad will ignore you again." Jacob also glanced at the little boy as he remembered it was his youngest son Zane. But he was no longer the mature man as he had last seen him. Besides, Zane was a teenager with a firm look in his eyes just like Jacob. He was William, the oldest son. Beside him was another boy from the age of 13 to 14. He had the cold, mature looks of Jacob. He was Ryan, his second son. However, despite seeing all of them, Jacob didn't want to believe they were here for some reason. He even remembered all of his memories of the Zodiac Plains and what he was doing before he woke up here. That was the major cause of his doubt, and the more he looked at his old family, a strange anger welled up in his heart. "You are not Hope and you 3 are not my sons. Just who are you and what kind of game are you playing?" Jacob instantly stood up as he was feeling uneasy. This feeling was coming from his heart. Hope suddenly lost her smile as shock surfaced on his charming face before she quickly approached Jacob with deep anxiety. "Why are you behaving this way? I'm going to call the doctor. There is something wrong with you. Let me take you to the bedroom so you can rest until the doctor arrives." However, Jacob felt even more uneasiness when Hope approached him and quickly dodged her hands. It was like he was facing his natural enemy. Immortica, what kind of trick are you planning? He roared in indignation as he looked at Hope's teary eyes and his kids' concerned and appalled expressions. But he didn't feel any sympathy but loathing. He thought he was losing his mind since he knew even if he turned into a monster, he would never feel loathing for Hope, no matter what. Yet here he was, trying to avoid her like she was some kind of disease, and it was all because of the scary feeling in his chest. Dad, why are you making Mom cry? Zane innocently uttered with teary eyes. Why are you acting such a jerk? William also chimed in with an angry look as he held his mother's hand. I'm going to call Dr. Grady, Mom. Please don't cry, Ryan gently said before he shot a cold glance at Jacob. Ha ha ha. Jacob suddenly laughed out loud at this moment. His eyes were filled with coldness as he regained his indifferent demeanor. I don't know what kind of trick you are planning, but you have done a lousy job while making those 4 copies. Now I'm sure this is some kind of illusion. That prick book said the 4th phase depended on me. I thought it was talking about pain, but now that I'm seeing this illusion, it seemed what it meant was this shitey test. Jacob grimly stated as he looked at his family, which only gave him a feeling of hostility. Since this is an illusion, all I have to do is to wake up. Jacob's eyes went ruthless before he flashed toward the glass window. Stop. Chapter 217 First Phase. Second stage within the dark cave. At this moment, 36 tiny dark glyphs covered in crimson sheen were gathered on Jacob's left breast, and surprisingly those glyphs were arranged in the exact pattern as the ritual array formation. All of a sudden, those glyphs started to be absorbed within his chest, and one after another they started to brand the infinity symbol, vanishing thereafter. When the last 36 glyph got branded, the crimson sheen on Jacob also vanished, and thereby the new infinity heart started to beat, and with every beat it discharged a red glow. Thereupon, clarity started to return in Jacob's blank eyes. Assorted emotions shimmed within those amber eyes before anger took over. However, he was startled when he found he could move his body, and the cave was completely dark. Before he could investigate the situation, he felt his entire body sour. A sudden feeling of emptiness and exhaustion washed over him, and his eyes turned extremely heavy. He wobbled a bit before he fell backward, and without realizing it, he was sound asleep. Immortica's impetuous, eerie voice suddenly rang. Heh, this ought to do it. After an unknown time, Jacob's eyelids trembled before they were opened, revealing his confused eyes. But the confusion was only fleeting before they regained clarity. Rubmly. He was caught off guard by powerful rumbling in his stomach before he felt extreme hunger wash over him, which was as terrifying as he remembered it to be. He quickly picked himself up, but was shocked when his hand literally pushed into the stone floor like it was made out of wet clay. My strength has increased. Jacob's eyes shimmered as he was using exact same force he was used to before. He then controlled his strength again before he was able to pick himself up, and without wasting time, he started eating the wyvern meat. But he was soon astonished when he found the meat no longer gave the feeling of burning his internal organs, nor could he feel the fiery energy within anymore. There was nothing but gentle energy flowing throughout his body within his body at this moment, and the speed of digestion was far faster than before. It was as fast as when he consumed a rare tier of meat. Don't tell me I need a terrifying amount of energy again to make my body compatible with my heart again, just like in the injection process. Jacob grimaced as he thought about it while eating. The more he ate, the more he knew it was likely to be the case. Because the hunger was slowly getting subdued, but it wasn't anywhere near quenched despite him eating over 5 pounds of wyvern meat, which was enough to keep him functioning for weeks before. Still, Jacob didn't stop, as he could visibly feel it getting stronger with every passing second. He also noticed that his eyesight was getting better and better as he could now vaguely see in the dark cave, and his hearing and other senses were also increasing. The strangest thing he noticed was his heart because, for some reason, his heartbeat had changed, and it was simply too vague, and his control over his heart rate somehow reached a terrifying level. Because after he tried, he could completely stop his heartbeat with a thought, but for some strange reason, his blood flow wasn't disrupted, and he didn't feel any danger despite his heart getting stopped. He could even breathe normally, which was completely abnormal. It was like his heart was a completely different organ of his body, which was now completely under his control. The scariest thing that had changed was the fluid acceleration because Jacob could now enter in 7x acceleration and exit it within a second. Just what of change had happened to my heart? My entire body seemed to work perfectly despite me stopping it for a whole minute. Jacob had an appalled yet excited expression. However, he didn't dare to test the limit of this heart-stopping ability since he might really die without being able to start his heart again. Afterward, he continued to eat until there was nothing left of wyvern, but Jacob still felt slightly dissatisfied. But the feeling was now very faint, and he reckoned that 95% of his body was now perfectly matched his newly strengthened heart. Yet it was still shocking that even after eating a Tierminus 6 extraordinary wyvern, his body was still not perfected. Nevertheless, Jacob was feeling boundless strength coursing through his veins. I'm clearly in the rank of extraordinary physiques now, but why the hell I still can't feel magic? Won't Immortality say no one can enter extraordinary rank without a 3-star magic core? Jacob thought with uncertainty. Cursed immortality. He tried summoning the book since he didn't know how much time had passed since he fell unconscious. But he was hoping for the book to appear since he wanted to confront it about that strange dream, since he knew it was too real to be a dream. Furthermore, he had to commit suicide before he was awakened from that dream, which was evident that it was some kind of illusion, not a dream. Not only that, but he had the feeling that nothing would happen to him even if he jumped from a 50-story building, or he would never dare to try committing suicide. But for some reason, he trusted that feeling even to put his life on the line, and in the end, it played well in his favor. Still, he wanted to know what was that and why it happened right in the middle of the ritual. Lastly, the first stage of the first phase had been completed, so he wanted to see the requirement for the next stage. At this moment, cursed immortality appeared afloat in front of Jacob, and his eyes shone with anticipation as he opened the first page. Cursed immortality, cursed immortal physique, 9 phases. Current phase, first phase, body transformation, stages of body transformation, 3 first stage, cursed heart emergence, compete second stage. Cursed blood condensing, current third stage, compete second stage inheritor. Jacob Steve current phase, first body transformation, first stage progress, complete second stage progress, 0% lifespan. 250 years, all youthful. Jacob squinted his eyes when he saw the new stage, first heart and now blood. Well, it won't be too painful as the heart, at least I hope so. But when his eyes fell on his lifespan, happiness filled his heart, 250 and all youthful. Is this the effect of completing the first stage? Whichever the case was, Jacob was thrilled to see his lifespan increasing, which was all he wanted. He felt all his suffering was worth it. Jacob then quickly flipped the page to see the cursed blood condensing stages requirements. First phase of body transformation, cursed blood condensing, second stage, cursed blood condensing progress, 0% description. Convert your blood into cursed blood until it reaches 100% completion by absorbing the heart blood of legendary beings or their descendants. Completion of this stage will result in 500 years of lifespan. P alpha pedi alpha nanujon SOM, legendary beings' heart blood or their descendants. I should have seen this coming. Jacob pulled a bitter smile when he saw the requirement. Although this stage didn't have any levels since something called a legendary being was involved, Jacob knew this stage was going to be even harder than the first one. He then flipped the page before his expression turned frosty as he said, "Before the explanation at this stage, I want to know what that dream was, and don't even try to pretend you have no idea about it." "Oh, is there something wrong? I clearly have no idea what you're talking about." Immortality wrote. Jacob frowned. "I fell into an illusion where I see my old family, but somehow my heart told him they were not real and I should just die to escape that place before it was too late. I know you knew something since you said the fourth phase will depend on me, so stop pretending and out with it." Jacob won't believe for a second Immortality didn't know what it was. He knew this book was like an omniscient existence, hiding terrifying secrets. However, Immortality still denied it. That might be some sort of dreaming effect you experience because of the pain. "Still, I'm shocked you have the guts to commit suicide." Ha ha ha. Jacob gnashed his teeth since he knew it was impossible to make this book talk, so he could only drop the subject. But a seed of doubt had been planted within his heart which won't go away no matter what. He then inhaled deeply before he asked, "Then what's the deal with my heart, and why can it be stopped while my body works just fine, and what's the limit? Lastly, how strong am I? Before that, I have good news for you. Just like before, after you complete the first stage, my summoning time has been increased from 1 hour to 3 hours. Lastly, the infinity pendant's 10 cubic meter space has been increased to 25 cubic meters." Chapter 218 Legendary rank. Jacob wasn't surprised at all since he had already noticed the change in the infinity pendant when he accessed it for the meet. As for the increased time in Immortality, it was also quite good since it could easily track down hidden enemies around him accurately. He didn't trust the Star Watch scanner completely. "Heh, I started to miss your expression a little." Immortality wrote about seeing Jacob remain indifferent. Jacob merely sneered, "If you have time for this nonsense, why don't you answer my questions? Then I might actually be surprised." "Oh, you will be going to surprise. Let's start with the cursed heart. Your current heart is no longer the heart you're familiar with. Its shape, structure, functions, and purpose had been completely changed after you completed the first stage. Firstly, your heart cannot age any longer, which means it would never weaken no matter what, and as a result, you will naturally experience some changes in your body. Your heart in particular is no longer just for pumping blood or keeping you alive. It is a new organ that has all the functions of your heart, as well as some that transcend it. Like you just experienced that you can stop your heartbeat but still can breathe, as well as your blood flow also won't get affected by it. This is also one of the perks of a cursed heart. Most importantly, a cursed heart is the foundation of the cursed immortal physique, and without it, you won't be able to move forward in the scripture. You could say it was one of the biggest hurdles on your way to immortality, Immortality wrote. Jacob's eyes shimmered with a hint of ecstasy when he read to this point. Immortality continued, as for its limit, it has had virtually none, but this didn't mean your other body part would be able to handle it. That's why your lifespan is only 250 years right now. It is the actual limit of your body, so aging is no longer your concern. As for your strength, when your hunger is completely gone, you should be as strong a peak of extraordinary tier -6 life form, and your body will be able to handle 15x acceleration. Speaking of which, your fluid acceleration should no longer be a threat to you as long as you won't exceed your body limit, because your heart rate is now completely under your control. You just need some practice to get familiar with it. Jacob's lips curled before he asked, then why didn't I have any magic right now? You said yourself that no one can enter the extraordinary tier without a 3-star magic core. Heh, do you really believe you're like others? Immortality didn't reply but questioned instead. Jacob pursed his lips. Fine, you win. He knew asking was useless since he already had guessed this much. He wasn't like others because of cursed immortality. I told you I'm not a magic book. You're on your own in that field, Immortality wrote. Fine, now about the second stage, Jacob questioned with a solemn look. Cursed blood condensing is a relatively straightforward stage from the first stage. All you need to do is either squeeze the blood out of a heart or just eat it raw. Both things result in the same conclusion. Your new heart will do the rest, as it will automatically be activated once you consume the heart blood of some legendary being or anything closely related to one until all the blood in your body is converted. Jacob frowned. What are legendary beings? Although he was happy about the simplicity of this stage, he knew the true terror lies within the legendary beings he required the heart blood of. Ha ha ha, you might have already guessed it. Legendary is the 6th rank of the power system in Zodiac Plains. Common, rare, extraordinary, epic, unique, and then legendary. Above extraordinary is epic rank with 9 tiers, then above epic is unique with 9 tiers. Lastly, legendary rank, it didn't just have tiers but different states as well. First state, Fable Legendary State, which had 12 tiers. Second state, Legendary Noble State with 9 tiers. Third state, Legendary Lord with 6 tiers. Fourth and last state, Legendary King State with 3 tiers. I will only warn you here, you better not even dare to think about going after a legendary rank expert, even a Fable Legendary of first tier. Because even if you use the strongest weapon in your mind, you will only get obviated. Even a first-tier unique rank can easily kill you without lifting a finger. Such an example will be the infant fire wyvern you managed to kill. A fire wyvern had 4 growth stages: infant, childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. It was born extraordinary, became epic in childhood, reached unique in adolescence, and fable legendary in adulthood. Jacob felt palpitation just when he read about the wyvern and felt like he had a closed shave with death, and if that wyvern was in its childhood stage, then he was most likely dead already. Ignorance is bliss, he mumbled hoarsely. Heh, exactly. If that wyvern were awake, you would die without even getting a chance to play any trick despite it still being in the infant stage. Still, you managed to hunt a creature with a legendary bloodline and potential, which also explained the decedent part. All you need is to search for creatures with a legendary potential and bloodline like that infant fire wyvern. Jacob's eyes suddenly went wide when he thought of something. He quickly asked, then does this also mean? Yes, the wyvern heart in your pendant will be sufficient to convert your blood significantly. Since it had over 90% chance of becoming a fable legendary, you might annex one of Fire Wyvern's innate abilities like its fire magic talent. What? Are you serious? Jacob was baffled as he lost his calm demeanor. This was simply too unbelievable for him. He never thought the wyvern heart he was storing for another purpose would have a use for him. Hee, why would I joke with you about this thing? A legendary creature like wyverns had a complete fable legendary bloodline, which gave them over 90% chances of reaching the legendary rank and granted them terrifying innate abilities. This will also grant them natural superiority over those who are born from a unique species and had no destiny with the legendary rank whatsoever. Even those with a diluted bloodline of legendary rank species couldn't compare to a complete legendary bloodline. In your case, as long as you consume the hearts of someone with a complete legendary bloodline while being in the second stage of the body transformation, you will have a small chance to annex an ability through their heart blood. But then again, such creatures will be protected by their kin like treasures, not just lying around in some graveyard for you to assassinate. So I suggest you don't have your hopes up or try going after them in your greed. Besides, you can't continuously consume the same type of heart blood. The effect will be a 90% decrease with each consumption until you don't receive anything. Jacob felt a bucket of bold water pour on his head as all his excitement died down and he regained his cold demeanor again. Nevertheless, he was still thrilled since he already had a chance to acquire something that only someone with a complete fable legendary bloodline would have. Not to mention, he can instantly convert some of his blood into cursed blood. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly since he was still feeling lingering hunger, and if his hunger increased after he consumed the wyvern's heart, then he might fall into danger. So he was planning on hunting some magic beasts first to complete his body compatibility with his current heart, and only then can he consume the wyvern heart. Jacob couldn't help but look at the cursed immortality and question, then this also means that such a bloodline will only exist in those unique species, right? P alpha P D alpha Nanuyon SOM, why of course not just any species can become a unique species. A good bloodline played a very important part in it. An epic race will need luck to become a unique rank, while for a unique to legendary race even luck can't help them. You have to do your research. I can only help you with this much. What about their magic capacity? Jacob squinted his eyes. This was the biggest threat in Jacob's eyes. Since this stage didn't involve magic, then I can't tell you anything about it. You're on your own. I have already answered your questions related to the second stage as well as revealed benefits. So don't be greedy, Immortica mockingly wrote. Jacob frowned, but he didn't dwell on the matter since he knew this was where the book had drawn its line. Now he was on his own again. Jacob then closed the book and stood up from his position. He had bought many things from the Dark Ruins and it was time to study them, but first he needed to quench his hunger fully. Chapter 219 Still not avail. A blast suddenly occurred, but its sound was completely masked by the waterfall ahead. A cave passage appeared and a black-clad person with a mask and hood walked out and stopped at the edge. Jacob looked at the falling water ahead, which was dark. That could only mean there was no light outside nighttime. However, Jacob wasn't bothered by it since his vision was almost at the level of night vision, and he assumed that once his hunger was gone, he would not have to worry about darkness either. This place was really excellent for hiding. A pity I need to abandon it so soon. Jacob sighed ruefully before he jumped ahead with full force, leaving a cracked cave entrance behind. Thereby, Jacob's figure directly shot past the small waterfall, and he appeared right above a river stream, and because of the force he was still moving forward. It was like he was flying. I'm definitely stronger. Jacob's lips curled up behind the mask as he enjoyed the feeling of floating. But it didn't last long as after 50 meters, he started to fall and directly entered the river below. This river was actually one of the river branches of the Great Star River. If he continued to travel beside this river, he would end up in the Great Star River. But Jacob is not planning on leaving the rare plains yet. At least not until he figured out about the magic. Since he already knew about the epic, unique, and terrifying legendary ranks, he didn't want to overestimate himself and get killed by moving forward without having any knowledge about magic. It was pretty easy to guess that magic was an essential part of the higher species and was also needed if someone wanted to evolve further. So, Jacob was planning to live in the central region of the Rare Plains, far away from the Freedom Plains and Wild Nation, since those two regions would be at each other's throats right now. As for living in the wilderness, he didn't need to because, with the GPS map of the Rare Plains, Jacob also got all the location information in the Rare Plains, which was hilariously large. But the most crucial location he got on the map was the location Dark City in the central region. Jacob was quite surprised when he saw the Dark City in this place. He never thought it was located so far away from the Freedom Plains. If he had searched for it on his own, he might have never been able to locate it. Nevertheless, he was planning on going to the Dark City since that place was much more reliable than other organizations, and he could also freely trade materials there. While he was heading there, Jacob was planning to hunt as well as evaluate his rank in the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Of course, he didn't forget about his permanent membership. Especially after his encounter with SAAI, he knew these three hegemonies were the best markets for him after a champion shop. Furthermore, he needed to make ZC and a huge amount of it so that he won't fall into a pensive state like in the champion shop. Jacob then left the river and entered the forest ahead. He opened his Star Watch virtual projection and determined his location and then his destination, which was the Dark City. It was 4 months away from his current position, and it was deep into the Magic Beast Forest, probably in the core area. What a bunch of lunatics to build this city right in the middle of Magic Beast's nests, he thought wryly. Afterward, he opened the Zodiac Warrior Alliance mission application to see if the missions were still the same or had changed. Welcome to Zodiac Warrior Alliance mission application. Now corresponding missions according to your rank can be chosen from the Star Watch application, and a warrior rank can be improved directly through the Star Watch. Zodiac Warrior Alliance ID, Faceless Ancient Current Rank. 1-star Nightmare Warrior Knight, Reserve Zodiac Warrior. Next rank, 2-star Nightmare Warrior Knight Mission. Jacob clicked on the mission section without hesitation. Mission promotion mission available. 3's note. Complete any one of these missions to promote. 1. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient defeating a 2-star Nightmare Knight fighter or magic in Nightmare Warrior Arena. Reward. Rank promotion 10 ZC, a 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing a rare tier -9 beast. Reward rank promotion 5 ZC, a 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Sent a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing a rare tier -9 dark being reward. Rank promotion 15 ZC, 2 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. Reward missions Rare Plains, difficulty 1-star Nightmare Warrior Night 1. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing rare tier -9 dark beings reward, 1 ZC per being star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing extraordinary tier -1 dark beings reward, 25 ZC per being star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing extraordinary tier -2 dark beings reward, 100 ZC per being, 1-star rare fighter manual 1-time achievement reward for 1-star Nightmare Warrior Knight only star recording. Note, only recording taken with this application will be accepted. Jacob was content when he saw the missions were the same, but he felt pity that he couldn't hunt down dark beings here or he could amass a high number of ZC. Nevertheless, he knew better than to be greedy. Dark beings were nothing but trouble, and he was content with magic beasts and raising his ranks. Furthermore, he wanted to see if he would be picked by the Alliance to take into a higher plane if he cleared all the Nightmare Warrior Knight ranks, according to Nixon. Then Jacob remembered something, opened the Alliance market, and tried opening the combat techniques again. Last time he was shunned because his Star Watch didn't have a mana detection function, but this Star Watch was far above any Star Watch present in the Rare Plains. Now the question was if he had mana or not. Still, he was quite anticipatory. However, he frowned darkly when you have no mana, therefore this section cannot be opened. Chapter 221st Promotion. Jacob didn't know how to feel as he looked at the notification with a rather dark expression. What the point of me using so many ZC on this watch if I can't even use its true functions properly? He frowned with a regretful look. He then closed the Alliance market and opened the Type -1 Universal Magic Manual. This thing was even more expensive than his Star Watch, as it cost him 250,000 ZC. According to its introduction, this manual had every basic and rare element detail about magic and magic spells. Lastly and most importantly, the reason why he bought this expensive manual was it had full guidance on primary stages, sensing, using, and storing. However, Jacob was almost cured when he opened the manual and saw the words. They were all in rune language and he couldn't understand a thing. I should have known. He sneered with an angry look in his eyes as he closed the manual and opened the languages he had bought from the champion shop. This time, he was determined to learn every freaking language before he opened those other books to save himself trouble later. As for his surrounding, despite his focus on his Star Watch, he was completely alert and his senses were at a terrifying level. Especially his hearing, he could even hear tiny insects crawling from hundreds of meters away, much less if someone wanted to ambush him. On the contrary, he wanted some beast to ambush him by showing his carelessness and opening. This way, he could save himself the trouble of finding them as well as he would quickly absorb his gains. That's how he started to learn the rune language first, which was quite complex, but he was shocked when he discovered his learning capabilities had increased to a terrifying degree. He almost had a photographic memory as he could easily remember everything, even if he just glanced momentarily at the text. Jacob was elated since he knew it should be one of the benefits of his cursed heart, so he learned with even more enthusiasm and a terrifying speed. There was a total of 33 alphabetic in Type 0 rune language and over 300,000 words combination. But Jacob remembered them and their meanings quite fast as he walked slowly within the thick forest. However, after walking for 10 hours, he didn't get ambushed by anything and it was already morning. Still, Jacob was full of energy and was still learning the Type 0 rune language, which was almost done. Jacob was quite astonished after he was done with the Type 0 rune language. He also discovered that the once foreign words he had seen in the dark ruins were now comprehensible, especially the riddle in the second secret room. Dignity is nothing before love, so that's what it meant by those words, huh? What a strange way to put it. Still, I don't know what to do without knowing the answer to those riddles beforehand. He smiled wryly. Still, he was astonished since he could easily understand those words after learning just the Type 0 rune language. Previously, he thought that he would only understand the language in the Dark Ruins after he learned the Type -1 part, but he seemed to have misgiving about the Type 0 and Type -1 ranks. Could it be the Type 0 rank represent anything under the ranks of common and rare, while the Type -1 is extraordinary or even epic? Jacob mused with shimmering eyes. Without wasting more time on mulling, he opened the Type -1 part of the rune language. He knew the answer to his question lay within the materials he already had. Because if this was true, then those Type -1 materials were not rare but extraordinary. Jacob was under the impression that Type -1 rank was for rare and only Type -2 rank should be for extraordinary, which should be normal since there was a Type 0 that easily could be synonym with the common rank. But if his new conjecture was true, then Type 0 could be equivalent to common, rare ranks, or even extraordinary. But the chance of extraordinary being included in the Type 0 rank was almost null because it would be too unbelievable since then Type -1 be the epic rank. This was the rare plains, so just the extraordinary rank existence was abnormal here, much less the epic rank. In Type -1 rune language, there are 66 new words and over 3 million words combination, which is a lot for anyone who wants to learn a new language and does not have a good memory or comprehensive ability. But for Jacob, it was only slightly challenging but not difficult as he annexed the information like a bottomless abyss. Unknowingly, Jacob had been walking for 4 days, and he was already deep in the outer region of the magic beast forest. At this moment, Jacob was still walking while completely focused on the projection over his wrist, and he was still avoiding any trees in his way without looking. There was a small map projection at the corner of this projection which had an outline of a selected route, and Jacob had been following this route while continuing his study of Type -1 rune language. However, his focus was broken for a moment before he continued, but his lips moved up slightly under his mask. He suddenly closed the file in front and opened the Alliance app and directly selected the second rank promotion mission and selected Star Recording. The projection on his wrist instantly vanished, and he knew the recording had been started. This Star Watch had this 3D recording function, and he knew he didn't need to point it at anything, and it could record anything within a 10-meter radius around him. The videography technology of this Star Watch was quite advanced, and the photograph technology was the same. Jacob even must that if he had tried to record with his other Star Watch, that function might not work as well in this application since that watch didn't have the 3D recording function, which could show the entire fight without any loophole. What delightful timing, I was just feeling hunger. Jacob smiled as one of his newly acquired Doom Assassin short swords appeared in his right hand. The moment the dark gray sword appeared in Jacob's hand, a silhouette appeared over Jacob's head and it was over 3 meters wide. Without even looking, Jacob slashed his sword vertically as its terrifying wind whistle sounded and the wind was raised in the vicinity. The next moment, the huge silhouette split into two and landed into 2 pieces right in front of Jacob. His attack was so fast and powerful that even Jacob was surprised when he saw the evenly cleaved beast lying in its blood ahead. Even its bones were cut clean. It was a purple color ape with a yellow patch of fur over its chest and head. A rare Tier -9 purple ape. Jacob identified the beast, but then frowned because a purple ape didn't have anything remotely yellow on its skin. Still, he decided to stop the recording and try sending it back and see what happened. Because he was sure that this ape was at least Tier -9 rare rank, since it was able to sneak on him within a few seconds, after he detected its movement 500 meters away. Jacob was going to start gutting the beast since he thought it would take a while before he received some kind of reply from the Alliance. But he was baffled when his Star Watch vibrated after 10 seconds he sent the video. Your promotion video recording has been verified. You have killed an extraordinary Tier -2 purple vile ape. Reward 1 rank promotion to 2-star Nightmare Warrior Knight 2, 100 ZC3. 1 2-star rare fighter skill available missions has updated. How efficient. He clicked his tongue and had to admit that the Alliance was really worthy of its title as the strongest hegemony among the 3. Jacob then checked his new missions, which were changed according to his rank. Zodiac Warrior Alliance ID, Faceless Ancient current rank, 2-star Nightmare Warrior Knight Reserve Zodiac Warrior, next rank. 3-star Nightmare Warrior Knight mission. Jacob clicked on the mission section without hesitation. Mission promotion mission available. 3 note, complete any one of these missions to promote. 1. Sent a recording of you, Faceless Ancient, defeating a 3-star Nightmare Knight fighter or magic in Nightmare Warrior Arena. Reward, rank promotion 100 ZC, a 2-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note: only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Send a recording of you faceless ancient killing an extraordinary tier -1 beast. Reward rank promotion 50 ZC a 2-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note: only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Send a recording of you faceless ancient killing an extraordinary tier -1 dark being reward. Rank promotion 150 ZC 2-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note: only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. Reward missions rare plains. Difficulty 2-star Nightmare Warrior Night 1. Send a recording of you faceless ancient killing extraordinary tier -1 dark beings reward 1 ZC per being star recording. Note: only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Send a recording of you faceless ancient killing extraordinary tier -2 dark beings reward 50 ZC per being star recording. Note: only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Send a recording of you faceless ancient killing extraordinary tier -3 dark beings reward 100 ZC per being 2-star rare fighter manual 1-time achievement reward for 2-star Nightmare Warrior Night only star recording. Chapter 221 Rune Artificer Jacob sat around a large bonfire as he skewered the entire purple vile ape, while he continued to study the last part of the Type -1 rune language. By the time the meat cooked, Jacob had closed the virtual file inside with a hint of astonishment as he mumbled, "What a profound language. I can't imagine there might be a Type -2 rank of this language." Jacob had now mastered the entire Type -1 rune language, and he mused he wouldn't fall into trouble with the rune language anytime soon. Not while he was in the rare plains, at least. He wanted to start the magic rune encyclopedia right away, but his stomach was in his way, so he decided first to eat and hopefully end the hunger with this meal. After all, this was still an extraordinary tier -2 magic beast. Within half an hour, there was only a pile of bones left, and Jacob had this satisfied look on his face while he felt unimaginable power running through his body. Jacob was no longer feeling any lingering hunger as it was now completely gone, and he was at least 10% stronger than he was half an hour ago. He also felt a strange calm feeling in his chest, like nothing could go wrong no matter what. He then suddenly remembered something as he opened another special feature of this star watch. It was called the Life Force Scale. From its introduction, Jacob found that this Life Force Scale was actually an advanced version of the bloodline scanning scale device and far more accurate than it. But he wasn't able to activate it since it needed a connection with the star network to function. Now that he was probably at the pinnacle of the rare plains, he wanted to measure his prowess as well as test this life force scale accuracy. From his own understanding, an extraordinary tier -6 should have 6 kiloton of pure physical force, but he had no way to measure it. At this moment, the function got activated, establishing a connection with Star ID. Star ID detected. Type -1 ID detected. Faceless Ancient has been granted free access to this function in Type -1 category. Anything exceeding Type -1 will be charged with ZC and a similar device will be needed. Current device limit. Type -1 do you want to continue with scan limit? Type -1, Jacob cocked an eyebrow. This thing charges ZC for each use. More importantly, it seemed my star privilege had other uses that I'm unaware of. Jacob then pressed to continue. Since this thing charges ZC, then he was sure it wouldn't be as disappointing as those devices. Thereafter, the display suddenly turned light green, as well as his entire star watch, before he suddenly felt a gentle current generated on his arm, and the next moment it spread over his whole body. Jacob was astonished, but the current vanished as soon as it appeared and the star watch stopped glowing greenly. Soon, a list showed on display. The life force analysis has been completed. Life form, life species. Unknown in Type -1 category. Life form bloodline, unknown in Type -1 category. Life form sex, male used life force age, 29 years not accurate reaming life force lifespan. Over 200 years not accurate life force strength, life force rating, extraordinary tier -6 magic force. None physical force, 9.99 kiloton blood force. 999,999 extraordinary. Jacob didn't pay attention to his species or bloodline since he was already numb to seeing unknown there. But he was quite astonished when he saw the star watch could easily estimate his lifespan. Even though it wasn't accurate, it was very close. His strength, however, came as a surprise because if this was true, then he was far stronger than any extraordinary tier -6. As for the blood force, he was clueless about it like the last time. The blood force represents an individual's bloodline potential. Typically, an individual blood force never changes as everyone is born with it, and the higher the blood force, the more likely the bloodline potential. However, this didn't mean the blood force was static and couldn't be changed. For example, the limit break, when someone breaks into a higher level, it's supposed to be one of the ways to increase the blood force. Anyone with under 10,000 blood force had a common rank bloodline. In comparison, a species with a rare talent level will have a blood force between 10,000 and 99,999. As for a species with extraordinary potential, they will have 100,000 to 999,999 blood force. The last time Jacob had checked, he had merely 9,000 plus blood force. However, now it has skyrocketed to 999,999, which simply represents the very peak of the extraordinary rank bloodline. If I eat the wyvern heart, my blood force might break into 1,000,000. I wonder what the criteria of epic, unique, and legendary blood force it. Their blood force will be off the charts. Jacob thought while inhaling a sharp, cold breath. Still, he was quite content with his progress and was more confident in protecting himself in the rare plains. He then closed the life force scale and opened the magic rune encyclopedia. As for absorbing the wyvern heart, he was still not in a hurry, at least not without having ample nutrition in his pendant. The Magic Rune Encyclopedia was about the use of runes in magic. Although it followed the same language principles, it was a completely different concept. While the rune language was for understanding the runes' phonetics and semantics, the Magic Rune Encyclopedia was about how to use those runes for magic. Jacob found that the Magic Rune Encyclopedia was actually for a profession called Rune Artificer. A rune artificer can inscribe or encrypt runes and decrypt them. There was knowledge of the Apprentice Rune Artificer rank, Basic Rune Artificer rank, Intermediate Rune Artificer rank, Advanced Rune Artificer rank, Master Rune Artificer rank, Grandmaster Rune Artificer rank, Senior Grandmaster Rune Artificer rank, Elder Grandmaster Rune Artificer rank. These 8 ranks have subranks, Basic, Intermediate, and Advanced. Jacob felt like he had just opened a treasure chest by mistake. Without wasting time, he quickly started from the basics, which were the part of the rune symbol combination and how to turn runes into a different type of elemental energy. The more he read, the more fascinated he became as he found those without magic could also practice as a rune artificer and use magic materials instead of mana. Furthermore, even if someone had magic, they would only be proficient in one type of element, and they had to use materials as well to make different element runes. Especially if someone is making rune talismans, these things were the simplest to make and required low-grade materials. However, Jacob soon found that he was getting the wrong idea when he discovered that there was only one entry-level talisman for apprentice rank to advanced rank. Then there was one entry-level array designed for master rank to grandmaster rank. Lastly, there was one entry-level formation blueprint for senior grandmaster rank and elder grandmaster rank. This meant there were 4 talismans, 2 arrays, and 2 formations for each rank he could practice with, and all of them were future divided into 3 stages just like those ranks. As long as he completes the talisman of apprentice rank, he will be a full-fledged apprentice rune artificer and so on. As for more designs, he had to rely on himself. He finally understood that he had just come out of the champion shop without even exploring the true merchandise there, which was quite regretful. Still, he was more than content with this much, and he wasn't worried about not having anything else to practice with since there was still an unknown array of parchment sitting in his pendant. So he started to remember everything and then practice later. It will be easier this way. Jacob then starts his journey like before as he walks toward the Dark City while learning the way of a rune artificer with solemnity. However, on the second day, Jacob was disturbed. Not because of some beast attack, but because his star watch vibrated abruptly and a notification appeared at the screen corner which made him frown. Might of Destruction wanted to send you a projection call. Accept /reject/projection setting. Who the hell is he and what did he want? Since he could send me a projection call then, this means he had a high-tech star watch like me. I better ignore it. Jacob simply turned off the notification and continued. However, he was stunned when his star watch started to vibrate again after 10 seconds. This time, the same notification rang but with an extra note which made Jacob's eyes winded. Might of Destruction wanted to send you a projection call. Accept /reject/projection setting. Note: Might of Destruction has used star privilege to send an unignorable call request. Might of Destruction star privilege is higher than you, faceless ancient. Notification can't be ignored, star ID can't be blocked. Jacob was frozen on his spot. Someone with at least type -2 star privilege is contacting me. Chapter 222 Might of Destruction. Jacob was vigilant when he guessed the possible background of this Might of Destruction. Why would someone with such an identity contact me? Now how did he get my ID name and from where? The more he mulled over it, the more confused and apprehensive Jacob felt. In the end, Jacob decided to accept the call before he made his watch's projection setting blurry black. He didn't even want to show his masked face to whoever this person was. The next moment, a blurry red figure's projection suddenly formed over his wrist, and a deep voice filled with natural arrogance sounded. "Little guy, you're quite daring to ignore my call and now you're even hiding your face." Jacob frowned as he looked at the blurry hologram and calmly said in a cold tone, I could say the same to you. Besides, I don't think you would be free enough just to answer any random call either, right? Now, tell me what you want and how you get my star ID. I'm sure you're not bored enough to search just random names and then use your star privilege even to force some random nobody to have a chat. Jacob didn't mince his words. Although he knew the other party might have a terrifying background, so what? He was in the middle of the wilderness, and he was pretty sure no one will be able to threaten him in rare plains. So he didn't have to listen to the other party's bullshit. Ha 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 ha, interesting, you're indeed interesting. The other party guffawed instead of getting angry as if he was amused by Jacob's fearlessness. Jacob frowned as he nearly cut the communication but still was patient enough to wait. He wanted to know why this guy was contacting him and for what reason. Furthermore, the Star Network was probably not entirely confidential because of the Star privilege existence. He was quite familiar with such a system. It was probably like a database formed by a corporation, and the higher your position, the more secrets you could access. Still, he knew such star privilege wouldn't be just given to any random person. He only got the Type-1 star privilege because he was the sole champion of the Rare Plains trial. Although he didn't know what other methods someone had to use to acquire the same star privilege, it might not be so simple, not to mention someone with Type-2 or higher star authority. Might of Destruction stopped laughing as he meaningfully said, Faceless Ancient, you alone cleared the Rare Plains trial in less than a year's time right under the nose of those corpses. I must say you are quite something. Jacob's eyes widened when his secret was revealed like it was nothing, and he knew his guess about the star privilege was quite on point. Who are you and how do you know this? He still pretended to panic to acquire more information. Now he was even more sure this person was not a native of Rare Plains. Might of Destruction chuckled, now that's more like it. Since you have kicked those corpses in the balls, I'll tell you who I am. I'm the chairman of Zodiac Warrior Alliance of Epic Plains, Gunnar. Jacob was stunned when the other party revealed his identity like it was nothing but a trifle thing. Chairman of Zodiac Warrior Alliance of Epic Plains, then this person might be as strong as an Epic Tier-9. Jacob presumed since he knew the chairman of the strongest hegemony wouldn't be a weakling. Gunnar chuckled at this moment, stunned right, you might be confused about what is the Epic Plains and if I'm playing a joke on you. Rejoice, I'm not. The Epic Plains are plane higher than Rare Plains and Epic rank is above the rank of Extraordinary. Consider this information a greeting gift. Jacob was momentarily speechless by this man's loose mouth. Still, he didn't want to antagonize the other party anymore since he was destined to come in contact with Gunnar because of his affiliation with the Alliance. There was no need to make such an enemy as long as there was no need to, especially when he was the weak one. I apologize for my previous rudeness since I never thought I would be personally contacted by Chairman Gunnar of all people. Jacob mildly spoke. No worries, even your Plains 4 Freedom Lords don't have the right to speak to me like this, so it's only natural you will feel this way. Gunnar chuckled as he really didn't mind. What Freedom Lords? Jacob was baffled by it since it was the first time he had heard such a term. Still, he didn't show his ignorance and replied, Indeed, but why do I have this honor? How may I help you? I don't like talking with blurs. Gunnar's tone suddenly turned sharp as he stated. Jacob frowned as a hint of killing intent flashed past his eyes before he turned to normal as he calmly said, I'm afraid I can't remove the blur right now. Or you will see something unpleasant unbecoming of your status, Chairman. Please forgive me. Gunnar remained silent for a moment before he sneered. Ha, you're really something. Still refuse to show your face despite knowing who I am. Very well, I will get straight to the point. I have seen your data, and you are already affiliated with Zodiac Warrior Alliance. As long as you manage to become rank-1 Zodiac Warrior in 5 years, I'll send someone to pick you up. This is only a one-time offer, and if you fail, I'd personally revoke your Alliance membership. Trust me, I have the authority to remove any reserve member and even ban them from entering the original Alliance forever. The Alliance has no place for weaklings. Gunnar's voice was icy cold at the end before his projection vanished. He had cut the call without even waiting for Jacob's reply. Jacob remained standing on his spot for a moment in a daze before he chuckled as his expression went dark with forbidding. You have the authority to remove the reserve members. Then you have no control over ranked members, I guess. Jacob wasn't planning on leaving the Rare Plains until he thought he was ready to leave, especially not with someone stronger than him and then being controlled by them. As for reaching the rank-1 Zodiac Warrior, it was a piece of cake for him. 5 years were too long, and Gunnar will be going to regret ever revealing such a crucial piece of information to Jacob because of his arrogance. Chapter 223 Physical Aspect. After his small chat with Gunnar, Jacob tries searching for his ID on the Star Network, but he soon finds out he can't, despite having his ID name. Jacob assumed that the Star privilege might also have a privacy function. which means only someone with equal or higher star privilege could search IDs with star privilege, while those with lower star privilege couldn't. This also means no one would be able to search Jacob's ID unless they had a star privilege equivalent to him or higher, like Gunnar. Although this made Jacob uncomfortable, he could accept it since this gave me an advantage over many. Still, he was now even vigilant of the star network, because if someone with high star privilege could find out about him being the champion of the Dark Ruins, then they could also discover his location through the Star Watch. This wasn't entirely impossible since he had done such things in the past as well. In his previous world, with his authority and status, he could easily make the government reveal someone's whereabouts or even make them search for the target. So Jacob decided to put the Star Watch into the pendant whenever he wasn't using it, because only then would he feel completely safe. P alpha ped D alpha Nanujon SOM. Still, he wasn't overly worried that Gunnar would come after him in the rare plains. That guy might not even consider him worthy of paying attention. He might only be interested in him because he cleared the Dark Ruins in such a short time. That's why Jacob merely scoffed that guy off and stopped worrying about him and would only think after he entered the epic plains. So he continued his study of the rune artificer while he started walking toward the Dark City. This time, Jacob experienced another ambush from the sky. It was a 5-meter in size silver beak eagle, another Terminus 2 extraordinary magic beast that had a terrifying wind speed magic. But Jacob easily dodged its aerial charge and killed it by using his sword as a throwing knife before it could fly away. Of course, he didn't forget to record it with the Alliance application and sent it back. His rank instantly raised to 3-star Nightmare Warrior Knight, and he continued his journey. As he entered deep into the Magic Beast Forest, the attacks became more frequent. He even unknowingly entered an extraordinary Terminus 4 Longtail Wolf Den when he entered the inner region of the forest. They could easily use water blades like magic and were not taken lightly. So getting rid of those persistent wolves took him a while. But this also helped him amass a large amount of high-quality wolf meat, and his pendant was almost filled with nothing but meat at this moment. So Jacob felt he was and decided to consume the wyvern heart tonight. He was already a 4-star Nightmare Warrior Knight already, and the promotion mission for the 5-star Nightmare Warrior Knight startled him. Zodiac Warrior Alliance ID, Faceless Ancient Current Rank, 4-star Nightmare Warrior Knight Reserve Zodiac Warrior. Next rank 5-star Nightmare Warrior Knight Mission, Promotion Mission available 3. Note. Complete any one of these missions to promote. 1. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient defeating 10 4-star Nightmare Knights at the same time, fighter or magic, in Nightmare Warrior Arena. Reward. Rank Promotion 1000 ZC, a 5-star Rare Fighter Skill Star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Sent a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing 10 extraordinary Terminus 5 beasts at the same time. Reward. Rank Promotion 500 ZC, a 5-star Rare Fighter Skill Star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing 10 extraordinary Terminus 1 Dark Beings. Reward. Rank Promotion 1500 ZC, 2 5-star Rare Fighter Skill Star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. Jacob frowned since searching a group of 10 or more extraordinary Terminus 4 beings would be difficult. Even the Longtail Wolf Pack only had 3 extraordinary Terminus 4 wolves. Still, Jacob was quite sure he might find a large colony of beasts if he entered deep into the forest. So Jacob decided to use the wolf den, which was a large cave, as his personal resting until he absorbed the wyvern heart. Like always, Jacob locked the cave mouth with large boulders before he sat down and meditated to reach his optimal condition. He was going to start the second stage, so he didn't want to mess up, especially when he had a chance to acquire Wyvern's ability. After an hour, Jacob was finally ready, and a metal box appeared in his hand. Before he opened it, a 13 inches crimson heart was giving off a terrifying heat that surfaced before Jacob's shimmering eyes. I'm glad I didn't sell it to SAAI and saved it just in case I would need it in Dark City. Jacob sneered in his heart. Jacob wanted to use this heart in case he found something useful in the Dark City, but it was now priceless to Jacob to sell it. It was, after all, a heart of a creature with an entire bloodline of a legendary being. Without hesitation, Jacob started eating the heart, which was literally burning. But Jacob endured and ate it all while feeling the sensation of burning his internal organs without wasting anything. He had to admit, even with his Terminus 6 extraordinary physique, the heart could still make him feel like he was swallowing burning coals. But Jacob didn't have to feel that burning sensation for long because, within moments, his heart suddenly picked up speed, and before he knew it, he was already in 10x acceleration. However, Jacob didn't panic since he had complete control over his heart rate now, and even 15x acceleration won't faze him much. At this moment, he felt something melting in his stomach, which started spreading in his veins and bloodstream. Without any explanation, Jacob knew the process had been started, and he was feeling molten lava running through his blood vessels right. As time passed, Jacob started to feel a strange cold sensation within his veins while the fiery sensation settled down. The cold sensation also didn't last long before it was gone as well, and Jacob's heart rate returned to normal. That's it. Jacob was confused and somewhat disappointed since he hadn't awakened any of the wyvern's abilities. He could only sigh in bitterness and opened cursed immortality to see how much progress he had made with the wyvern's heart. First phase of body transformation, cursed blood condensing, second stage, cursed blood condensing progress. 4.99% description. Convert your blood into cursed blood until it reaches 100% completion by absorbing the heart blood of legendary beings or their descendants. Completion of this stage will result in 500 years of lifespan. Jacob frowned and mumbled. Not even 5%. The page turned on its own as Immortalita's scornful words appeared. Do you even know with just 4.99% as long as you quench your hunger? You are already as strong as a tier -1 epic rank being. Jacob was startled and stated his confusion, but I don't feel any hunger like before. Immortalita wrote something which made Jacob widen his eyes in shock. It's because you have awakened one of the wyvern's strongest physical aspects, its endurance. Simply put, a wyvern can sleep for hundreds of years in a hibernation-like state without eating or using any type of energy because of its terrifying endurance. Although it's not much of an ability, a wyvern's endurance is far more powerful than any being without a legendary bloodline, especially for someone like you. Realization dawned upon Jacob as he quickly understood what Immortalita meant by those words and asked, "So I can even annex someone's physical aspects besides its abilities? Why didn't you say it so before?" "Hehehe, isn't it the same thing?" Immortalita questioned. Jacob's face fell and refuted. "Fuck no," Immortalita laughed. "Well, I guess you're right. Since the physical aspects involve someone's eyes, horns, skin color, wings, or even tail, well now you know, can you accept the change in your appearance? What if you acquired a beast's tail, 4 arms, or spider-like legs?" The question dumbfounded Jacob, and his heart turned cold since he had never thought there was such a possibility of a change in physique. Can he live with another form but human if it means acquiring immortality? This was really the question worth mulling over, but Jacob knew what he would choose every single time. So he took a deep breath and said emotionlessly, "In the end, the body is only skin and flesh. Appearance meant nothing in the grand scale of the universe. Especially if everlasting life was on the life, I'm sure anyone would choose even to give up anything for such a chance, much less physical appearance. So you should stop doubting my resolve." Immortalita laughed and filled the entire page after hearing Jacob's answer before it wrote just 2 words at the end. "Don't worry." Chapter 224, continue into the magic beast forest. Jacob frowned when he saw "don't worry" and sternly questioned, "What do you mean by don't worry? Ho, did I say something?" These words appeared the next moment. Jacob's expression fell the moment he read those words, and he knew this book was again messing with him. However, he suddenly felt like sleeping, and he instantly knew the hunger was acting up. Although he had acquired the fire wyvern's endurance, but he couldn't just sleep for hundreds of years to sustain himself. "Stop messing around and tell me how this endurance works exactly," Jacob sternly questioned. Tusk, what a simple question, sigh. "I have to tell you everything in the end. The endurance of this wyvern will raise your endurance to the level of a unique rank wyvern. Your human body will no longer waste any extra energy as it did before, and all required energy to move your body or do tasks or fighting has been decreased by 90% with your current level. But you will feel the urge to sleep all the time if you're about to run out of energy in your body. It's a sign of hibernation, but unlike wyvern, which can absorb the energy from the environment to recover while in hibernation, you will sleep to death because you didn't have such an ability. So I suggest you won't fall asleep without an empty stomach, hahaha. Lastly, the endurance will be decreased as your power rises until you surpass the unique rank. This is the only flaw of physical aspects like endurance, agility, strength, magic talent, and so on. They are not yours, so they will become useless in time as you continue to increase your prowess. So I strongly suggest you won't get used to them because they will not increase like abilities and will lose their effect with time. If you have killed a peak epic rank wyvern, then your endurance will be of legendary rank wyvern. What a pity, right? Hehe, Jacob felt somewhat regretful after this revelation. So to say, the physical aspect will be like temporary boosts while the abilities can increase with my own power. Exactly. But not all the physical aspect is like this. Like, if you awake a legendary creature's eyes which can grow with magic or evolve with some other materials, you will naturally inherit that aspect as well. Lastly, if you awake the same kind of physical aspect again that you already had, it will either override the old one or not activate at all. Like if you awake the endurance aspect of some other species again, if it's stronger than the fire wyvern unique rank endurance, it will instantly override it. While if that aspect is weaker, then it won't be active at all. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding after reading this, so I don't have to worry about replacing the useless aspect at all. Although the physical aspect was somewhat weak in comparison to the ability, if he got an overpowered physical aspect, then it was even more valuable than an ability that would only increase with his own power. After asking some more questions, he closed the book, and without hesitation, he started to eat like crazy. He ate until he no longer felt sleepy anymore, and he could now even feel his body getting stronger with every beast he consumed at a terrifying pace. Another week passed like this, and almost all the meat in Jacob's pendant that he had accumulated had gone. But Jacob still had this lingering feeling of sleepiness, but not like before when he felt he wouldn't be able to wake if he feels into a sleep. It was more like a sleep where he would stop using his energy and fall into a standby-like state. After some experiments, Jacob can easily feel into this state and awake within a moment's notice. It seemed I had to eat Tier-6 extraordinary meat if I wanted to complete my epic Tier-1 body, but I still haven't any clue about magic. What a waste, he thought bitterly. Jacob was already strong enough to kill anyone in the rare plains, but he still hadn't had a trace of magic, which was his only regret now. Still, he knew this thing couldn't be hurried or forced. So without wasting more time, Jacob continues his journey toward the Dark City as well as continues his study of Rune Artificer. He was already at the Senior Grandmaster Rune Artificer rank part, and only the Elder Grandmaster Rune Artificer rank away from remembering the entire Magic Rune Encyclopedia. Although he won't be a true Elder Grandmaster Rune Artificer, but he would be as knowledgeable as one. When he had the time, he would practice as well. He was now in the Magic Beast Forest's inner region, and anyone with a sane mind would try their best to hide their presence since this place was filled with vicious beasts. But Jacob walks like he owns the place while completely focusing on his star watch. After he awakens the Wyvern unique rank endurance, his mental endurance is enhanced, as well as his physical endurance. The magic beast attacks become more frequent as they all think of Jacob as easy prey. But no matter what kind of ambush they performed, whether it was a physical attack from close quarters or a magic attack from shadows, Jacob always managed to block it in the nick of time and kill them before they even had the chance to react. This way, Jacob also continued to eat while he visibly felt he was getting closer and closer to acquiring an epic Tier-1 physique, and the effort he had to put into killing those magic beasts was also becoming lower. 2 days later, after Jacob continued his journey, he finally remembered the entire Magic Rune Encyclopedia. But he didn't even waste a moment before he opened the Philosopher's Language, which was the language of alchemy. After comprehending the rune language, Jacob found that the Philosopher language's difficulty decreased exceptionally, or it was the case because he had some understanding of this language before. Whichever the case was, it only took him half a day to completely comprehend the Type 0 Philosopher's language. Jacob also realized that the language he learned in the Common Plains was nothing but a fragment of Type 0 Philosopher's language. Chapter 225 Rare Dark City, Part 1. The core region of the Magic Beast Forest was filled with territorial magic beasts, and there wasn't even a single magic beast below the rank of extraordinary because they couldn't survive there. The deep one goes toward the central area, and the chance of stepping into some dreadful magic beast territory would increase exceptionally. But if someone reached this area, they found themselves staring at an extensive canyon around a massive waterfall. However, an even more absurd thing was on the right steep wall of this canyon, over 300-meter high. There was a 50 cubic meter, glistering black block, and it was extremely eye-catching in this kind of scenery. Not only that, but there was a road-like platform in front of this black block, and its size was exactly the same as it was made for others to stand on it. But there was no road that led to this platform, and underneath was nothing but steep cliff and raging Great Star River. But at this moment, a tall hooded figure clad in black was standing on this platform as he looked at the glittering black block with great interest in his amber eyes. This person was naturally Jacob, who had just reached here a few moments ago. He couldn't help but look at the virtual map on his star watch and the red mark continuously blinking right where he was standing. Jacob couldn't help but mumble, just who built a city in the middle of a fucking cliff? And where the heck is the city anyway? If he hadn't seen this black block and platform, he won't have even bothered to climb up here and would have thought that this was some kind of error in the map. However, there was no trace of any city here at all, and he couldn't help but start to wonder if the Dark City was playing some kind of joke with those who sought it in this extremely dangerous place. Still, since he was here, he won't be going back without even trying. So he touched the black block, trying to see if there was some kind of mechanism hidden within. The moment Jacob's hand touched the black block's smooth surface, the black block suddenly lit up in white and an electric voice sounded all of a sudden. Welcome to the rare Dark City, esteemed wanderer. Please identify yourself. Seeking permission to scan the Star Watch, will you accept? Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he heard the voice and the same words on the black block. It's a screen. He had only been in the uncommon region's Dark City, and that place was not so advanced, so he was now curious about what the biggest Dark City of the Rare Plains would be like. So he didn't hesitate and gave permission to scan his identity before he activated an 8-star Nightmare Night badge. Thereby, a red ray shone directly on the Star Watch before it vanished. The electric voice rang again, identity scan complete. Faceless Ancient 8-star Nightmare Night, Dark City status, guest Dark City criminal record, none Dark City noble title. None guest Faceless Ancient, you are qualified to enter the rare Dark City. Please answer 3 entry questions. 1. Are you aware of rare Dark City rules? Yes/no note. If no, please buy the Rule and Guild book, 100 gold coins. 2. Are you a wanted criminal in Rare Plains? Yes/no note. 1. The Dark City reserve all rights to investigate the answer at any time, and it might have consequences if the answer does not match the investigation result, so please be honest. Note 2. Your answer will not be disclosed to anyone under any circumstance, and only in case you broke the Dark City rule will this information can be disclosed to Dark City's administrator. 3. Are you willing to abide by all the rules of Dark City, and in case you break it, you are aware of the consequences? Yes/no. Jacob's eyes went cold when he looked at those 3 questions. These questions were clearly to make it clear that the rules of Dark City's rules shouldn't be broken, and they were absolute. Furthermore, they even put a Rule and Guild book, so no one was able to feign ignorance if they broke any rules. This puts his mind at ease since he can stay here without getting worried about anyone attacking him or playing any tricks while remaining in the city. So, he decided to buy the Rule and Guild book since 100 gold coins were nothing but chump change for him at this point. After the amount was deducted from his account, he received a virtual file of Rule and Guild book. He'll read it once he enters the city. Jacob then tapped into the answers without hesitation, except for the second question. He answered everything as yes. He wasn't a wanted criminal of Rare Plains, and neither he had any enmity with Freedom Plains. Thereby, the electric voice rang again, thank you for your cooperation. Now please choose your rare dark pass and name your name here. 5 days pass, 100,000 gold coins. 15 days pass, 125,000 gold coins. 30 days pass, 150,000 gold coins. 60 days pass, 200,000 gold coins. 120 days pass, 350,000 gold coins. Note 1. You can choose any random name, and this name will mirror your name in all transactions made within Dark City. Note 2. When the selected rare dark pass timer reaches 0, you'll have 60 minutes to leave the Dark City or recharge the timer again. Warning, if you neglect this, the Dark City guards will detain you and impersonate you in the dungeon for 6 days and receive first-degree torture. After your detention, you'll be banned from entering the Dark City for 5 months. So this place also has the same entry pass and even harsher punishment. But it's far more expensive than the common plains. Jacob mumbled. Nevertheless, he was quite happy about the note, one because this would mean no one would know his real star ID as long as he won't disclose it himself. He never thought the Dark City had such a function. As long as his safety and privacy were guaranteed, Jacob won't mind paying this small price, so he selected the 120-day pass without hesitation. Chapter 226 Rare Dark City. Part 2. The moment Jacob made his selection, his Star Watch vibrated and a UI user interface appeared, which was actually a request from the Dark City AI for the payment. After he accepted, the payment was transferred, and the next moment he received a virtual badge like the identity badge. It was a badge with a dark-capped symbol on a white triangle shield, but unlike any other identity badge in his possession, there was a timer below this badge, and it was running like any timer clock. 120D, 23H, 59M, 57S. Jacob was quite familiar with both this symbol and this timer. It was the symbol of the Dark City, the entry passes timer. The only difference was it was now virtual instead of physical. The eclectic voice rang again, you have successfully gained entry to the Dark City. You can always increase your staying limit by tapping on the badge of our Dark City from your Star Watch directly. I welcome Mr. Jack in the Dark City. Rare. Jack was naturally the fake name he had given himself. The moment the voice trailed off, a sudden beep rang before Jacob felt slight vibration beneath him. Before he could figure out what was happening, the black cube trembled before a 2-meter opening slide opened in front of Jacob like a door. Please enter. Jacob was only surprised for a moment seeing the door within the large cube before he moved forward and entered the passage. The very next moment, the opening slid shut without leaving any trace of any opening behind. Jacob naturally saw the door closing off the moment he entered, but didn't pay attention since he was now standing in a very long, light tunnel. Jacob's attention was instantly drawn by a round cable life over a platform, and there were stairs leading toward it just a few meters away from him. "Please embark on the cable lift, Mr. Jack. They really build the city within a mountain, huh?" Jacob was intrigued as he followed the instruction and entered the cable lift. The cable lift was quite spacious for a single passenger, not to mention quite comfortable. The moment he entered the lift instantly started moving deep within the bright tunnel. Jacob was somewhat surprised since he didn't see any guards in this place, and he could vaguely see the end of the tunnel, but it was probably over 3 miles away, which was quite a huge difference. So Jacob didn't waste his time and opened the guild and rule book he bought from the entrance. However, he was familiar with the rules of the Dark City from the common plains. But he was cross-matching them with this one and seeing if there were some new rules he wasn't aware of. The guild and rule book had a virtual city map on their very first page, and Jacob was quite astonished when he saw the city was over 350 square km in diameter. The rare Dark City was divided into 3 Dark City circles: the Dark Common Circle, the Dark Inner Circle, and the Dark Noble Circle. According to this book, the Common Circle was for those with commoners or gusts like himself. It was also where he was going. As for the Inner Circle, it was 100 km deep within the Dark City, but to enter the Inner Circle of the city, one needed at least the status of Lower Dark Noble. As for the Noble Circle, only those with Dark Baron and above Dark Noble ranks can enter that place. The Dark Noble ranks were divided into Lower Dark Noble, Upper Dark Noble, Dark Baron, Dark Viscount, Dark Earl, Dark Marquis, and Dark Duke. Just like the Dark City in the Common Plains. However, unlike the Common Plains, the Dark Noble rank of Lower Dark Noble and Upper Dark Noble was not as hard to earn as in the common Dark Cities. In this place, there was no limit to the Dark missions for the Lower and Upper Dark Noble ranks. Nevertheless, it was still quite challenging even for someone with extraordinary tier strength. But the benefits were enticing enough for many to go mad to acquire these Dark Noble titles. Because according to this guide, the higher the city Circle 1 entered, the more rare and precious resources were available for them. Especially in the Dark Noble City Circle, because in that place, every shop belonged to the Dark City and all the items. Even the 3 hegemonies were not allowed to open any kind of shop or build their symbolic buildings there. They were only limited to the common and inner city circles. Jacob's eyes shimmered in astonishment. If what is written in here is true, then the Noble City Circle all have resources far surpass what the 3 hegemonies offer, and all of them were hoarded by the Dark Nobles. Or this might be because the Dark City is doing it on purpose. By suppressing the 3 hegemonies, this will compel more people to join their ranks, just like what the Freedom Plains were doing. If I have an opinion on the base of my personal experience up until now, one thing is clear. The 3 hegemonies seem to don't care about authority in the rare plains. As long as no one provokes them, they are happy with what they have. This could only mean the rare plains are not enticing enough for them to put effort. As for the Dark City, they are quite a secretive and lawful bunch. As for their true goal, if I'm not wrong, it is also aligning with the 3 hegemonies in one way or another to draw more members. Jacob mused while he was skimming through the guild and rule book. Within seconds, he remembered everything. This was just a small book. It was worth nothing for something like Jacob, who had already mastered more than enough knowledge to make anyone's head spin in his journey to this place, and all of that knowledge was related to incredibly complex languages, including the language of dead. But this was just an appetizer since Jacob still had much more complex knowledge to comprehend, and he needed a peaceful place to study them. That's why he was in the Dark City in the first place and won't leave before he was satisfied with himself. Chapter 227 Rare Dark City. Part 3. In the Dark Noble City Circle of the Dark City, within a workshop filled with all kinds of alchemy equipment, a 4-feet person with a burly build was standing in front of a silver pill furnace with a solemn expression on his long beard face. All of a sudden, an electric voice sounded within the lab. "Lord Hallberg, there is a level -1 alert." Hallberg's thick brows knit when he heard this and spoke in his husky voice without turning around as his green eyes were still affixed on the pill furnace. "Out with it." The electric voice rang. A personal with type -1-star privilege had entered the Dark City just a few moments ago. Hallberg finally lost some focus as he mumbled with great interest. "Someone with type -1-star privilege in the rare plains. Now that's interesting. According to our information network, there shouldn't be anyone with type -1-star privilege in rare plains, since there's no chance to increase the star privilege in rare plains unless someone can annihilate the entire dark faction from the rare plains. The only other way to raise star privilege is the trial plane." Hallberg's eyes shimmered in understanding as his lips curled up in a wily smile. "So, the mysterious champion who completed the entire trial in less than 6 months has appeared in my Dark City, huh? Who would have thought, really, who would have thought? His voice turned sharp as he questioned, "Tell me his name, and did he have contact with our dark city before?" The electric voice replied, "This person's star ID is Faceless Ancient, and it's the first time he has entered any dark city." "Any high-level affiliations with 3 hegemonies?" Hallberg questioned again. "He's an 8-star Nightmare Knight." Hallberg frowned slightly and muttered under his breath, "Then he might have already been contacted by that arrogant prick Gunnar and may have already joined the Zodiac Warrior Alliance as a reserve member. I can't approach him as the Dark City Lord, or this might cause trouble." After muttering to this point, he suddenly looked up and spoke, "Dark Rose, I want you to inform me if he reaches the lower Dark Noble rank. For now, ignore him and just treat him like other commoners. We'll see if he's interested in our Dark City or not before taking any action." "Understood, Lord Hallberg." The electric voice, or Dark Rose, sounded in affirmation before turned silence. Hallberg couldn't help but sneer, "Let's see if you can escape from the mirage or not." However, at this moment the pill furnace started to tremble violently, and Hallberg's expression instantly went pale. "Oh fuck, not again." He quickly turned around to flee toward the door, but before he could reach the door, Buamam, at the entrance of the Dark City, a cable lift carrying a single passenger appeared out of the deep tunnel. Jacob, who was closely looking outside, was astonished because at the end of the tunnel was a metropolis. He even thought he had come back to his own world. The only difference was this metropolis was built right in the belly of a mountain, and he had no idea how these people even thought of building this city here. Were they not afraid of burying alive if this mountain came crashing down? Still, seeing all those buildings and roads, as well as people walking around without any care about their surrounding, give Jacob some assurance. Furthermore, over 90% of these people were wearing masks, while the Reeming was wearing black mantles. Just like the Dark City and the Common Plains, most of the people hide their identities, Jacob mused. But this setting was quite to his liking, since he also didn't want to draw any unwanted attention. The cable lift finally stopped at another station shortly after, and Jacob exited the cable lift and walked toward the exit of the station. This station was usually empty since it was only used to take the guests inside the city. The exit of the Dark City was on the southern side of the city. As for any workers, according to the guidebook, this place was mostly under the management of artificial intelligence named Dark Rose. Jacob exited the building and glanced at 2 guards in silver and white masks standing around the door. They merely glanced at him and didn't utter any words. A glint of astonishment flashed past Jacob's eyes. What a powerful and sturdy heart rate. They should be at least Tier -1 extraordinaire, if not Tier -2, and they are just door guards of this entrance station. Jacob continues to walk toward the paved road when he suddenly feels a pair of eyes on him. He had developed this habit of being always on high alert while walking out in the wilderness, and his senses were now terrifyingly high. It was half because of his new heart and half because of his unique endurance. Without them, Jacob would be exhausted within an hour if he was constantly on high alert, especially without unique endurance. Furthermore, he was no longer in the rank of extraordinary and now has epic Tier -1 level physical strength, which should be over 50 kiloton. Although Jacob didn't have the measuring scale to measure the strength of the epic rank, he had a pretty good guess. Behind his mask, his eyes were moving around the busy streets, and he was instantly locked on a small figure within the walking mob. But the moment he looked, the person had already averted its gaze and continued to walk. Just my imagination, I guess. That person should be someone who has killed quite a lot. Maybe that's why I felt uneasy when he looked at me. Jacob mused as he felt it was most likely the case, and he was overreacting since no one would be mad enough to pick a fight in the Dark City. Even if some lunatic tried anything funny, Jacob was not a helpless lamb. Jacob hailed a taxi at this moment. The taxi driver was a fat goblin. Despite wearing a mask, Jacob instantly knew it was a goblin because of that long nose cavity in the mask and its claw-like hand. After Jacob sat on the back seat, the goblin politely asked while looking at him from the front mirror with his astute eyes, "Where to, sir?" Jacob coolly responded, "Alchemy Guild." Chapter 228 Magic Smith Jacob exited the taxi after transferring 44 gold coins to the goblin driver. He walked into a crowded square, and in front of him was a huge skyscraper, probably with over 300 floors. There were massive letters on this building, Alchemy Guild, and there was the famous sigil of Alchemy Guild, the blazing red flame rising from an 8-legged golden cauldron. In the Dark City, the branches of the Alchemy Guild, like gunsmith, apothecary, and potion alchemy, were not separated, and they were all combined into a single Alchemy Guild building. However, this didn't mean it was the true Alchemy Guild, and just like the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, they only had branches in rare planes, not their actual guild. Nevertheless, they were top-of-life professions and revered by many. Although there was also guidance about these professions in the Zodiac Warrior Alliance market, they didn't have facilities to practice them like the Alchemy Guild. Furthermore, Almost all the rare and precious knowledge, like potion formulas, weapon designs, and many more, were in the hands of the Alchemy Guild. Lastly, the knowledge about the professions like rune artificers was also exclusive to the Alchemy Guild, and they didn't even exist in the rare plains. What Jacob was here for was actually the magic smith profession, related to the magic weapon crafting, which was another exclusive profession of the Alchemy Guild. He had already bought the complete manual from the Champion's Space for 100,000 ZC. What he lacked was the place to practice it and the materials, and unlike the rune artificers, the magic smith was actually taught in the rare plains, but it was not for anyone, and only people with the most talent could be magic smith. Jacob had already grasped the basic of magic weapon crafting, and he knew, like the rune artificers, it could also be practiced without magic as long as he had appropriate materials. And he was extremely eager to practice it because the magic weapon crafting was quite a delicate process, just like gunsmithing, and he had already got many ideas he wanted to experiment with. That's why he didn't just remember the contents of the manual, but he wanted to practice them as well and assimilate this knowledge with his own. He knew he could go extremely far in this path, just like gunsmithing. He had already seen magic-type guns in the champion's shop, so he knew they could be made, and there might be blueprints of them in this place because the Alliance market didn't. That's why he came here first thing. Once he has achieved his goals and is prepared, he will leave the rare plains without wasting more time. As for other things, they won't interest him as long as they won't align with his goals. The Dark City was the only place that could give him all this without having to worry about others' schemes or getting dragged into some war. The gates of the building were opened, and many people were going in and out in an orderly fashion. Besides the normal membership, the Alchemy Guild here also sells their products and amasses a massive amount of wealth daily. Jacob entered the building like everything and found himself in a large lobby with 18 different elevators and queues of people in front of every single one of them. Some queues were larger than others, while some were small, and no one dared to make a fuss about waiting. Jacob then spotted a long glass counter in the center of this lobby, where beautiful tall ladies of the demi-human race were guiding the people who had questions. He also joined the queue in front of the cat ears woman, and it was quickly his turn. The woman with cat ears smiled at Jacob and politely asked, "How may I help you today, sir?" "I want to learn magic weapon crafting," Jacob stated his intentions. Another one who didn't know his limit. The cat ears woman didn't seem to be surprised since she daily dealt with such people who were here to try their luck with the rarest profession in rare plains. She smilingly replied, "You need to be Senior Grandmaster Blacksmith, Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith, Senior Grandmaster Mason, Senior Grandmaster Magic Watchsmith, and Senior Grandmaster Weapon Analyst. Do you have your identity proof with you, sir?" Jacob raised a brow when he heard the requirement just to learn the magic weapon crafting. There was no such knowledge about these requirements in the manual he possessed, and he could easily understand it as well as even craft an intermediate rank magic weapon as long as he had designed without learning those professions. He was that confident. What now if I can't join a magic smith ranks, I can't enter the magic crafting workshop? Jacob mused, but he didn't give any reaction as he merely nodded toward the cat ears woman and said, "Thank you for your information. Then where I can take the test to increase my gunsmith rank?" He gave up easily. At least he knew his place and accepted it. She had a somewhat good impression of Jacob now. "Please go to floor -51. The gunsmith tests conduct there," she replied. "Thank you." Jacob nodded and turned around to leave toward the elevator. He suddenly heard the person standing behind passing a jeering remark. "Ha, little shit wanted to become a magic smith without even having magic. What a bumpkin." The male voice wasn't loud, but many here were extraordinaires so they could easily hear him. Many started snickering under their breath. Jacob pretended as if he didn't hear anything and continued on his way toward the elevator. He really didn't mind since he had once gone through such boisterous remakes when he started his journey from nothing. Thereupon, Jacob entered one of the 18 elevators and headed toward floor -51. While heading up, Jacob mused, "I should first reevaluate my gunsmith rank and gain a gunsmith workshop before studying the last two encyclopedias. The Universal Magical Materials Type -1 and Universal Beings Living and Dead Type -1 in my possession." His lips rose in a cold smile. "So, what if they won't give me access to the Magic Smith workshop? There's always someone who is short on money. I just need to find them. There's no time to waste on rules when I can break them." Chapter 229 Senior Grandmasters meeting on the top floor of the Alchemy Guild's building. Within a lavish meeting room, many dignified figures were sitting around a large rectangular table. They were all wearing sky-blue robes with Alchemy Guild's sigil on their back, and the only difference was they had different badges on their chest. But these badges were also golden in color. The golden color badge represented only one status in the Alchemy Guild, the status of a Senior Grandmaster. These badges were of white, gray, yellow, iron, bronze, silver, and golden color. These 7 color badges represent 7 ranks present in the branches of the Alchemy Guild, starting from apprentice rank and all the way to the senior grandmaster rank. Furthermore, only in the Dark City's Alchemy Guild did there exist this many senior grandmasters, and they were all the ones who had complete control over their respective departments and floors. The only person absent was the most influential person of them all, the senior grandmaster Magic Smith, as he handles all the matters in the inner circle of Dark City and seldomly appeared in this place. As for why these influential figures were gathered here at this moment, an old elf with a golden pill badge sitting at the very front of the table solemnly spoke, "Gentlemen, as you might have received the news already, I'll still announce it to make it official. Just half an hour ago, a person with star ID, Faceless Ancient, passed the test of Grandmaster Gunsmith. Not only that, but he wanted to take the test of a senior Grandmaster Gunsmith right away. Please take a look at the information we collected on him. I have sent it to your star watches." Many senior Grandmasters' faces turned stern when they heard it because there wasn't many senior Grandmaster present in the entire Rare Plains, and if one did emerge, they will draw the attention of the main Alchemy Guild right away. Because the rank of a senior Grandmaster represented the very pinnacle of a profession in Rare Plains, and anyone with such a capability could produce unimaginable treasures. Especially a senior Grandmaster of the gunsmith profession. They can produce weapons of mass destruction on a cartographic level scale, and that's why they were highly sought after, even more than a senior Grandmaster Magic Smith. Because in gunsmithing, there was only complex technology involved, not complex magic. Lastly, the Alchemy Guild controlled the knowledge of every senior Grandmaster level profession, and only the most talented personnel in the branch guild could learn them, but only after paying a steep price or earning merit. Yet now this unknown person had appeared out of nowhere and declared he had the skills of a senior Grandmaster gunsmith. How could these senior Grandmasters not be alarmed? However, when they looked at the profile made after a background check, they were flabbergasted and their eyes winded in surprise because this person was registered in a Common Plains branch, and he was so young they even suspected that he had hacked the Star Network to put all this information. If they hadn't known it was impossible, they will definitely arrest him. Is it even possible for someone from the Common Plains to come here all the way despite being so young? Not to mention we are talking about the Dark City here. How did this person appear here and just who is he? A senior Grandmaster with a golden potion vial badge exclaimed. Heh, look at his identity badge, 8-star Nightmare Knight. Do you still think he can't reach this place? A senior Grandmaster with a golden scroll badge snickered. The old elf with a golden pill badge stated solemnly again, I have personally talked with him, and according to him, he got an inheritance on an abandoned island in the Star Ocean, and that's where his knowledge came from. Even if that's just a cover-up, according to our policy, we can't question anyone as long as they don't break any rules of the guild. Nor can we pry into others' secrets if the person is a fellow guild member. Not to mention, he had already acquired the Grandmaster Gunsmith status in our rank, and he had already used his right to take the test of Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith every decade right now. We have to prepare the test within 6 hours after he used his chance, and if we delay, you all know the consequences. Lastly, you guys should all forget about scheming against him because he had a blood force of 899,999, and this is the limit of the very best device we had. It could be even higher. What? Some of the senior Grandmasters' faces turned pale as they quickly threw all the strange thoughts in their mind after they heard about the inheritance part. They were not spooked about him being an 8-star Nightmare Knight. Then they were spooked after hearing about his blood force. Because blood force represents another thing among the alchemists, it represents the potential of next-level evolution. The easiest way to increase one's strength or rank was to raise the blood force. And the Alchemy Guild naturally had more than enough ways to make an extraordinary bloodline epic by raising the blood force. However, they were all precious to the extreme. And why would they waste such precious resources on old men like them who had already exhausted their potential and long past their primes? On the other hand, this faceless ancient was still too young, and it was quite clear that he was extremely talented in the technology department. If his blood force is over 900,000, then the main guild won't mind paying a small price to raise his potential even further and take him to the epic plains. This means if they offended him, they might be too pitiful to regret it later, and if they form a good relationship with him, then they will naturally reap the benefits. Even if they won't get any physical benefits, just having the friendship of someone in the epic plains was more than enough. So their attitude instantly changed. The old elf with a golden pill badge merely snickered as he knew more than enough was going through those old schemers' brains. He then looked toward another female 3 seats away from him. She was extremely alluring and emitted a mature charm. She also wore the golden badge with the gunsmith sigil on her big meaty chest. Likewise, she was the only senior Grandmaster gunsmith present in the Dark City Golden Elf Rita. He smiled amiably and said, "Miss Rita, according to the rule, you have to be the invigilator of the test, and you may choose any theme you see fit. What do you think?" Rita had this cold and aloof air around her, but even she was shaken by the newcomer's potential as he looked at the profile with great interest. Her cherry lips parted and a melodious voice heard in the meeting room, "Then I won't be holding back." A peculiar light shone in Rita's beautiful eyes as she zoomed at those icy cold amber eyes revealed behind the mask in the picture attached with the file. Chapter 230 Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith Test. Part 1. On the 55th floor, Jacob was waiting in a luxurious room. It's been 5 hours since he had passed the Grandmaster Gunsmith test without breaking a sweat. Actually, he wanted to apply for the Elder Grandmaster Gunsmith rank test directly. But when he discovered from a lost-mouth participant that there wasn't even a single Elder Grandmaster present of any profession in the entire Rare Plains, he decided against it. So he applied for the Senior Grandmaster rank test, but to his disappointment it also can't be done without being a Grandmaster rank first. But this didn't stop him from applying, and after paying the test fee of 100,000 gold coins, he successfully passed the test on his very first try, making the invigilator dumbstruck. After that, an old elf approached him, who was a senior Grandmaster pill alchemist, started to poke around his past. Jacob knew the fact that he being from the common plains couldn't be hidden forever, and he didn't plan on hiding it either. He simply made up a story and to quench the old elf's curiosity. He had already known about the rules of the Alchemy Guild, so he wasn't in any kind of danger, neither they could pose any danger to him even if they wanted to. So after the discussion with the old elf, he directly used his chance to apply for the Senior Grandmaster rank, but if he failed, he won't get any chance at it again for another 10 years. This was a rule which everyone had to follow. But Jacob knew he was more than capable of passing the test beyond the rank of Elder Grandmaster. Still, the Senior Grandmaster title was enough to earn him a respectable status in the whole Alchemy Guild in the Dark City or anywhere in the Rare Plains, as a matter of fact. So he settled with it. He had already drawn some attention to himself after revealing he was from the common plains, as well as his blood force was also measured when he took the Grandmaster rank test to see his talent and actual age. He even suspected they might have already known about the commotion he caused in the Freedom Rare Plains when he escaped by pinning the blame on the Killer Skull Society. But according to Star News, the Freedom Rare Plains are completely occupied with the all-out war with the Wild Nation at the moment, so they might not be free enough to notice him in the Dark City right in the middle of Magic Beast Forest. Nevertheless, as long as he was in the Rare Plains, Jacob wasn't afraid of getting scheme against, especially in the Dark City. Furthermore, the status of a Senior Grandmaster means he would have access to the organization's storage facilities and can buy anything as long as he can pay for it. He had already joined their private server as a Grandmaster and earned another identity badge with 100 ZC for passing the test. As for any mission application like the Alliance, he didn't get any. He mused it might only be available for permanent members. Whichever the case was, he was satisfied with where things were going right now. At this moment, Jacob's eyes sprang open when he heard footsteps approaching the door. Thereupon a light knock rang on the door. He coldly said, "It's open." A gnome appeared wearing a bronze gunsmith sigil on his chest, and he respectfully bowed before Jacob before he stated, "Sir Grandmaster, the Branch Master has summoned you." Jacob naturally knew just who this gnome was referring to as Branch Master. Any Senior Grandmaster will have the title of Branch Master, and they also oversee their respective floors. Floor 51st to 55th belonged to the gunsmith branch. There was only a single Senior Grandmaster of this branch as well, and she controlled the entire 5 floors alone. So Jacob was quite vigilant of her since she might be some petty person who was too absorbed in used to authority that she might feel threatened by a newcomer like Jacob. Still, he had to go since this exam would be personally conducted by her, and it was also in her hand to decide the theme of this test. "Lead the way," Jacob coolly stated as he stood up. The gnome didn't delay and quickly started to lead the way. He had already got wind of this person's status and what he was going to do, so he was extremely careful not to offend him. Soon they reached a big hallway, and at the end of this hallway was a large metal door. The gnome stopped right at the entrance of this hallway as he respectfully said, "Sir Grandmaster, I can't go any further. This is the private workshop of Senior Grandmaster Lady Rita. Please go ahead." Jacob dismissively nodded and walked toward the doors. However, when he was only a meter away, the metal door started to open automatically, revealing a large workshop filled with all kinds of gunsmithing equipment and high-tech machines. Jacob's eyes instantly glowed when he saw all those familiar machines. A hint of reminiscing flashed in his eyes. "Although this place is not at the level of my lab at my very peak, it's already better than the one when I first joined that prick's company." While indulging in his bitter yet precious memories, Jacob didn't pay much attention to those 5 figures standing on the platform at the end of this workshop. Rita was closely watching Jacob with her scrutinous eyes and couldn't help but narrow them slightly. He simply didn't even look at her graceful face or mesmerized by her elvish charm. On the contrary, he was admiring those soulless machines around him, completely ignoring the 5 senior grandmasters as if they were just extras. Lastly, he was still wearing his black mask, which was a blunt disrespect toward them. The old elf also noticed Jacob's disrespectful conduct and his masked face. He couldn't help but smile wryly as he remembered the exact words when he asked Jacob to take off his mask, which left him speechless and without any refute. Jacob Cold stated at that time, according to the Dark City Rule number 29, as long as the guest or noble does not willingly reveal their facial features, no one can force them to reveal it. Not even the 3 hegemonies. Chapter 231 Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith Test, Part 2. Those senior grandmasters' faces were a sight to behold as they watched the newcomer taking his sweet time coming toward them. Just when was the last time when someone disregarded them like this? Only someone like the senior grandmaster Magic Smith could act like this in front of them. But who was Jacob? He was a nobody from the common plains who had used his lifetime of luck on getting that inheritance. At least, that is what most of them thought. Cough. The old elf named Bart coughed lightly to announce their presence. Jacob dismissively averted his eyes from the equipment and finally looked at those 5 senior grandmasters. Rita squinted her eyes when she saw Jacob's eyes were as tranquil as a lake. There wasn't even a ripple when he saw her. Bart smiled amiably as he spoke. Young friend Jack, let me introduce you to these seniors. We will be judges of your test. I have already introduced myself. I'm a senior grandmaster pill alchemist, Bart. He then pointed at a pale yellow goblin and introduced, this gentleman is senior grandmaster apothecary Boone. Boone had this strange interest in his eyes as he was looking at an experiment subject. But when met with Jacob's icy glare, Boone felt like he had met with a predator. He quickly hid his real thoughts and nodded with a forced smile, good luck. I'll be one of the judges of your test. I look forward to your performance. Jacob nodded back and coldly uttered a single word, certainty. With his sharp instinct, he had already detected the malicious intent of that goblin, and he didn't have a good impression of the goblin race to begin with. So he instantly put this guy on his food list. If he tried something, not even his bones would be found. Bart then pointed to a dwarf with a golden potion vial badge and introduced, this is Sir Otto, a senior grandmaster potion alchemist. Otto had a short gray beard on his old face, and the moment he was introduced, he laughed heartedly and loudly said, although you little follow are somewhat arrogant, I like your eyes. Even if you fail, you can come to my place and I'll treat you to one of my best wines, personally concocted by me. It seemed you're in luck. You should know even those dark nobles didn't have such a courtesy to taste wine, Sir. Otto's personal collection. Bart couldn't help but look somewhat envious. Otto snickered disdainfully. You elves didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol. You can just get drunk by sniffing some random third-grade ale. Jacob couldn't help but look at the 3-9 feet dwarf with some interest. It was his first time meeting a dwarf, and he had to admit he was just as rumor described them to be, straightforward and alcoholic. Even in stories, dwarfs were described as such. But was this really the case? Because for some reason, Jacob felt somewhat uneasy about Otto. Not even that goblin could give him such a feeling, so Jacob didn't let his guard down even a bit. However, he couldn't slap a smiling face, so he politely greeted him back. I will definitely consider it, Mr. Otto. Bart then glared at Otto for his previous comment, but this wasn't the place to start bickering with his old friend, so he quickly introduced the 4th judge, who was a kobold with light blue scales and a fierce face. There was a golden scroll badge on his chest. This is Senior Grandmaster Spellcrafter Lawrence. You may never hear of a spellcrafter before because this profession is rather peculiar. In general terms, a spellcrafter can seal a magic spell into a scroll, and then that magic spell stored in that scroll can be used by anyone at any time. Even those without magic can easily use it. The magic spells stored in a scroll are called magic scrolls, and we normally don't sell them to the common public since they are too hard to make and are very dangerous if fall into the wrong hands. Jacob's eyes flashed with surprise because it was also his first time hearing about this profession, and it was as interesting as the magic smith and rune artificer. But unlike these two professions, magic was compulsory for this profession. Furthermore, by Bart's description, he mused that those magic scrolls' prowess would also be driven by the person who made them. Still, these magic scrolls were like bombs, and if someone didn't know about them beforehand, they could easily fall into a dangerous situation, especially if there was a far higher level spell stored in a magic scroll. Just like Jacob, who had no idea such a thing even existed, it was probably his good luck that he hadn't come in contact with someone who had this magic scroll, or he might have had to learn it the hard way. So Jacob secretly decided to learn more about these magic scrolls for safety purposes. Lawrence, on the other hand, coldly grunted at Jacob with a somewhat hostile gaze. It was clear that he didn't have a good impression of Jacob. But Jacob didn't even care about his feeling and didn't even bother to reply to that granting sound and pretended he didn't hear anything. Lawrence's anger nearly burst because of Jacob's behavior and was about to berate him when Rita, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke in her mellow voice. Nice to meet you. I'm Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith, Rita. Unlike these four judges, I'll be your invigilator and the test setter, while the four judges will make sure I'll be fair with my test. Now, if you didn't have any questions, shall we begin? Rita smiled gracefully as she walked toward Jacob, flaunting her perfect hourglass figure. Jacob looked at the graceful elf, who could easily take someone's breath away with a dismissive gaze, and nodded, please, the sooner we start, the quicker we can finish. Rita's lips curled into a cold smile when she heard it. She stopped a meter away from Jacob and looked right into his eyes as she wanted to see through them, but alas, failed. P alpha ped D alpha Nanuyon SOM, but she didn't flatter and spoke. I like your confidence. Let's see if you have the skills to back it up. My test for you is Bullet Crafting, Chapter 232 Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith Test, Part 3, Bullet Crafting. Jacob cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the ravishing elf's cold smile. Rita nodded with a charming yet cold smile, easy right. Jacob shook his head mildly. Nothing is easy when it comes to gunsmithing. Every component is essential, and even a small mistake can easily turn your craft into your own death knell. Especially when it comes to bullets. Rita narrowed her eyes when she heard this unexpected response from Jacob and couldn't help but reevaluate this masked man in front of her. As for the four old men behind, they were just silently observing as judges, and they won't interfere unless they suspected foul play. Rita then nodded. Indeed, gunsmithing is far more dangerous than some people think it should be. Bullet crafting is the most dangerous part of gunsmithing. And in the old ages, when we never had appropriate equipment, many gunsmiths died while in process of creating a perfect bullet for a gun. Every new gun required a new type of bullet that could perfectly match it and bring out its deadly potential. That's why today, for your Senior Grandmaster rank test, I want you to craft me a bullet perfectly suitable for this gun. Rita then flipped her slender hand, and a white gold ring on his middle finger suddenly shimmered in a golden glow before a beautiful silver handgun with a long golden muzzle appeared in Rita's hand. However, Jacob's attention was drawn by the golden ring on Rita's hand, and he instantly guessed what that ring was: a storage ring. It was his first time seeing this ring being used despite possessing the White Minister's storage ring. He simply couldn't open it without magic, and this was not something he was proud of. Now, seeing Rita using the storage ring, he felt flustered. Rita naturally noticed Jacob's burning gaze at her ring and took it wrongly. She pulled an enthralling smile filled with pride as she said, "Oh, I forgot you never had seen these little things before, right? This is a common storage ring which have a 1 cubic meter of storage space. Only a single person in the entire Rare Plains can make it, and that is Senior Grandmaster Magic Smith. However, they are expensive and even rarer than extraordinary treasures. But as long as you are a Senior Grandmaster, you may buy one from Senior Braylon. He has always prioritized his peers." Rita's voice was filled with respect and some adoration when she mentioned this Braylon character. However, the judges behind her had this unusually pained expression when she mentioned the purchase of the storage ring. Because these rings were simply too expensive to make, not to mention buy them, even someone like them had to pay over half of their fortune to buy these common storage rings from Braylon. While Rita got it as a gift from Braylon when she earned herself the rank of a Senior Grandmaster, that's why she didn't know those men's pain. Being a beautiful woman naturally had its own perks. Jacob, on the other hand, instantly lost interest when he heard about 1 cubic meter space because this was just too small for him, and he already had the infinity pendant, not to mention a rare storage ring, so he didn't need a common one. He was only frustrated because he couldn't open that damn ring because he didn't have magic. As long as he started learning the magic smiting and got the blueprint of a storage ring, he could make as many as he wanted. He was pretty sure the Epic Plains would have an ample amount of these rings. Rita then finally returned to the matter at hand as she showed Jacob the silver gun and stated, "This is a basic Type-1 gun created by me, and I call it Silver Death. But I have yet to craft an appropriate bullet for Silver Death. Since it's a basic Type-1 level gun, the bullets should also be basic Type-1, or it won't do this gun any justice. So." But before she could continue, Jacob spoke first as he looked at Silver Death with scrutinized gaze. "So you want me to craft a basic Type-1 bullet for this gun? Correct me if I'm wrong, but according to my understanding, the type rank represent anything related to mech and complex technology. Type 0 Basic, Intermediate, and Advanced rank cover common, basic, intermediate, and advanced rank. At the same time, Type-1 should cover the rare rank. Since this gun is a basic Type-1 weapon, and because of its size, its appropriate bullet size should be around 10 caliber or 12 caliber maximum. But this size of Type-1 bullets is impossible to make without a Type-1 gunpowder. That is where your problem lies, isn't it? Rita's eyes finally went wide when she heard Jacob's appraisal, because he instantly pointed out the crux of the matter without even her explaining it to him. This naturally gave her a big surprise as she finally took Jacob seriously. He might be able to solve this problem. Her eyes shimmered with hope since this was the biggest hurdle she had been facing for decades. Just as Jacob said, the Type-1 gunpowder was too precious, and even with her current wealth she couldn't buy its formula from the main branch, so she could only research herself. But the experiment with gunpowder is not a joke, and she once nearly blew an entire floor during her research. Although she escaped without any serious injuries, she still had to pay for the damage she did. Afterward, she always goes outside the dark city in the wilderness to conduct such experiments, but she always ended up blowing the facility whenever she was about to succeed. This had become a sore spot in her heart. She only bought that up because she wanted to teach Jacob a lesson and take him down a peg. But to her surprise, Jacob easily saw through the problem which had plagued her to the point she started to lose interest in gunsmithing, which she once loved even more than her life. A hint of rare gentleness surfaced in her eyes as she looked at Silver Death and softly said, "As long as you can make this gun whole, you pass my test as well as you will have my sincere gratitude." Chapter 233 Discussion of Seniors. Jacob, as a fellow professionalist, could easily feel Rita's frustration and hidden resentment toward her own incapability of not to be able to make her creation reach its full potential. But he also looked down on her because of that exact reason, because it was also quite clear she had given up on it and had lost her vision as a true gunsmith. As someone who had devoted his life to perfecting the killing weapons and never stopped moving forward no matter what kind of problem he encountered, he abhorred those who just gave up too easily. At least he had this kind of mentality when it came to gunsmithing. It was his obsession that never left him, even after he was reborn. He still wanted to improve it further and try numerous ideas, which he couldn't because of the technological difference between his world and this one. Furthermore, now he was doing it for himself, not for others or for wealth, but just for himself, which gave him even more motivation. The Titan sniper rifle was a small proof of it. Rita's matter was not even worth contemplating over for him, and this test was nothing but walk in part. He coolly asked, "Where will I find Type-1 materials?" Rita didn't hesitate and said, "Just list out what you need and we will provide it for you. As long as you can pass the test, I will bear all the costs of those materials." Jacob's lips curled up as he said something in an extremely low voice that could only be heard by Rita, and those old men won't notice a thing. Rita's eyes suddenly winded in disbelief when she heard those words and looked at him with squinted eyes as her glossy lips moved, but there was no voice. Jacob easily read what she was saying and replied in the same low pitch. Rita's eyes were filled with disbelief and somewhat doubtful, but she still decided to gamble it as she merely nodded before she spoke, "Write down what you need." Jacob didn't delay, and a projection formed over his wrist, and he wrote what he needed on that projection screen of the Star Watch. Rita instantly remembered everything before she told him to close the projection. Those old men were all clueless as they only watched silently with great interest, since they could tell Rita was being unnaturally cooperative toward this new guy after he voiced out the problem with the Silver Killer. Boone spoke in a low voice, "Do you think he will blow up this place like Lady Rita?" Lawrence snorted disdainfully, "You're thinking of him too highly. I think it was just a fluke, nothing else. He'll fail and humiliate himself. Do you think the standard of Type-1 is so easy to reach?" P Alpha Pd Alpha Nanuyon Som Otto also nodded with this peculiar smile on his beard face. This youngster is promising, no doubt there. But his knowledge seemed to be flawed. He was taking Type-1 Basic, Intermediate, and Advance, akin to Rare Rank Basic, Intermediate, and Advance. However, he didn't know only the basic Type-1 rank is equivalent to Rare Rank, Basic, Intermediate, and Advance. While the Intermediate Type-1 fell into the category of Extraordinary Rank, Basic, and Intermediate, and the Advanced Type-1 rank is for Advanced Extraordinary Rank. That's why we use type ranks rather than these typical strength ranks in the guild, and only to raise prices we rank the items with these strength ranks. Bart nodded in agreement. Only the type ranks are the correct measurements for knowledge, materials, treasures, and such. At the same time, the ranks for strength are totally different things. The three hegemonies deliberately do not let this common knowledge spread to the common public because this is bad for business, and the rare planes are not under their entire control as well because of those so-called freedom lords. As for this brat, he still has a lot to learn. Let it be a learning experience for him. The Dark City is the biggest opportunity he could have. He might draw Lord Braylon's attention and earn permanent member just like that cunning brat in the Light Nation. Otto couldn't help but smile mysteriously at Brat when he heard it and chuckled. You guys have no idea what is going on in the Freedom Plains, do you? Why would we have to pay attention to that barren place? We didn't pay such a steep price to come in this just to keep an eye on it. Lawrence snorted with a hint of hatred. But we do know about the commotion and war going on there right now, and it seems the livings are in huge trouble this time. But that had nothing to do with us since we live in this place, and the Dark City in the Freedom Plains has already withdrawn as well. So what's your point in bringing Freedom Plains up? Bart narrowed his eyes as he looked at Otto. Otto coolly said, nothing much. I was just wondering if those permanent members of each branch will come to the Dark City as well. Despite our long years of service, we were never able to become permanent members. I was just envious of the little guy who will rise above us all soon. No one refuted this since they knew the criteria for becoming a permanent member of the Alchemy Guild was even harsher than the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Because Alchemy Guild, the only thing that mattered was complex skills, while in the Alliance, strength. That's why even these senior grandmasters didn't have the luxury to enter the main guild despite their lofty statuses in rare planes. Only Braylon has a permanent member status among all the senior grandmasters, and he was very close to leaving the rare planes as well. Seeing Jacob was like seeing another Braylon, and Jacob was even more brilliant than Braylon when he was Jacob's age. While these old men were discussing in extremely low voices, which couldn't be heard by anyone, not even Rita, they had no idea every last bit of word was clearly heard by someone else, like he was a part of their conversation. Jacob dismissively glanced at those old men, especially Otto, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Interesting. Chapter 234 Inferior Friction Killer. After the materials listed by Jacob arrived, he didn't waste more time and got to work. Making a bullet was easy as well as difficult. Easy because there are only 5 parts involved in a typical complete bullet: the cartridge casing, the primer, the projectile, the wad, and the gunpowder. Difficult because selecting the suitable materials and amount for the aforementioned components, and even a tiny mistake can result in either the bullet turning dud or turning it into a small bomb which will blow up your hand, or in some rare cases, the face. In Silver Death's case, the gun was completely capable of firing a basic Type-1 bullet, even an intermediate Type-1 bullet. In the former case, the gun will have a long life period, while in the latter, it will only last for 4 or 5 rounds, just like the very first Titan sniper rifle Jacob had ever made. That's why it was so important to have perfect ammunition for a firearm, and it was the gunsmith's responsibility to make it happen. After getting Rita's permission, Jacob started to use the equipment available in the workshop, while Rita followed him like a ghost as she observed his every movement. Those judges were also paying close attention to him without speaking. Jacob first made the projectile with a basic Type-1 material called the lava gem stone, and then the case with another Type-1 material called the cold hack metal. However, the primer and wad were made with intermediate Type-1 materials, which somewhat made Rita frown, because the combination was simply not going to work, because the bullet might blow up before it could fire. Furthermore, she also noticed the primer created by Jacob was somewhat special since it didn't look like a typical primer she was familiar with. Still, she didn't disturb him and only watched. In half an hour, Jacob had already made the 4 components, and what was only left was the gunpowder, which was going to be the real factor. For safety's sake, as well as to not divulge his own formula, he asked those judges to leave the room and let Rita observe him. Lawrence only snorted in disdain but left, as well as the other 3, without raising any fuss. They all knew just how dangerous making Type-1 gunpowder was, and since Rita herself wasn't able to, they were quite assured that there wasn't any chance of cheating as well. However, when only Rita and Jacob were left in the workshop, he stopped what he was doing and looked at Rita. He asked, "What do you think about my previous proposal?" Rita narrowed her eyes as she looked at this mysterious fellow. She couldn't help but remember their early secret discussion. Jacob had asked, "I can give you the basic Type-1 gunpowder formula, and I only need a small favor." Rita was in disbelief at that moment, but from his tone, Jacob didn't seem to be joking, and she knew just how expensive that formula was, so she still decided to take her chances since it would become apparent in this test. She replied by only moving her lips. "What kind of favor?" Jacob simply replied. "I need access to the magic smith facility in this building for 1 month. Think about it. You can reply to me when I was going to formulate the gunpowder." Afterward, everything went normal until it reached this point. If Rita was doubtful before, now she wasn't after she saw Jacob's efficiency in making all 4 components in half an hour. Those 4 judges were only here to judge while they had no idea about gunsmithing. That's why Rita was the invigilator, and she knew even she might not be able to handle those basic Type-1 materials as well as Jacob did. So now she was curious about why Jacob needed access to the magic smith facility, but one thing was quite clear. This man wasn't simple at all, so it was better to be friends with him than obstruct his way. Besides, he was already offering her something irresistible. Can you tell me why you need to use Magic Smith facility? Although there are floors with Magic Smith facility, but they are still under the control of Senior Braylon. Despite the fact that he didn't live here anymore, he still has full control over those floors through his old apprentices. I have a good relationship with Senior Braylon's apprentices, so I can get you access, but I need to know if you're doing anything that put my own reputation at risk. Rita candidly explained. Jacob coolly said, you don't have to worry about it, I know my limit, I just need the equipment in that facility, nothing else. Likewise, I'm not experimenting with magic smiting. Rita looked deeply at Jacob, but no matter what, she couldn't see through his intentions. In the end, she gave up and bitterly said, as long as you uphold your deal, I will uphold mine. It was far easier than I thought. This woman naturally knows how to flaunt her charm, so making a deal with her was the better option than those old men. Besides, in 1 month, even if someone finds out about me using the Magic Smith facility, even this Braylon guy, Jacob's lips curled up into a devious smile. Without wasting more time, Jacob got to work. He started to handle the chemicals while he also explained to Rita how to mix them and how much she needed to mix for one bullet. Rita solemnly listened as she was also recording the entire process. Of course, she got Jacob's permission to record it. Over an hour passed, and it was only because Jacob explained to Rita he would have done it much faster. There was now inky black sand like gunpowder was resting within a small vial. Rita mumbled in disbelief. Is this really a basic type -1 gunpowder? It was too easy, Jacob scoffed. You were simply looking at it in the wrong direction. You were probably focusing on increasing its might and ignoring the fact about how to subdue that might. He didn't bother to explain any further and started to assemble the bullet, which was glittering golden when it was done, a perfect match for Silver Killer. Jacob placed the bullet on the table and coolly said, this bullet is called Friction Killer. Now you can call those judges and test it yourself. Rita's eyes were affixed on the golden bullet as if she couldn't wait to test it. Chapter 235 Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith. At the west of the 55th floor of Alchemy Guild was the shooting range to test the firearms. At this moment, Rita, followed by 4 judges and Jacob, entered a private area within the shooting range to test his final product. While Rita's eyes were shimmering with anticipation, those 4 judges were not so optimistic as they only thought it was finally coming to an end and thought all kinds of words they would use as advice for this arrogant youngster. Rita, without waiting for a second, pressed a button on the control panel of the shooting range before a white mannequin emerged from the slide opening in the floor of the shooting range. Those senior grandmasters' eyes lit up when they saw the white mannequin, while Jacob was dismissively looking at it without any interest. He just wanted to get it over with since he had already achieved what he wanted. Rita looked at everything and explained, gentlemen, as you all might have already guessed, that dummy is tier -2 extraordinary rank physically. If Grandmaster Jack's bullet is really basic type -1, then it can easily penetrate that tier -2 Exoradian dummy. Now I want your permission as 4 judges to start the final evaluation process. Do I have your permission, or do you want to check the bullet crafted by Grandmaster first? Rita coolly showed the golden bullet in her hand, which was the inferior version of the Friction Killer Jacob once created for his first Titan sniper rifle, but no one knows that. Those old men closely scanned the bullet, and after making sure it was the same one they saw Jacob creating, they all nodded. You may proceed with the recording, Bart stated with a dignified look. They all had to record every final evaluation process when it came to a senior Grandmaster test. Because even if the person in question passed their discreet eyes, they still had to send the recording to higher command for the final assessment, and only then the senior Grandmaster rank will be issued. Rita also didn't delay after getting their approval and opened the recording function of her Star Watch before she loaded the golden bullet into her Silver Killer gun. After taking a deep breath with great expectation, she pointed her beloved gun toward the dummy, and all the others looked with knowing expressions. They were all guessing that this bullet would completely bounce off the dummy. Until the trigger was pulled. Boom! A small sonic boom suddenly rang, which could be heard on the 55th floor, and one could only imagine the reaction of those judges as they nearly went deaf by that deafening sound. However, Rita didn't care about the sound as her eyes were wide open when she looked at the dummy as if she had seen a ghost. Noticing Rita's expression, those judges who were about to complain suddenly looked toward the dummy as well, and their eyes went wide as well. Because right now, the dummy's head was completely gone, shattered into fragments all over the private shooting range. And not only that, but they could see a bullet hole in the metal wall behind. Although the bullet didn't manage to penetrate the thick metal wall all the way to the other side, the fact remains that the bullet hadn't aimed at that wall at all. It had penetrated the dummy first before it went into the wall, which means the bullet velocity was already more than half exhausted when it hit the metal wall. This means that bullet could even headshot a tier-3 or even tier-4 extraordinary, and it was just a basic type-1 bullet. They all felt chills in their spine, and they stiffly turned their head toward the creator of this bullet, who was still nonchalant about the deadly weapon he had just created. This also made another fact clear to them as well as Rita. The reason why a type-1 bullet formula was so expensive was not that the guild was being petty, but because it is truly worth that much. Just imagining someone holding a gun filled with type-1 bullets, even those mighty tier-6 extraordinary experts had to dread that person, much less if an entire army was equipped with these types of guns and bullets. Do they still need magic anymore when the technology could do far better than complex magic, which was limited to one's potential? P alpha pedi alpha nanuyan som. This question was really worth mulling over. But right now, they all had this dreadful yet respectful expression as they looked at the masked man who had created this terrifying bullet and made them think in this direction. Rita finally snapped out of her daze and couldn't help but tremble when she thought of how Jacob had already traded this bullet's formula with her, and she had already watched how he created it. She had profited from this big time. "So do I pass?" Jacob coolly questioned as he looked at those senior grandmasters' pale faces. He was now wondering if he should have toned down the bullet a bit more after seeing their astonished and fearful expression. But he didn't care much since the guild was selling these formulas. Then this means there's no harm in showing it to them or even trading it for his own growth. He no longer cared about this simple knowledge anymore. Bart stiffly smiled and nodded. "Oh, of course, Mr. Jack, you really are worthy of senior grandmaster rank and we have underestimated you before. Please don't take it personally. We were simply too ignorant." As an old wily fox, Bart would be a fool to offend Jacob since he had just achieved something that even Braylon couldn't when he was Jacob's age. Jacob was now officially the youngest senior grandmaster in the history of Rare Plains, and he could create deadly weapons that could be used by anyone and might change the hierarchy of power if they were made in mass. So it was far better to befriend such a person than offend him, especially when he will get the position of a permanent member as well, whether Braylon likes it or not. Everyone had the same thought, but they had no idea that Jacob had joined the Zodiac Alliance and was only a step away from getting rid of his reserve member status. Chapter 236, the Alchemy Guild's president. A garden filled with the thick smell of herbs was currently tended by a middle-aged man with purple skin in white robes, as he was watering a golden-color flower with red gem-like branches with a peaceful smile. Suddenly he felt something as he said, "What is it?" An electric voice rang from his wrist. "President Nelson, a call from Lady Vice President Ellie." Nelson's blue eyebrow raised when he heard the name of the caller and muttered under his breath, "How rare. The little girl would never distract me after I gave her all the authority of the guild." He said gently, "Receive the call." A melodious voice replaced the electric voice. "I have a situation to report." "President?" Nelson pursed his lips as he retorted, "Do you forget how to call your old man after you achieve some status? Or do you think it's embarrassing for your status?" Ellie's respectful voice instantly turned into an annoying one as it sounded, "Dad, I'm being serious here, and since this is a matter of guild, we need to be formal." Nelson sneered and refuted. "I don't care one bit about being formal or informal when I'm talking to my precious daughter. Will someone dare to voice out their opinion?" "You're such a pain, Dad," Ellie retorted without caring about Nelson's status as her dad or as one of the three most terrifying and influenced being on the plains. However, Nelson instantly smiled gently. "See, that's my fearless daughter who I loved. All right, stop your rambling. You can ramble all you want when you decide to leave your precious lab. I'm here to tell you about something important," Ellie stated. "What is it? Do you finally found a man you want to introduce to me? Oh, your late mother would be so happy that her precious tomboy." "Geezer!" Nelson was instantly shut up by Ellie's shrillness, filled with embarrassment and rage. He could even hear her teeth grinding together. However, Nelson's smile widened as if he was enjoying teasing his daughter and making her angry, but knew when to stop unless he wanted her to go on a rampage within his lab. "All right, enough playing around. Tell me, what is it?" he said with a chuckle. "You're the one playing around," she instantly retorted in exasperation. But she knew her dad too well to start arguing with him. She knew it would only make him tease her more. So she quickly got to the point before Nelson had a chance to say something unscrupulous again. "A new senior Grandmaster Gunsmith has appeared in the Rare Plains Dark Cities branch, and he's less than 30 years old as well. Lastly, he first registered in Common Plains as a basic gunsmith less than 4 years ago." A hint of surprise flashed past Nelson's sky-blue eyes as he said, "Interesting." It seemed a rare breed had appeared in those backwater plains, or he simply lucked out. "Tell me his race and blood force." "Race is still unknown. As for blood force, it is 900,000, and it might be more since this is the limit of any blood force measuring device at that place," Ellie seriously revealed. Now, even Nelson's expression turned serious when he heard the blood force. He's probably a rare breed with extreme intelligence. So you should just send him the invitation to the guild and get it done with. Do you need to ask me even that? That's where the problem lies. Ellie sighed as she said in a gloomy tone, the thing is, he's already registered with the Brainless Alliance and I can't send him an invitation. Oh. What an intriguing guy. Since he can join the alliance of muscle brains, then he might be not just intelligent but strong as well, which could earn him the invitation from them. Nelson uttered. In reply, Ellie's serious voice rang, that's what I'm worried about because his blood force potential is extremely close to turning him into a true alchemist. Someone like him is rare in even epic planes. He will only be wasting his potential when he can earn us huge profits and rise up to the ranks of our main guild as long as we invest in him. Heh, that's my money-loving daughter there. Always think about how to become rich. Sometimes I wonder if you're mine or that vixen's daughter. Geezer, I will really cut ties with you if you called me that old vixen's daughter, Ellie yelled, full of resentment and hatred as if someone had compared her to her mortal enemy. Nelson teasingly asked, haha, alright, I know what to do. I'll contact Grumpy Gunner, wait for my good news. Tell me this person's name who attracts my little money grabber's interest. Ellie's gnashed her teeth on the other side but endured and hissed, his star ID name is Faceless Ancient. Make it happen in an hour or you can forget about your ale collection. Done threatening, she instantly cut the call with a huff, clearly not wanting to entertain the shenanigans of her dad anymore. However, she would be shocked if she was here to watch Nelson's expression after he heard Faceless Ancient. Because Nelson's easygoing smile had vanished, replaced with a dumbfounded expression as if he heard the name of some ghost. But he quickly regained his calmness, but the atonement in his eyes couldn't be more apparent. Faceless Ancient, isn't it the name of the Rare Plains champion? He muttered before a realization dawned upon him. Now it makes perfect sense. That time we discovered he was a reserve member of that Gummy Guy's alliance, so we simply let him handle the process of bringing him here. He was also affiliated with the mercenary and the guild branches, but we didn't pay much attention. But it seemed we had all underestimated him, and he might not be as simple as we thought of him. If he's a senior Grandmaster gunsmith or even an elder Grandmaster rank, then it made perfect sense he got rid of all those corpses and cleared the trial in less than a year. He can't be left in that muscle brain, arrogant idiot's care. I need to do something to make him kick that little guy out of the alliance without letting him find out that the target of our interest is probably an elder Grandmaster rank gunsmith. Nelson's eyes shone in wiliness. My little money grabber really hit the jackpot. Chapter 237 Double Agent. Dark City, Alchemy Guild 132nd floor, Otto was sitting in a closed room, and this room was completely soundproof and inaccessible to anyone beside him, because it was a private room of senior Grandmaster rank. Otto didn't have his previous friendly demeanor as he was completely emotionless with a cold look in his eyes. At this moment, he opened his Star Watch UI and found a peculiar contact before he sent a call request. A tuneful, emotionless voice sounded, "You have 10 seconds." Otto didn't waste any time and uttered after putting on his best respectful face, "I want to report the appearance of a senior Grandmaster gunsmith below the age of 30 and he's also from the Common Plains to boot. Star ID." The woman's voice remained completely emotionless without any hint of interest or dissatisfaction. But Otto's eyes glow instantly because the other party is asking for the ID, which means they are hooked. So he didn't beat around the bush and revealed, Faceless Ancient, 1,500 ZC will be transferred to your account shortly. Without uttering any further word, the woman disconnected the call as if Otto was nothing but a worthless swine and didn't worth any extra second of her time. However, Otto wasn't fazed by such treatment since he knew just talking to him for over 10 seconds was already that woman's generosity. On the contrary, his eyes were shimmering in elation when he heard 1,500 ZC. He had no doubt that the payment will delay or that woman won't deliver. So while waiting for his payment, he opened his Star ID and made a caller request without hesitation. But his respectful demeanor had instantly changed into an arrogant one. He was changing his demeanor like drinking water, and this kind of skill clearly can't be learned just from some books. This call was also connected, and an annoying voice rang, Skull no. Aminus 2, you better not be disturbing me for more resourcing again. As I said before, I already have my hands full with those dead bastards and these hateful ants. Otto snorted and said with a somewhat teasing voice, Boss Zero, what do you take me for? I know society is going through some tough times, and it all happened when you finally managed to pull the impossible. What a shame, Sai. Skull no, Aminus 2, if you call me to spit on my face, then I don't mind requesting the higher-ups for your help here, and then we can try this conversation again face to face. No. Aziro's voice was filled with killing intent as he suggested. Otto snickered silently but didn't dare to taunt him anymore and said with a friendly tone, Boss Zero, you and I are old friends. Is there a need to be so distant from your old friend? Since I call you, I naturally call you to give you good news, and you might be able to quench the higher-ups' anger after the trial incident. Who knows, you might even redeem yourself completely from the cannibal plan incident as well. No, Aziro fell silent for 3 seconds before he said, I know you skull no, Aminus too better than anyone. Bark, what do you want? As long as you really have what you claim to have, I won't mind throwing you a golden bone. Otto didn't mind being called dog indirectly as his wily smile covered more than half of his face. Oh, you will give me more than a golden bone, Boss Zero, when you hear the name of my good news. Now, I'm really interested. Bark away? No, Aziro sneered without any hint of interest at all, as if he didn't have any high expectations at all. Otto slyly chuckled, I'm glad, the good news name is Faceless Ancient. What did you say? No. Aziro yelled in disbelief. Otto snickered, see, you're truly interested, so heard my price first and it is not negotiable. I want to be promoted to no. Aminus 1 and 1000 ZC, motherfucker. Why not go and rob the fucking Zodiac Bank? Do you think I'm so desperate to find that prick? Besides, since you suddenly brought him up, then I'm sure he's in the Dark City. How's that for being an idiotic dog? No. Aziro finally dropped the act and started to curse. P alpha pedi alpha Nanuyan som. However, there wasn't a sliver of anger on Otto's calm face, as if he was listening to calm winds. After no, Aziro was done cursing. He spoke again with the same calm yet arrogant tone. Of course, I expect nothing less from Boss Zero. But if you search for him in Dark City, it's like searching in a haystack for a needle. However, if you complete my little requests, I will not only give you accurate information about him, I can even assassinate him in a heartbeat. I'm that close to him. But I would naturally charge extra for an assassination fee since I'm putting my neck on the line here. Otto smiled slyly. So what do you think, Boss Zero? Although you know my location, you don't know my accurate position, and I know I'm not obliged to tell you at all. Of course, with your intelligence, you can easily use the authorities to force me to reveal my position. But then I will also come in contact with them and have to tell them about my valuable information. If that happened, you and I both know they will. Aziro's voice with the mixture of grounding his teeth rang, obstructing Otto's praises. All right, bastard, I get it. Just tell me where that prick is and we have a deal. Otto's smile widened. Boss Zero, you know I have utter respect for you and your straight character, but I'm a little insecure by nature, so. Skull no, Aminus 2, do you think I'm a pushover? No, Aziro's voice was now icy cold, filled with killing intent. How dare I? You're our valiant leader, and I have nothing but deep respect and absolute loyalty toward the society. Otto innocently uttered, that's why I'm giving you credit for detaining one of the most wanted targets of Rare Plains in return for your sincerity. No. Aziro gnashed his teeth so hard their eerier voice could be heard, as if he was on the verge of losing it. In resignation, he cursed, all right, you motherfucker. Chapter 238 Settling down, while the name Faceless Ancient was getting all kinds of attention in the first 2 hours after passing the Senior Grandmaster rank test, the person in question was now strolling in a gunsmith workshop on the 54th floor with the graceful elf Rita. So what do you think? This workshop is as good as mine, and from now on the 54th floor will be under your care. Your identity badge with perks will arrive in 6 hours, and then we will announce your instating. Rita stated with a beautiful smile as she glanced at Jacob's still masked face and hooded head. After the test, those judges excused themselves after congratulating Jacob, and they also had a report to submit, while Rita took Jacob to the 54th floor for a tour since it would be his very soon. Furthermore, Rita no longer looked at Jacob as a junior but as a fellow peer and even respected him. Jacob nodded and coolly said, I appreciate it, but this workshop will be sufficient and I don't want any authority. You can do what you have been doing in the past, don't mind me. Jacob was telling the truth since he wasn't here to take over some measly floor and get cozy, but he was here to increase his craftsmanship and create weapons before bouncing off for good. Although the Senior Grandmaster has many duties, he knew Rita was more than capable of covering them for him, and he would only be needed if an incident happened again, like his appearance, which he was pretty sure would not be going to happen anytime soon. Rita grimaced when she heard Jacob's cold reply without even looking at her, and she started to wonder if she wasn't pretty enough to draw his attention. He's not one of those who are obsessed with their work, right? She wondered and almost reached a conclusion. She pursed her lips and said, all right, if you change your mind, you can tell your assistant to look for me on the 55th floor, or I don't need an assistant as well. Jacob instantly cut her before she could finish. He would be a fool to allow someone who he didn't even know to observe what he was doing. Rita curled her lips. Don't worry, I'm not talking about work assistant. I'm talking about the floor assistant who normally manages the floors, and his lab is 50 meters south of yours. He won't disturb you, but you can look for him anytime you want. Jacob thought for a bit and nodded. Sounds simple. He then finally looked at Rita and emotionlessly asked, when will I expect you to deliver your part of the deal? Tusk. You didn't even get appointed yet, and you're already in a hurry to get into the magic smith workshop. Rita pursed her lips as she looked at Jacob's deadpan eyes, and she finally gave up. Fine, give me 3 days. Add me on the Star Network so I can contact you. I was about to suggest that before when you cut me in the midst. This is a more convenient method to keep in contact. Jacob finally averted his gaze and pretended he didn't notice the faint blush on Rita's cheeks when she bluntly asked for his contact info. Still, he wasn't going to reject it since if Rita searched for his ID, she would not be going to find it as long as her privilege wasn't at his level, which might raise some questions. So it was far better to add her since he would be going to need it. As for others, they can think as they want, but he was not going to add anyone else. Tell me your ID and I'll send you a friend request, Jacob coolly stated. Rita's eyes lit up and quickly said with a tingle of redness, Gun Buta 328. This is also my private server ID in the guild. If you need anything, you can contact me. If I'm free, I'll help you. She quickly stole a quick glance at the end, but to her dismay, Jacob looked the same without any kind of emotions, which made her somewhat resentful. Jacob didn't mind the name or Rita's free pass to contact her anytime. He just wanted to get it over with so he could get some alone time. Is there anything else? If not, I would like to retire for today, Jacob uttered. Rita puckered her lips again in anger. Your living quarters are connected with this workshop. Look, that's the door and you can go yourself. I'm not free to as to think I am. HMPH. Without waiting for his reply, she huffed and turned around and stomped toward the exit while still having some expectation that Jacob would stop her because of her sudden outburst. But alas, she was thoroughly wrong because Jacob couldn't be gladder. Before leaving, Rita turned around and was flabbergasted when she saw Jacob was already opening the door to his private room without even caring about if she had left or not. She gnashed her pristine teeth and cussed under her breath before leaving with a bang, asshole. For some reason, Jacob's indifference was getting under her skin, and this was a new feeling she had never experienced. On the other hand, Jacob closed the door and he even heard Rita's curse and his lips curled up slightly. The more beautiful you are, the more you are used to attention and admiration. Hess, I don't mind blowing off some steam before leaving, but right now. His expression went sharp as he looked at a large apartment, which was like a modern 3-room apartment with 2 bedrooms and a personnel lab, an open lounge, and a kitchen. After Jacob made sure there weren't any surveillance devices hidden in this place, he finally relaxed and bit and headed toward the bathroom to take a shower. He finally reached his destination and acquired a place to settle down in the dark city. Now it was time to study his gains from dark ruins since the language was no longer a barrier. Chapter 239 Fantastic Insects. Jacob looked at 2 items on the table. They were none other than the gray tatter cover book and the parchment made of beast skin he got from the dark ruins when his very first condition. He was too busy learning the languages, so he put the appraisal for later when he entered the dark city. Now that he was finally free, he was going to see what these 2 things were and their uses. As for the gray metallic cylinder, he still has no idea what it is, and he might be able to find out once he studies the Universal Magical Materials Encyclopedia. Jacob first opens the tatter cover book, and he can finally understand the title of the very first page, which instantly draws his attention. Legends and Basic Information of Top 100 Fantastic Insects. Jacob's expression darkened when he read the title because this was by far what he was expecting. He expects this book to be some sort of secret magic manual, but it turns out to be some insect storybook. Still, since this book could survive so long, he was interested in the information, and he could always sell it to SAAI. He already knew its price. As he turned the page, there was an introduction. Fantastic insects are the rarest breed of insects that ever to exist in the universe, especially the top 100. The fantastic insects in the top 100 are born in extremely harsh environments, and at the very first stage of their evolution common rank. Because they could bring ruins to worlds if they were born in their true form, and almost impossible to kill if they reach their final form. The universe is fair, and that's why despite giving these insects unbelievable abilities, they needed to grow to use them, and they are just like any other insects at their first 3 stages of evolution. Only after they cross into their 4th stage of evolution will they start to awaken their true abilities. Because of this exact reason, just finding a single one is nigh impossible, not to mention controlling them. The only way to control them is when they are at the very first stage of their evaluation common rank. There is no other way around it. In this book, there is very basic information and some legends that I've collected in my entire life on the top 100 fantastic insects, and the only method that can completely enslave a fantastic insect at its first stage of evolution. The method is written in the Blood Insect Enslavement Ritual Array. Jacob's eyes contorted when he read at this point, and something instantly came into his mind as his eyes darted toward the beast skin parchment. Don't tell me. Without hesitation, he opened the beast skin parchment, and he completely ignored the runic array design as his eyes were affixed to the information on top. Blood Insect Enslavement Ritual Array Design and Materials Requirement. It was written in crimson wording which made his expression ugly. What the fuck am I supposed to do with these two things? Jacob was really perplexed as he fought his urge to burn these two useless things. Still, he put the array design down and decided to read the information on those fantastic insects, even though it was clearly written just how rare and dangerous these insects were. But if somehow he got his hands on one of these insects, he would be able to completely enslave them because he had both their information and the only method to control them as far as this book described it. It was a long shot, but still, who knows, he might get his hands on one of them someday, and this information could also be used in multiple ways. As for who wrote this book or designed this array, there was no name, and Jacob wasn't one to care either. So after reading the two-page introduction on these fantastic insects, he flipped the page, and a rough sketch of a strange flea appeared with a tentacle-like cavity between its wings. There was a small information section below it. Fantastic insect, rank 100 name, light speed flea introduction, able to fly at the speed of sound on birth. Legend has it. In its final form, it can move through space even faster than the speed of light, and nothing can catch it as it can pass through anything. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he read the legend. If even a fragment of this is true and this flea is only ranked 100, then what about the number 1? Intrigued, Jacob looked at the picture below. It was an ant with triangular wings and a long needle stinger. Fantastic insect, rank 99 name, venomous trooper ant king introduction. According to some legends, once an infant dragon was killed by a venomous trooper ant king. There is not much information about it. Hess, Jacob sneered, clearly not believing it. He didn't dare to imagine the power of an actual infant dragon since just that infant wyvern's strength was enough to send terror into anyone's heart. Afterward, Jacob flipped the pages one by one as he remembered the appearances in those sketches, as well the very limited information and some unreliable legends. Nevertheless, Jacob knew if any one of those legends were real, then these top 100 fantastic insects were enough to wreak havoc in Zodiac Plains. This might also be the reason for the limitation implicated on them by the universe. However, when Jacob was only top 10 insects away from ending the book, his eyes landed on a particular sketch when he turned the page, and shock surfaced in his eyes before it turned into absolute disbelief. There was a sketch of a centipede colored completely black with 6 body segments. It was eyeless, and instead, it had 2 pairs of antennas on each side of its head and 12 pairs of black legs. Jacob couldn't be more familiar with that body segment's shape and saw-like antennas. With tightened nerves, he looked at the information. Fantastic insect, rank 9 name, brain hunter introduction. There's no information on its actual name as it's simply known by the name brain hunter, and there is a very infamous yet terrifying legend about it. Once an entire civilization's brains were consumed by it, and they were all nothing but brain hunters' mindless puppets. Chapter 240, The Thrall. The information completely gobsmacked Jacob, as he knew it was simply too ridiculous for his luck to be this crazy. But the fact was right in front of his eyes, and he truly wanted it to be true. If this brain hunter really is Eclipse Ellipsimhoff, then I can have a rank -9 fantastic insect at my complete disposal if this array works. Jacob's eyes shimmered in ecstasy. The Eclipse Ellipsimhoff was something he acquired accidentally from Decker, who had used it to control Pighead's corpse. After he got the information about it from Immortality, he didn't dare to use it since the method to control it was simply too shallow, and it might come back to bite him if he was careless. So to this day, the Eclipse Ellipsimhoff was always in his infinity pendant, and he almost forgot about it because he was busy raising his prowess. However, now that he has seen this sketch and its familiar name, he can't ignore it because a fantastic insect was simply too terrifying, and if he could tame one, it would be a frightening trump card. But he needed to clarify it first, and he knew only one thing could help him. Cursed immortality, Jacob coldly uttered, and the next moment the book appeared. Without waiting, he said, "You already know what I want to ask you. Just give me a straight answer. Is what I'm guessing true or not?" Jacob knew Immortaka's antics, and if it didn't want to reveal information, he was simply helpless. Even if he got nothing, he was still going to try his luck by performing this ritual. It was simply not worth passing over. Ha 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 ha, what a turn. I never thought you would get your hands on something like this. Of course, since you already discovered the true background of Eclipse Ellipsimhoff, then I can't deny it. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanuyan SOM. Jacob's eyes shimmered with ecstasy when Immortaka confirmed it. He inhaled sharply before he said, "So this is really a rank -9 fantastic insect, and what about the legend? Is any of these legends true?" Now, aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? But I will still answer this question. The information in this book is 10% correct and 90% assumption. No one had ever seen the top 100 rank fantastic insects. Especially the ones in the top 10, those 10 are simply myths, and there are various debates about whether they are even real. But they do exist. It's just that their traces had been nigh impossible to find, and they mostly died the moment they were born since it was too difficult for them to survive. They are born even more fragile than insects in the top 11 to 100. However, if by some heaven-defying chances even one of them survived, trust me, you don't want to know what kind of despair they will bring on a cosmic level. But these existences are very, very far from you, and knowing about them will do you nothing but give you nightmares. As for the Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff's actual rank in Fantastic Insects is 18th. And this is all the information you will get from me. Jacob inhaled coldly as he was really astonished reading all this unimaginable information. He didn't ask more since he knew he wouldn't be entertained anymore. Just this much information was quite generous of Immortica to divulge when it could simply remain shut. It seemed as long as I know about the basic of some information, Immortica can answer me about it. He thought since it was quite apparent now. But it still remained to see if his conjecture was true or not. He asked something else. Then, can this ritual array really tame Brain Hunter indefinitely? Truth be told, he was no longer confident anymore after reading Immortica's reply. Since this book wasn't completely accurate, then there is no way in hell he would believe that the ritual array was accurate as well. So, what if he had the Brain Hunter? He didn't dare to try to nurture it unless he was absolutely sure if it was under his absolute control. If there were even the tiniest bit of chance that it would turn on him, he would rather kill it than let it become its enemy who knows about him and probably Immortica as well. Because Pighead had seen everything that had happened in Decker's lab, and there was no way in hell he would let anyone knows about it. Cursed Immortality's existence outmatched anything in Jacob's eyes. Even the first-rank Fantastic Insect. At least you're not greedy, I must say. Despite getting your hands on such a rare opportunity, you are still rational enough to fight the urge to gain control of a fantastic insect. Tell me, do you remember the piece of information that I gifted you for completing the second level of Cursed Heart Emergence? Jacob squinted his eyes because of this sudden question, but he still replied as he could tell Immortica was implying something. You told me to nurture Alice into a star-level being. What about it? Ha. My exact words were, nurture that thrall of yours into a star-level being. I never said Alice. Jacob's eyes instantly dilated as he would be imbecilic if he still didn't understand. He blurted, you were telling me to nurture Brain Hunter, not Alice. Fuck. Immortica's laugh filled the entire page as if it was extremely pleased with Jacob's blunder. Jacob's expression was also quite ugly since he knew he was right. How could I not think of this? Alice wasn't even in my complete control at that time, and the only thrall I have been actually Brain Hunter. But I simply didn't think too deeply about this and believed what was in front of me. I should have known better to think that this book could put a weak human in its eye. Stop laughing, you could have simply told me straight, and I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Well, knowing you, if I hadn't got my hands on this book, you might have still not going to make it clear, right? So tell me what changed it. Jacob's eyes went sharp as he looked at Cursed Immortality without blinking, waiting for its answer. Chapter 241 Immortica's Reason, Part 1. What changed, you ask? Well, for starters, you have 4 things that enabled me able to give you this information. The first is that ritual array. The second is that gray cylinder. Third, you have an epic body now. And last, the Titan tears. Jacob's eyes widened. You know what's inside that cylinder as well. What do you think? Immortica questioned in relish. Jacob's expression darkened. I should have guessed sooner. Still, what were you planning when you told me to nurture Brain Hunter without warning about its background? If I'm not wrong, you know the Titan tears can easily help the Brain Hunter to enter a 1-star rank. Don't make me doubt your intentions. His voice was icy cold as he looked at the hovering book with knife-like eyes. He was not a fool who would be happy just because he got some unexpected opportunity out of the blue. The Brain Hunter's background was simply too terrifying, and if he had nurtured it according to Immortica without knowing anything about it, once it breaks free from his control, it would be akin to nurturing a venomous snake that can kill him thousands of times the moment he lets his guard down. This could be considered a scheme of Immortica to harm him, and just this possibility was enough to make Jacob never trust Cursed Immortality again. Although he knew he needed Cursed Immortality to reach his goal, then he would also be looking for ways to defend himself in case things went south. But it was even more impossible since Immortica could monitor his every single move. That's why Jacob didn't want any misunderstanding between them, and as long as Immortica had a proper explanation, he was willing to listen. Just like the part about he had clear certain conditions for it to speak, and it was convincing. But he still doesn't understand why it wanted him to nurture the Brain Hunter without any proper warning. This stands out like a sore thumb in Jacob's mind, and he won't be at ease unless he gets a satisfactory answer. This attitude of yours will really help you go far, and that's why I like you even more. You can always keep me entertained one way or another, and I don't want my source of entertainment getting all vigilant of every single thing. So, I'll clarify your childish doubts. First, I want to bring the Brain Hunter at 1 star because it will awaken its racial ability once it develops its 1-star core, which is actually the rarest type of magic core in existence, a growth-type magic core. As for what a growth-type magic core is, for starters, a growth-type magic core's magic element can evolve into a stronger element each time the user crosses a major magic rank. Like if someone had a water-type growth magic core, then it could evolve further into mist, ice, or even cloud. The Brain Hunter also has a unique magic element because it belonged to the fantastic insect race. It's called Puppet Poison Magic Core, which can turn anyone into its puppet, and there's no escape once the poison takes effect. But it still depends on whom the puppet poison is getting used against, and it can also be broken under certain conditions, or this guy would be in the top 10 ranking of fantastic insects. Jacob felt his scalp tingle in trepidation when he read about this new information and instantly blurted, "And you still wanted me to nurture it without even telling me all this? Or are you planning to tell me when I turn into its puppet?" He was really indignant about this revelation, and now he was considering if he should continue to listen to Immortalita's every suggestion blinding. In reply, Tusk, you still have no idea about your body, do you? The puppet poison of star magic rank Brain Hunter would never have worked on you at all. As I said, it depends on who it is using that poison on, and there is a certain condition that can break the effect. You have not only poison immunity of the same rank as your physical strength, but after your cursed heart was formed, you also can't be enslaved by some poison or item anymore unless it's 3 whole ranks stronger than your physique. Even if you're enslaved, once you outstrength the enslavement object, you'll be free again. Besides, you and I both know you would have never nurtured that little fellow without making sure it's completely under your control. Jacob was flabbergasted by this new information, especially about this immunity. "What the hell am I only hearing it now?" Jacob questioned while gritting his teeth. This immunity, especially from enslavement objects, was not a joke because he could escape many deadly situations if he used his wits correctly. "Hehe, told you before, you have achieved 4 things that enabled me to tell you all this. So I thought this little information about your cursed heart in the mix since it's related to our topic. Just remember your heart is not ordinary anymore and never put limits on yourself by doubting everything around you. Vigilance is good, but paranoia is sometimes deadly." Jacob inhaled deeply to calm his emotions, and he knew Immortalita was right this time. Of late, he really started to doubt everything around him, especially when he knew he was dealing with strong people. He always ends up thinking they were scheming against him just because they are strong. In most cases, he was right, but sometimes he couldn't just believe anything he felt unless he had evidence. Still, it wasn't a flaw he was worried about, and he knew he was far from being paranoid, especially when he knew this world was not lawful and only strong makes law here. "So what was your plan?" he asked with a calm tone. Although half of the doubt related to Immortalita has been vanquished, he was not clear about why it wanted him to nurture Brain Hunter without telling him about its background. Actually, Chapter 242 Immortalita's Reason, Part 2. Actually, the Brain Hunter would never have used the puppet poison on you no matter how many guts it has, Immortalita revealed. Jacob squinted his eyes in astonishment. "Why is that?" "You should already have a general idea of why the fantastic insects are so terrifying, but the limitation in place are equally terrifying. Despite their fabled status, they have many weaknesses, or this place had already been ruled by the fantastic insect race long ago. The Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff is no different. A common rank Brain Hunter has no intelligence as it only follows its instincts. But the chances of it entering the rare rank and then even awakening its unique magic core is almost 0. Because to achieve this rank, it needed to absorb an epic rank being's brain as well as its magic core. But the chance that it was to happen is even less than 0 because an epic rank being will sense it coming from miles away. Now you can easily imagine what kind of limitation I'm talking about. Jacob was really shocked when he heard this ridiculous limitation placed on it just to enter rare rank. It was just as Immortalita said, even though he had no magic, he could easily sense danger incoming, and his epic rank senses were 10 times higher than those of an extraordinary rank being. Now he finally understood why these insects were mostly only myths. The universe was really fair. Immortalita continued, but the Titan tears can ignore this limitation as to why. I'll leave it to you to find it out. I can't spoil my fun too much. Jacob's expression darkened when he read at this moment. Immortalita naturally didn't care about his feeling and continued. Anyhow, the Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff has another limitation when it reaches the rare rank and achieves a 1-star rank. It will awaken its basic intelligence and some of its inheritance memories. This topic is also for you to research. As for what that limitation is, it is actually related to its first use of puppet poison. It's like this: a 1-star Brain Hunter with never use its puppet poison on any being higher than its rank. If there is even the tiniest bit of chance that the puppet poison will not take effect, it will never use it, even if this means death. Because if by some chance the puppet poison does not take effect, it will have to be the eternal slave to that person who hasn't gotten affected by the first puppet poison. In layman's terms, the very first puppet poison used by it can turn the brain hunter into an eternal puppet of the same person it used it on. Jacob felt like he was reading something ridiculous and exclaimed, "What kind of fucked up limitation is that? Is that even possible? Heh, what do you think?" Immortality wrote a question jeeringly. Realization dawned upon Jacob at this moment. He finally got what Immortality wanted him to do after Brain Hunter was nurtured to 1-star rank. So if it had used that puppet poison on me, then it would turn into my slave indefinitely, right? When were you going to reveal it? It might have run away right away or, as you said, chose to die instead. Jacob questioned with uncertainty. Of course, I can't tell even if it ran away because you needed to complete 2 conditions at that time. First, you have to find a method to completely enslave the brain hunter so it would use its first puppet poison on you. Because its natural instincts are too dominating that the moment it senses the existence of any slave item, it will instantly kill itself or any fantastic insect, as a matter of fact. Because no fantastic insects can endure being someone's eternal slave, and the universe will also never allow someone to control them so easily. The second condition was, of course, the fully condensed cursed heart. I was only giving you a chance because you have acquired the brain hunter, and if you failed to grasp it, then it was your loss. Besides, I know you would have got over it easily since you let already one escape, and you have no idea about the brain hunter's true background. Its death would have little impact on you. Jacob didn't know how to react after understanding the true reason behind Immortaka's suggestion at that time. Simply put, Immortaka was leaving everything a chance, and no matter how it had played out, he would never get harmed, and the entire matter would have ended with Brain Hunter's mysterious death. Until, of course, when Jacob found out about fantastic insects and Brain Hunter being part of them, and lastly, they can be controlled. He would never have had this strong reaction at that time. He might regret its uncanny death, but he will never be able to guess that it was destined to happen. There were simply too many variables and different scenarios, but each of these scenarios led to one final conclusion. Immortaka's plan never involved harming him at all. It was all depending on luck. Everything was clear as day. Now, if Jacob still did not believe and thought it was just an excuse, then he was really approaching the level of paranoia. So, this ritual array can really make Brain Hunter go against its natural instincts. Jacob was now calm and no longer had any hint of anger in his eyes. He was still reflecting. "Well, why do you think I'm wasting time explaining all this?" Jacob inhaled deeply before he nodded and seriously questioned, "What about the cylinder? How did it fit in all this?" I genuinely have no idea just where that dark ruins originated from, but it has a terrifying background. First, the information about so many fantastic insects. Then this ritual array can tame them for a very long time and even make them ignore their natural instincts. Lastly, the biggest surprise is that cylinder. You have devil's luck. Do you know that cylinder is a sealed capsule, which holds the corpse of a rank 6 fantastic insect? Chapter 243. Stop testing me. Jacob was gobsmacked by this revelation and had no idea how to react. He never thought that cylinder he wanted to open held a carcass of a fantastic insect, and not just any fantastic insect, but ranked 6th on the top 10 list. He couldn't help but ask with a rigged tone, "Why you just said those top 10 insects were just myths? Yet now, they are myths but not friction, that's a difference." Immortaka wrote amusingly as it liked Jacob's reaction. Jacob inhaled deeply, as it was probably the biggest shock he got after discovering the Brain Hunter's true value and background. What kind of insect is it, and why is it important? He got right to the main point. He was now too eager to try this ritual array on Brain Hunter and make it completely submit to him. But he knew that carcass should be very important since even Immortaka praised it, and this might also be why SAAI was giving him 1 million ZC without any appraisal at all. He couldn't help but scoff silently when he thought about how he nearly got cheated by an AI and his own lack of knowledge. If he had even sold one of these 3 things in the champion space, then he would really regret it for the rest of his life. It's called the Illusory Dream Empyrean Dragonfly, and as its name suggests, its abilities are related to illusion and dream. I don't know how someone was able to capture it or even find its carcass and then preserve it in that specially made capsule. As for whether it is important or not, you can decide for yourself. There was a famous theory going around a very, very long time ago, and it sent the whole universe into turmoil. No one knows who spread this theory, but for some reason it instantly caught the interest of terrifying beings. This theory was related to fantastic insects naturally. The theory was quite simple. Someone presumed that If a fantastic insect within the ranking of 11th to 99th can eat a fantastic insect within the ranking of 1st to 10th, it can evolve into an entirely new species of fantastic insect. Not only this mutated fantastic insect will the ability of both insects, but also some mutated abilities. As for why this theory draws the attention of mighty figures, it was because of this exact final sentence: the new mutated fantastic insect will also break free from the universal limitation. Jacob's eyes widened and blurted. Didn't this mean they can grow without any ridiculous restriction on them if they break free from restrictions? You catch up quickly. But you only guess the half part. The true advantage of this limit break is those insects won't be able to break free from enslavement items or commit suicide. This is exactly the reason why those guys start searching for fantastic insects like mad dogs to confirm this theory. But how could they find the insects in the top 10 just because they're looking for them? In the end, some of them managed to find the insects in 11th to 99th ranking, but the top 10 were like ghosts, as no one was able to get their hands on one. So this became a mere idea and was slowly buried within history. However, you unknowingly found both pieces essential to confirm this theory. If those guys found out about it, they would make you their slave just to rub some luck off you. Ha ha ha, Jacob's expression sank as he didn't find this joke funny at all. He coldly scoffed. But this is just a theory, and even if it's true, I won't try it because there are too many uncertainties. The first one is even if mutation went as theorized, the result would be random since there's no proof of someone being successful at it. Let's assume this theory is true and everything goes as planned, but do you think I would be able to control that newly mutated insect? His eyes went colder. Let's be real here. What if that newly mutated insect can break free from Brain Hunter's weakness of first poison? Won't I be the first one it comes after to take revenge? I know from personal experience that being an experiment subject, a mere slave of someone is not a feeling anyone would enjoy unless they had brain damaged. Although all this information is truly fascinating and broadened Jacob's horizons. But despite having the capital, he wasn't willing to take that gamble, especially when his life was involved in this gamble. It might be another case. If he was much stronger than his current self, he might be willing to take that gamble since he could have at least preserved his life if things went awry. But he won't gamble with Brain Hunter at all because its abilities to control others are simply too terrifying. And who knows if he can find another Brain Hunter if something happens to this one. He might not even find one in his whole life, so he was willing to wait until he was strong and found another fantastic insect to try this theory. Since he already had the essential ingredient in his hand, he could find the last one if he started looking. Even Decker was able to get its hands-on Brain Hunter, which means these insects exist in low-ranking areas, and he can visit these places anytime. Are you sure? What if that newly mutated insect keeps that limitation since it was already in effect? It's very possible, you know. Immortality tried to tempt him. However, Jacob was firm and sneered, "Stop testing me. I won't do it without absolute proof that it will keep that limitation. Besides, I have this feeling that capsule might be the only thing that keeps that corpse intact for so long, and if I break the seal carelessly, I won't even leave with a single part of that carcass." Hearing this answer, Immortality suddenly filled the entire page with its wanton haha. Before it wrote, "Ha, I expect nothing less from my inheritor." Chapter 244. An unexpected mail. Reading the last line, Jacob snickered in exasperation. "I wonder if you'll choke one day while laughing like this. I'll do anything to watch it happening." Tusk, you're so malicious," Immortality wrote. "I learn from the best." Jacob retorted while shrugging his shoulder before he said, "So if you didn't have anything to add, then I would like to start looking for the materials required for this ritual array." Selfish. "Nothing to add, I guess. Oh, except one thing." Jacob squinted his eyes. "What is it?" "Well, I forget." Ahaha. Jacob's expression fell as he closed the annoying book without a second thought. He was too familiar with these little word games of Immortality. He won't be getting anything out of it anymore. After he closed Cursed Immortality, he looked at the book and the array design again with shining eyes. He stowed away the book after reading the final pages. Although this book was not accurate, the information was still valuable, especially the sketches of those fantastic insects. He won't be able to guess it was the same Brain Hunter if he hadn't seen the sketch, so this book was still quite accurate. He then looked at the array design and read the material requirements attentively. Blood Insect Enslavement Ritual Array Design and Materials Requirement. Materials required for ink recipe. 1. Blood flower 1000 years old minimum / advanced type -1, quantity 1 2. White assassin parasite bugs blood extraordinary tier -6 rank, quantity 100 ml 3. Rainbow star dust advanced type -1, quantity 10 grams 4. Night salves poison magic core 9-star, quantity 3 magic cores 5. Nightmare lily 1000 years old / advanced type -1, quantity 1. Recipe formula Jacob's expression darkened when he saw all those unfamiliar names of the materials that were required to make the ink to draw the ritual array. Bloodflower, why is sounds familiar? Jacob's focus drew on the very first material on the list. Suddenly, he remembered why this name sounded so familiar as his eyes shimmered with disbelief. Salvage the priest with blood flower. Don't tell me that blood flower I picked up after clearing that condition and this blood flower is the same. Jacob flipped his hand, and a crimson flower appeared in his hand as he looked at it with scrutiny. Previously, he had thought that this flower might come in handy somewhere in the dark ruins, but it doesn't. So it was left within his pendant, and he even wanted to sell it, but then decided against it when he acquired enough ZC, and he first wanted to see what other uses this flower had. Now the name blood flower appeared again. He remembered this flower again, but he was not sure if it was the same blood flower mentioned in the recipe. But the chances of them being the same are very high since he acquired them all from the same place. I should prioritize studying the universal magical materials, type -1, and universal beings living and dead. Type -1 first so I can figure out where to find these materials. At the same time, I should also try searching for them in the guild's private server market. There is no better place to look for these materials than the organization, which is an expert in this field. Jacob decided and put the blood flower and the array design away. As for Brain Hunter and his pendant, he had no intention of nurturing it before he collected all the materials for this array and enslaved it fully. He knew he only had one shot at this, and so he had to be fully prepared. Lastly, he was still not sure if that poison thing was real or not, and if he was really willing to get bitten by a terrifying insect just for a chance to control it, while he could do the same with this ritual array. Although he trusted Immortalita's words, he was still not willing to follow them blindly. Paranoid or not, when it comes to his life, he will prefer being paranoid than getting careless and putting his life at risk. So he was going to test that poison immunity by buying poisons from rare rank to extraordinary rank peak as well as some slave items, and only then would he be sure and worry-free. After making his plans, he opened the Universal Magical Materials Encyclopedia and started to study all kinds of materials in it. There were even pictures to boot, so he was quite satisfied with his spending on it, and soon he was completely immersed. However, 2 hours later, his focus was broken when his star watch suddenly vibrated. He thought it was a message related to his promotion to the Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith rank, so he didn't pay attention to it and continued to read. However, a minute later, his star watch vibrated again, and this time an interface popped up right above his virtual book, which startled him. But when he saw the interface was actually the message interface and read the sender's name, his eyes narrowed and a bad feeling wild in his heart. Might of Destruction send you a mail. Read. Note, Might of Destruction has used star privilege to send an unignorable mail request. Might of Destruction's star privilege is higher than you, faceless ancient. Mail can't be ignored or minimized. Star ID can't be blocked. Why now of all the time? Is this prick planning something? The more Jacob thought, the more he felt it was highly likely. Because he didn't have a good impression of Gunnar since this guy was emitting arrogance with his every single word, and he knew this kind of person was akin to crackheads who could get offended by simple words and thought themselves superior to others. Furthermore, he was still under the impression that Gunnar won't contact him until the time he gave Jacob to reach the official member status was over. And with his pride, Jacob was sure he would do exactly this. But this message smells like trouble. With a grim expression, he read it, and when he saw the single string of words naked killing intent emitted from his eyes, Might of Destruction. You are not qualified to be in Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Chapter 245 Rich Winter Lady, Part 1. Might of Destruction, you are not qualified to be in Zodiac Warrior Alliance. A thick vein popped up on Jacob's temple as naked killing intent, which could make even an epic rank begin shudder, enveloped the entire apartment. It was a while since Jacob felt a genuine urge to kill someone before torturing them. But for some reason, the anger gradually started to lessen like a breeze before Jacob was tranquil, which was even more terrifying than his angry self. P alpha pedi alpha nanuyon som he didn't know if this was the effect of his new heart. But now, feelings such as shock, fear, anger, excitement, and such no longer remained for long before he returned to his tranquil state. Whatever the case was, Jacob was quite satisfied with this kind of effect since this lessened the chances of him making rash decisions and keeping his calm all the time. Still, this didn't mean he was not bloody for Gunnar anymore. On the contrary, he was going to remember this for as long as he could live. Eventually, he was going to the Epic Plains, and he would also reach the peak of that plain if everything went smoothly, and when that happened, he'll make sure to personally ask Gunnar if he was qualified or not. Jacob closed the mail and then looked at the previous notification, and just as he expected, this notification was an alert of his being kicked out of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, and his membership and all the benefits with it were revoked, except for his already earned ZC and bank account. His identity badges, the Alliance mission application, private servers, everything was now unavailable to him. This only intensified his urge to torture Gunnar even more. In the end, he sighed ruefully and closed the alert notification, and equipped a new identity badge, which was the Grandmaster rank badge he earned from the guild a few hours ago. Something is not right with this sudden act of foolishness. If he was holding a grudge, why not kick me out the same day? Or he was just toying with me by giving me false hope before shattering it when I was close to becoming an official member. But he didn't strike me as someone with patience who could hold their anger in. Well, whatever the case, I just hope he won't die before I seek the answer to this question. Although getting kicked out of the Alliance was quite a letdown and cutting off his path toward the Alliance resources. But he quickly got over it when he thought about how he wasn't even able to get access to magic knowledge in the Alliance because he didn't have mana. On the contrary, if he thinks about it more carefully, he can now join the Alchemy Guild since he is no longer a permanent member of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Because the guild was filled with all kinds of knowledge about magic and technology, and even the Alliance wasn't matched for the guild when it came to knowledge. Although Jacob had killer instincts, he was also a researcher by heart, and this world was filled with wonders and unknowns, which made him equally curious about gaining immortality. Fighting skills and gaining strength was important, but having knowledge was equally important, just like what happened with the fantastic insects. If he had known before, he won't be in the dark about Immortality's true intentions. Jacob knew he had the chance to join the guild since he was the youngest senior grandmaster ever to appear in the Rare Plains. Since Nixon could invite him from the Freedom Plains, he was sure someone in the Dark City would definitely invite him unless they were blind. After concluding that the Alchemy Guild suits him even more than the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, he quickly got over this sudden bad news, and with a hint of anticipation, he again immersed himself in his reading even more seriously. However, he was again disturbed by another unexpected popped-up interface which made him narrow his eyes in scrutiny. Rich Winter Lady wanted to send you a projection call, accept /reject/projection setting. Note: Rich Winter Lady has used star privilege to send an unignorable call request. Rich Winter Lady's star privilege is higher than you, faceless ancient. Notification can't be ignored, star ID can't be blocked. Someone with at least 2-star privilege contacting me again and right after I got kicked out of the Alliance. Interesting, Jacob's lips curled up in a cold smile as he accepted the call with a blurry black protection setting. He was quite fond of this feature since it could keep his identity secret and also annoy the other party, and reveal prick-like personalities such as Gunnar. The moment he accepted the projection call, a golden blur materialized over his wrist. A melodious voice rang soon after. Faceless Ancient, on behalf of Universal Zodiac Bank, I as the bank manager personally invite you to be a permanent member. Jacob was astonished by this woman's direct and straightforward approach as well as the unexpected invitation from the Universal Zodiac Bank, which should be the name of the existence behind the Zodiac Taurus Bank. Furthermore, this woman had the same status as Gunnar, and her timing could be said impeccable because she directly invited him without beating around the bush, which also means she knew he had been kicked out of the Alliance and was a permanent member before. As long as Gunnar wasn't bragging about kicking a nobody like Jacob on the Star News, then the only possibility was this was some kind of ploy by this woman, or Gunnar was also involved in this. He coldly asked without caring about the other party's identity, "Are you the one behind my membership revocation?" Rich Winter Lady unexpectedly answered without hiding anything, "The Zodiac Warrior Alliance won't deserve a talent like you, nor President Gunnar appreciate your true worth. He sold your revocation for 1 million ZC. The Alliance is only a place for brutes who only know how to fight or increase their strength at all cost, even if they had to sell their kin for it." Jacob couldn't help but sneer, "You make it sound so dirty. Quite a hypocrite for the one who paid for someone's future like it were a measly item." His voice turned icy cold. "Do you really think just because you paid him to kick me out, I will jump on your lap like some fucking dog? Or do you think of me as a slave which you purchase from some bollocks?" Rich Winter Lady didn't seem to be angry at all. She replied in the same impassive tone, "Mr. Jacob Steve, I think you have some misunderstanding in this matter. I wasn't the one who paid for your membership revocation." Chapter 246 Rich Winter Lady, Part 2. Jacob was stumped momentarily, but it didn't mean he would apologize. Since this woman knows this much, then she was here with motives as well. As for her knowing his actual name, he wasn't surprised in the least bit since he was already registered with his name in Alchemy Guild and the Zodiac Bank in the Common Plains. So I didn't come as surprised that they knew his actual name. It mattered a little as long as they didn't know his appearance, and he was pretty sure the star ID mattered far more than actual names in Zodiac Plains. Then he replied coolly, "Does it matter? Why would I join the bank just because Miss Manager contacted me personally? Besides, what's the point of joining three hegemonies when they are unfair to their members and anyone can use their authority without any consequences? Rich Winter Lady paused for a moment before she spoke impassively. I understand your point and your stance in this, Mr. Jacob. But you have a false impression of the three hegemonies' power structure. Only the guild president, alliance chairman, or bank manager of a plane can kick branch members or reserve official members. We can't do anything about official members and only punish them if they make mistakes. This kind of authority is in possession of very high-ranking members. Anyhow, I'm sincere in the invitation, and I'm not like Chairman Gunnar, who only knows how to use his fists. You hailed from the common plains, and then somehow you become the champion of Rare Plains trial. I have no idea how a native of Rare Plains ends up in the common plains, especially someone with your abilities. You're in the Dark City's Alchemy Guild and about to become Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith. This alone makes you highly valuable. As long as you join the Universal Zodiac Bank, you can immediately leave the Rare Plains and come to the Epic Plains where you truly belong. The Epic Plane trial will start in a few years, and at that time, we can use someone with your expertise. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he heard the last part. She's probably thinking of me as a native of Rare Plains since I can enter the Rare Plains trial. But why did she think I could enter the Epic Plains trial? Furthermore, how did she know about my current location and that I was about to become a Senior Grandmaster's Gunsmith? I must admit this woman's means are far more impressive than that dickhead. Jacob grimaced as he didn't feel good about this at all. Miss Manager, I can't enter the Epic Plains trial since I'm the native of Rare Plains. Don't try to trick me, Jacob probed her true intention. Oh, I forgot Mr. Jacob didn't know about the loophole of a plane trial. Consider this my piece of goodwill. As you know, once a plane trial is complete, the life zone and death zone become like neutral plane. And I'm sure you already know that a champion can maintain their sides of the zone and other authorities. Without a life zone or death zone, anyone can go anywhere as long as they are within the strength limit of that planes. Then, what do you think will happen to those who were settled in that plane after the trial was completed in those hundreds of years? Because the two sides are always at each other's throats, and many reinforcements come when a trial is complete from both sides, so each side won't have an entire plane for themselves. Only the common planes are an expectation. Anyhow, will those newcomers be kicked out of the planes when the cycle ends and another trial plane is formed? Rich Winter Lady questioned impassively. Jacob squinted his eyes as he didn't think this deeply into this since these restrictions were meaningless to him. However, now that Rich Winter Lady asked this question, he considered it carefully. Suddenly, his eye winded slightly as he said with uncertainty, could it be anyone who is staying on the plains during the trial formation will be considered that plains native and can join the trail as well? Is this the loophole? As expected of someone who completed a trial in less than 6 months. As you stated, Mr. Jacob, anyone present in that plane during a new trial forming will be considered a native of that plane. Rich Winter Lady praised, but it was as empty as her voice. She had given all the clues, and if Jacob couldn't even guess after all those clues, she might have already lost interest in him. How many years before the trial starts again? Jacob dismissively questioned. 6 years and 5 months, so what do you think? If you join the Universal Zodiac Bank, I'll arrange a ship for you and you'll be here in 2 years. Afterward, I can help you increase your blood force to epic rank blood force. All you need to do is say the word. Rich Winter Lady offered with full of temptation and confidence. If it were anyone else, they would have instantly agreed to her offer. The promise of increasing the blood force to epic rank was enough to move them. Alas, it was Jacob who was only interested in things that were useful to him, and the blood force was not a barrier at all. As long as he followed the cursed immortality, his blood force will charge up. But he was still somewhat shocked hearing it would take him 2 years to travel to reach the Epic Plains, and this was time considering he had the help of someone like Rich Winter Lady. Miss Manager, since you're sincere, I won't be unreasonable. Truth be told, I'm not interested in fighting and I'm more of a researcher. Stumbling into the Dark Ruins was not intentional, nor did joining the Alliance as a permanent member. P Alpha P D Alpha Nanujan SOM, I was quite ignorant then and took some unwanted steps and somehow survived the entire ordeal. Do you know, joining the Alchemy Guild was my goal from the start, and Chairman Gunnar gave me a time limit before he would have kicked me out. So I was never going to make up to the time limit, and I had no intention of staying in the Alliance in the first place. I only told you this because you gave me an important piece of information, and I'm also apologizing for my previous behavior. Jacob sincerely explained. Although it was truth mixed with lies, but did the other party know this? Chapter 247 Secret Commission. A white marble hall was filled with all kinds of sculptures, and they were all vividly sculpted to the very last details. It was clear the sculptor was the master of its art. Amidst these sculptures, a tall, curvaceous figure stood before an unfinished sculpture, but its shape was quite apparent as it looked like a bird spreading its wings. The woman was holding a chisel in her slender hand as she stroked the sculpture gently and gracefully as she carved its feathers. Strangely, there wasn't any sound of her carving at all. On the other hand, a blurry black projection could be seen on his other wrist, and a deep, cold voice sounded in this silent hall. I'm also apologizing for my previous behavior. But I will still join the Alchemy Guild since it suits me more, and I have no intention of entering another trial plan anytime soon. The woman paused for a moment, hearing this unexpected answer, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed past her enthralling oceanic blue eyes. But it was only fleeting as tranquility returned, and she moved her hand gracefully. She spoke as her melodious voice rang in the hall. If Mr. Jacob is interested in research, the bank can meet your demands as well. The bank lacks anything but money and trusts me, everything has a price. I couldn't agree more, but I'm still going to stick with my choice. Jacob's voice rang again, and his answer also remained the same. The rich winter lady finally stopped, and a tiny frown appeared on her peerless face. She looked toward the blurry black projection for the first time after their conversation was started. She looked deeply at the black blur as if she wanted to see the person behind it. She finally spoke. How about you state your demands, Mr. Jacob? It was her first seeing someone rejecting her offer, especially when she was offering everything a native of the rare plains could dream of. But for some reason, this guy remained dismissive as if nothing could sway him. Not only he dared to scold her at the start, but he also didn't seem to care about her status at all and wasn't polite from start to end. Did he think since I don't know his face, he can be fearless and talk to me like some third-grade character? A hint of coldness surfaced in her tranquil eyes as she waited for the answer. Although she wanted to rope in this genius of rare plains because of his potential in gunsmithing, this didn't mean she was desperate. He was, after all, a genius of rare plains, not epic plains. She just doesn't understand why he was throwing away a golden opportunity. Now she was getting impatient, so she gave her final offer. If he still didn't cherish it, then she won't be bothering with this arrogant bumpkin anymore. Even though she would lose some ZC that she used to buy his information from a broker, she would rather let the Alchemy Guild have this lost cannon who didn't know good from bad. But it wasn't that simple either. I have no demand, Miss Manger. Again, I fully. Before Jacob could finish, blue light shimmered over her wrist before the projection vanished. She cut the call. She coldly scoffed as blue light shimmered over her wrist again, and another interface appeared with another star ID and a message panel was opened. Writing started to appear on the message box on its own. Issue a secret commission to all reserve universal mercenaries in the Rare Plains Dark City to assassinate the new senior Grandmaster Gunsmith, Faceless Ancient, in the Dark City's Alchemy branch. Contact the informative and tell him to cooperate with Universal Mercenaries fully. Price is not a problem. After reading the message and finding no mistake, she sent it before the blue light on her wrist stopped shimmering, and she didn't pay any more attention to it either. Little Ellie, don't even think I would let you profit from this so easily. The rich winter lady muttered mockingly before she returned to sculpturing as if nothing had happened. From start to finish, this wasn't about Jacob at all. Jacob looked at the Star Watch projection, which no longer had any blurry figure, and sneered, "Well, I saved me the trouble of explaining it to her. If this woman thinks I'm an idiot, she was not better than that dickhead." The reason for Jacob's disdain was he noticed some loopholes in rich winter lady's invitation. First, she never mentioned anything about his bank account despite her being the bank manager. This lets him conclude that she was inviting him to be a mercenary like the Star Mercenary Agency of the bank, not the actual member who is connected with the bank. The mercenary agency was like the armed forces of the bank, and Jacob wasn't sure what kind of personnel were truly in charge of the bank's management, like the personal Zodiac bank accounts. As to why he thought this way, it was pretty simple. If the bank account were considered a universally recognized money wallet, there would be strict rules attached to it for having such a status. If anyone offends a bank member of high authority, and then, like Gunnar, that person revoked their bank account on a whim, will anyone dare to use the ZC as currency? Jacob was even sure that even if someone was a heinous criminal, the bank still needed to go through many troubles to block that person's bank account because of its universal status. The biggest proof of his theory being true was the SAAI making his bank account level raised while he was still a member of the Alliance, and it was still the same even after Gunnar kicked him out. So Jacob was confident that this woman couldn't do anything to his bank account no matter what. Second, she only promised him money, nothing else, and Jacob didn't need money at all right now, and he also couldn't trust someone as cunning as this rich winter lady. She was full of schemes and not readable like Gunnar, so Jacob still liked to stay away from her as long as he wasn't completely confident in handling her schemes. Lastly, he wanted to join the Alchemy Guild, because this palace was a huge cover-up to hide his actual strength now that he thinks it through. A high-ranking Alliance member will instantly be labeled as a powerful fighter, while the member of the Alchemy Guild will always consider a scholar or researcher first. However, Jacob's thought process was again disturbed by another call. Chapter 248. Accepting the offer. Amiable Monkfish wanted to send you a projection call. Accept/reject/projection setting. However, Jacob's frown lessened when he saw this call wasn't sent by using star privilege. But it was still the fact that this amiable monkfish might be someone with equivalent star privilege as him, since she was able to send him a call request. Don't tell me that woman is trying to play another trick to get me to join the bank, he thought gloomily. Still, he decided to accept the call since it would be far easier to predict the other party's motives and figure out what her ploy was with this call. He didn't change his blur setting though. As he accepted the call, he expected another blurry figure, but to his surprise, a veiled woman appeared sitting behind a desk gracefully. But what drew his attention was her purple smooth skin. Her blue eyebrows were like those of a fox, and those sky-blue cat eyes were filled with fiery vigor and a hint of cunningness. Although she looked like a human, she clearly wasn't. Amiable Monkfish spoke in her crisp voice, "How about you turn off this annoying blur before I give you the biggest opportunity of your life?" Jacob almost disconnected the call when he heard this and questioned with a frown, "Who are you?" It was the second opportunity he was receiving today, and truth be told, he was exasperated and wanted to stow away his star watch for good. "Oh, my mistake." The amiable monkfish seemed to understand her mistake before gracefully introducing herself. "I'm the vice president of Epic Plains Alchemy Guild, Ellie, and you should be able to guess now why I contacted you. Right?" Jacob's eyes widened ever so slightly as he thought about something. "I presumed it was Miss Ellie who was behind my membership revocation from the Alliance." Now that Jacob thought about it, since this woman contacted him right after the rich winter lady, then this means she also knew about him getting kicked out of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. She might as well be the actual perpetrator. But the rich winter lady was still more terrifying than her since she could reach him before Ellie could, which shows the difference between the two. Still, he was more restrained toward Ellie after knowing her identity as the Alchemy Guild vice president. After all, he wanted to join this place, and he didn't want to fall out with the vice president right off the bat. Ellie didn't flinch as she instantly admitted it and coolly stated, "Of course. I lost 1 million ZC to free you from those brutes. Why aren't you thanking me? And you're still a blur." Speechless by her answer, he didn't know what to say. "So she's a self-centered bitch." He frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he removed the blur, but he was still wearing his hood and mask. "I never remember asking Vice President Ellie to pay for my revocation, nor did I say I was unconformable in the Alliance. You were taking action on your behest," Jacob coldly replied. Ellie's foxy eyes narrowed when she saw the black-clad masked figure, just like I watched in the video recording. "You like to hide your face, huh? I'm too unpleasing to eyes," Jacob impassively replied. "Hess, I believe my eyes more. Anyhow, I know I took matters into my hands, which was unprofessional. But I saw your potential, and you are not made for fighting. Even though you would appear unstoppable in extraordinary rank, but the epic rank is completely different. Because in epic rank, you can either choose the magic path or you can choose the combatant path. Furthermore, what matters even more is the bloodline and the type of bloodline." Jacob's interest was finally piqued when he heard this, especially since magic and bloodline come into the picture. "Can you elaborate on the last part?" he asked. Ellie's eyes slid up as if she was smiling behind her veil. She said, "I can as long as you join the Alchemy Guild as a reserve alchemist." Jacob didn't answer immediately as he said, "I want to know the perks of reserve alchemist." "Everything is the same as the Alliance. The only difference is your mission will be more inclined toward alchemy rather than fighting. Instead of fighter manual and combat techniques, you will have access to alchemy knowledge, alchemy skills, and alchemy techniques. We pursued only the truth behind everything, and no one dared to come in our way. Even those brutes must be polite to us if they don't want poison instead of medicines." "HMPH," Ellie stated with full of pride and disdain. Even Jacob felt Ellie had a point because the alchemists were the crafters of weapons and medicines, and they controlled the biggest raw materials chains in any plains. Although the Alliance or the bank might be able to provide those things, the knowledge in Alchemy Guild's possession was a top secret, just like the fighter and combat manuals of the Alliance. They can't be exchanged, and no one will dare to divulge their information to anyone, nor will someone dare to receive this information, because if found there was only death awaits for any party involved. Jacob then didn't ask any further as he had already decided to join the Alchemy Guild, and now he was thinking that getting out of the Alliance was not bad at all. "All right, I'll accept your invitation and join the Alchemy Guild. This place suits me more anyway." He nodded in affirmation. A glint of happiness flashed past Ellie's eyes as she happily said, "Very good, at least you know good from wrong. You will know soon that this was a life-changing decision. Don't worry, I will personally arrange for someone to send you toward the epic plains and then help you to increase your blood force. And if you perform well, a wiser type epic bloodline is not out of options either." Jacob squinted his eyes when he heard this. Chapter 249 Fairy Human Jacob asked with squinted eyes, "I would like to hear about this wiser type bloodline. By any chance, are you suggesting that bloodline can be transfused with higher ones?" Ellie snickered playfully. "Epic planes are at least 1,000 years ahead of rare planes in technology alone. So you can guess if it's possible or not. The rare planes' progress had been slowed down because of those selfish Freedom Lords. Again, Freedom Lords, I should check them out later. It's my second time hearing this title. As for the technology being 1,000 years ahead of rare planes, then the epic planes should be around the same level as my previous world or even more advanced. This means hiding there would be even more bothersome than rare planes since they will have a web of surveillance everywhere. And is me not taking magic technology into consideration yet?" Jacob thought, as he knew too well how difficult it was to hide from an advanced civilization. Ellie took Jacob's silence for something completely different as she thought he was stunned by the sheer news that an epic bloodline could be transfused. At the same time, this wasn't even a thing of consideration in Jacob's mind right now. Still, Ellie didn't know as she continued with a hint of disdain, "I'm going to send an official member invitation on your ID. Since your Star Watch is Type -1 grade, it would be quite easy, just tap on accept and the process will start. We'll talk about the bloodline after you become an official member." Jacob snapped out of his thoughts as he glanced at Ellie impassively, and he nodded, "Fair enough." The very next moment, another interface suddenly pooped up. "Amiable Monkfish sent you bronze invitation of Alchemy Guild. Accept/reject. Note, upon selecting accept, you will be giving the Alchemy Guild access to use your Star Watch's scanning features one time. Bronze invitation. What is this?" Jacob didn't accept instantly and questioned while looking at Ellie. A glint of unhappiness flashed past Ellie's eyes when she saw Jacob didn't accept the invitation. Instead, he was questioning him like she was harming him or something. Still, she answered the question with a tingle of dissatisfaction in her voice. "It's a special invitation, only available to the vice president or president of the Alchemy Guild, and we can instantly use it to make anyone a reserve member without going through the trouble of taking a test or waiting for any approval." Jacob frowned behind his mask. "Is that all?" Ellie's eyes narrowed. "What else? Are you by any chance doubting me?" Her vibe instantly became dangerous. Jacob looked deeply at Ellie's veiled face. "If she dared to play any trick, I'll just kill her for her heart later." With such a dangerous thought, he averted his eyes and tapped on accept. The very next moment, "You faceless ancient have accepted the bronze invitation of Alchemy Guild sent by Amiable Monkfish. Alchemy Guild has given access to your Star Watch scanning features one time. Scanning features have been activated by the Alchemy Guild. Life signal test pass. Species classified as unknown in the Common Plains database. Species classified as unknown in the Rare Plains database. Species classified as Fairy Human in the Epic Plains database. Species rank is above Epic DNA scanning start. DNA is not registered in the database. A new member has been detected. Searching for Star Network ID and other information. ID detected. Faceless Ancient. Bank account detected. Scanning has been completed. Faceless Ancient, you have been registered as a member of the Alchemy Guild. You have been appointed as Reserve Alchemist. Your current rank 1-star Reserve Alchemist. Confidential information about the membership has been sent to your Star Watch account. Please don't share it with anyone." Jacob's eyes were affixed on the Fairy Human, which was the first time he ever saw his species being classified as such. Furthermore, he was completely baffled by the species rank. What is going on? Fairy Human, a species above Epic rank. Could it be it was the true species of this body's previous owner before I got reincarnated as him? The more Jacob thought, the more he felt it was likely true. But he was still somewhat at a loss since this was completely unexpected because he always thought he was from the common plains like other humans. He didn't have any interest in this body's background, so he never paid much attention or did any research. However, this new revelation about his species changed everything because if he belonged to such a powerful race, then how the hell did he end up in the hands of Decker and why? Good. From now on, you are an official member of Alchemy Guild, and I'm looking forward to meeting you here. Ellie snickered as she also received the confirmation that Jacob accepted her invitation with a hint of astuteness hidden in her cat eyes. So she wasn't able to see any of these. Jacob felt relief when he saw Ellie was completely oblivious to the information he had just seen, because he didn't want anyone to know about this at all since he had no idea what kind of species Fairy Human was and where did he stand within their ranks. It might bring some unwanted trouble, and he was quite sure they were not weak bunch either. They were at least a unique rank species, and he was no match for such begins, so he wanted to remain as far from them as possible and possibly never meet them in his life. But he was still confused. Miss Ellie, can this watch scan someone's blood higher than extraordinary species? Jacob clearly knows that his star watch can only scan an extraordinary, not epic rank because he had tried before. However, somehow it was able to scan that he was a fairy human and even tell his bloodline was above epic rank, which was completely out of place. Ellie coolly replied, "Of course not. But the Alchemy Guild is a treasure trove of knowledge, so our guild's AI, White Sage, is special. It can search a higher plane database from the plane it was being used, unlike the other two hegemonies' artificial intelligences." Why are you asking? Don't tell me White Sage just used its authority on you and searched the Epic Plains database, she asked curiously. Jacob didn't show any reaction as he merely said, "How can that be?" "I was just curious, that's all. Now can you tell me more about these bloodlines?" He quickly changed the topic. As a peculiar glint flashed past his eyes, "I need to be even more careful in Epic Plains.